Oh, here we go, bro. I'm not even joking, bro. You got oral, bro. I'm not even joking.
Aiden, what's your prediction for his fight?
I want Super Hot Fire to win, bro.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because he's black. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you want. Yeah.
You know,
trying to ruin the career.
Well, the Jews and black will have to stick
I know.
together.
You guys got to work together always. You
Yeah.
guys been doing that since the civil rights movement.
So that's right. So I got Super Hot.
I hit him.
So I got Super Hot Fire beating you, knockout. Okay.
Okay.
Second round.
What about Super Hot Fire? Why do you reckon?
You know, man, Jewish people, black people gotta stick together. It's been like that since the day, forever. Civil rights movement, like you said.
What do you think of his comments, Gypsy Crusader?
I think he's just lying to himself because Aiden likes to rage bait. He likes to rage bait. That's what he does best. That's why everyone likes him.
Are you nervous at all for your fight?
Oh yeah, let me tell you, I'm shaking. I'm shaking in my Hugo Boss suit.
You are?
Oh yeah. You like Hugo Boss? They made some really cool clothes in the '40s, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
What type of clothes?
I have a few pieces.
What type of pieces do you have?
I've got the SS officer's hat. I've got the tunic.
Super Hot Fire round
I
2.
got the boots.
Super Hot Fire round 2 knockout.
Fair enough.
Do you think he's gonna have more than one fight on Brand Race?
I would love for you to keep fighting, by the way.
I'm sure you would. I have no doubt
This
about
can't be
it.
your only fight, though.
Come on, man. I've told you how it is. I appreciated you doing this for me. It was a nice gesture, but we'll see what happens.
If you get what you want out of this, which is a win, do you ever see yourself, ever, not boxing, but ever fighting ever again? MMA, kickboxing?
I don't know. Like, I'm going to keep saying it. I'll leave you guys in suspense.
Okay, and hold on a second. If there were another opponent to be on your mind, who would it be?
Maybe Andrew Tate. That'd be interesting.
Is Andrew Tate signed to Misfits? Or do you think he'd have an open contract to fight on Brand?
Well, he's the CEO, so maybe that's Misfits versus Brand Race. Gypsy Crusader can represent Brand Race, and you got Tate representing
That
Misfits.
means you'd rep me.
Gypsy,
No,
would you be happy to be representing Aiden Ross at Brand Race?
Absolutely not.
Why? We'd be partners.
No.
Why
This is went far enough.
we could team up.
No.
So you never team up with me?
Am I here with you right now?
Yeah.
Have I made a nuisance yet?
No.
Okay then. So I'm doing right by you.
Wait, this is my question to you, real quick. So you would never team up with me or get in business with me?
No.
But what if I could make you millions of dollars?
It's not worth it, man.
What if he could get you back on Kick?
He can't get me back on Kick.
Yeah, it's true. I don't even own Kick. I have no equity. I have no control over there.
He can't get me back on Kick. And even if that was the case, I still wouldn't do it. I don't want to be on Kick. I have my own platform, Crusaders.gg. We have Pump.fun with the Joker coin. I don't need to be on Kick.
So how are you feeling for the press? Conference today, you guys. What's
I'm
in your
feeling
mind?
good, honestly. I'm feeling good. How do you feel?
I'm excited. I think this is going to be pretty funny and some really interesting characters out there. I'm curious to see how everybody's fashion attire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
Yeah, I can see you got dressed up. You look very presentable.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I want to see everybody else. With the Timberland boots on, the pants sagging, and the rest of it. That should be interesting.
Yeah,
Fun.
yeah. I'm gonna go get my yarmulke too. I'm gonna wear my.
You should.
Yeah, I'm gonna wear my yarmulke today.
So I can smack it off your head.
Aiden, you surprised he's not wearing his Joker makeup?
I think. Look, this is Paul you're seeing here. This isn't the Joker here. You're seeing Paul. Paul came out in his his nice suit. He's looking very presentable. I'm not surprised. I think he's coming here to focus on fighting and fighting only. So I don't think you're here for the games. I think you're ready to get it done. But I think Super Hot wins it still. I think he's a hell of a fighter. Is that your Joker fight? But
Wait,
yeah.
Paul, Aiden normally wears a suit. He's not wearing a suit today. Go to the press conference.
Yeah, I know. He's not just appropriate. He just roll out of bed.
Yeah, I did actually.
I'm not surprised.
What do you think about my shoes?
What the hell are those?
Those are trendy.
Yeah, those are the trend now.
Is this like something that you have to wear for that Jewish thing? What is it called?
No, it's not.
Shabbos, whatever?
Yes, but
Yeah.
but it's not. No.
Oh, that's not it?
No.
Okay. I'm
What are you doing
just
for Purim, by the way? You want to celebrate it? It's
what?
It's in April.
What is that?
Purim. It's a holiday.
Is that a Jewish
Yeah,
holiday?
you should come celebrate with me.
Can we burn a flag on it, like the Jewish one?
That's it. We'll see you guys at the press conference. Everybody, all right. Brand risk number 13. Any last words before the press conference?
No, I got nothing. I'll leave it for the press conference. I'm trying to behave as best as I can, so I'll leave it at that.
Who's Joker showing up?
He's already here. And don't worry about it. You'll see it in the press conference.
So hold on, you're Joker. Who's Batman?
Who's Batman?
Yeah. I always want to ask you, who is Batman?
Good question. I think he works for Mossad.
Really?
Yeah. 100%.
So Batman works for Mossad.
He has to. He's the one that wants, all this order. He's the one that wants all of you guys to, control our little worlds. Absolutely not.
Why? We be partners.
No.
Why
This is went far enough.
we can team up.
America's biggest streamer was anti-war until Trump bombed Iran. Okay, we're gonna watch this. I don't know why you AI generated, oh, just to give me more teeth. Well, thank you. We play too big of a role in other countries. Why you AI generated, oh, just to give me more teeth. Well, thank you. We play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Yeah. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably fucking hate us. Where's really the upside here, right? Is stay out of it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying we should be totally isolationist, but I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like Libya, for example, back in the day, what the fuck? Or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man. Way too much.
That's Zach Hoyt, better known as Asmongold.
So this is another example of something being taken out of context. Inside of that clip, I was talking about the reason why Trump voters don't feel satisfied with Donald Trump, and it's because from a average voter's perspective, focusing on international conflicts over local ones is a bad idea. And so that's the main reason too. So we've got, obviously, that's the reason why I was talking about it, number one. And number two, Libya wasn't funding terrorism at the same level that Iran was. Libya wasn't trying to build a nuclear bomb and blow up the United States. So, I mean, this is, again, two completely different things. It's not like Libya and Iran are the same country.
The most watched streamer in North America talking about American military intervention abroad.
That's me.
Look at them. I think they're little small ones.
Yep.
See? Look at them.
Streamer in North America talking about American military intervention abroad.
That's me.
Look at them. I think they're little small ones.
Yep.
See?
Too interventionary, waste of money. Stay out.
Trying to make me look bad. Trying to make me look bad already.
And now here he is, same man, same streamer, on the subject of the United States bombing of Iran.
So he's trying to create, you can see very clearly, right? He's trying to delegitimize me by showing a clip of me eating maggots. Can you believe that? Actually, I know this might sound surprising for him, but how many subscribers does this guy have? He's got 88,000 subscribers. I'll give him a bit of advice, okay? The reason why I do things like that on my stream is I find that they're entertaining. I found that entertaining an audience has helped me build an audience. Maybe you could try it. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I know that, obviously I've talked about it for a long time. I've talked about the problem Iran is and everything. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again. And this is just amazing.
Amazing. He's just so happy. Dramatically, tremendously happy. The United States has launched a war that has killed over 1,000 people as of this recording in 5 days, including 165 schoolgirls in an elementary school in Minab. And
so I wonder, did he do a video about when the IRGC said that if your kids are saying things that are anti-regime, we're going to kill your kids? I wonder if he said that. Let's take a look. How about that? Let's take a look. So where are the videos that are critical of the Iranian regime? Here we go. Let's see. Trump's Iran war will fail. This seems like a Trump derangement syndrome channel. And it looks like not a single instance of him criticizing or talking about the Iranian regime killing people. Wow. How about that? Just Republican hate? Yep, there it is. There's more and more and more of it. That's not whataboutism comparing the U.S. and Iran. It's completely different. No, it's not. I mean, if you're going to criticize and talk about that, I mean, you're not going to talk about the other people that were killed by Iran's proxies. This whole idea that it killed 1,000 people and somehow that means the war is bad, that completely decontextualizes any of the actions that Iran has taken that have killed people as well. And he's not comparing, American deaths. He's looking at deaths in total.
6 American soldiers are dead. One of them, a 39-year-old mother of 2, who was days away from coming home. Right. And the most watched streamer in America is sitting in his chair going, this is just amazing.
I'm sure that what you think that I'm saying is that it's amazing that a soldier is dead. This is the same type of performative morality that I think ends up getting way more people killed. Because what he's doing is he's trying to imply that I am actually happy or I want soldiers to die. Well, obviously that's not the case. Nobody wants soldiers to die. But the reality is that when you have a country like Iran that is funding terrorism, that they're killing people, they're making bombs, they're killing their own people. Do you guys want to check and see if he made a video about all the Iran protests and Iran massacring their people? Do you guys want to see if he talked about that? I wonder. Oh, I wonder. Intentionally misunderstanding? Yep, there it is. And let's check. All right, let's find out. And let's see here. Iran. Are there any videos here of him talking about this? Incinerators. Here's one of his videos right here. I'm just seeing this. Incinerators being built at Trump's concentration camps. Oh my God. Okay, guys. Yep, here we go. This is the kind of person it is. Wow. And let's go back. We'll see if there's any videos at all about the Iran war or the Iran protests. No, this isn't it. And so it seems like there is not a single thing at all that he said about the Iran protests. Trump's Venezuela invasion is worse than you think. Man. Didn't Venezuela announce its most recent stock market the highest that it's ever been? Like, so let's go back. We're going to pull this up. We'll see how well this video aged. Where is it here? Venezuela. Where's it? Stock market. Let's see here. Wow. Another wrong, huh? Oh. Oh, too bad. Didn't age very well, did it? Wow. They're cooking. Yeah, they also released political prisoners, and we're having negotiations with Venezuela in Caracas now. So things are actually getting better in Venezuela after we got rid of Maduro. So we have somebody here, and the problem that I have with this is that this is a person who is masking bad actions and terrorism under the mask of virtue. This is a person talking about how I don't care about anybody dying, but this person didn't seem to think it was important enough to talk about the Iranian regime mass murdering their own people by the thousands in the street after they turned off the internet so nobody can report on it. It's just weird how there's this double standard. I wonder why. Just amazing.
And look, if this were some random guy with 40 followers, this wouldn't be worth talking about.
Text with bad faith. It is. It's total bad faith.
It wouldn't matter, but it's not. So it does. Asmongold accumulated 2.4 billion YouTube views in 2025 alone. That is
more than that. It's a lot more than that. But yeah.
Is according to
I have more than 2 YouTube channels. But yeah.
Media Matters, more than any other right-leaning streamer or podcaster that they track. His channels have nearly 6 million subscribers combined. In 2025, he topped the North American Twitch chart with 26.2 million hours watched, beating out every other streamer on the platform. This is not a niche figure. This is the largest right-leaning political voice in streaming, and his audience skews young and male. The exact demographic that's most disengaged from traditional media, and
I don't know about that. Well, yeah, traditional media. Oh, yeah. No, he's right about that. It's mainly like 24. It's like plus minus 10 my age. I'm 35, so it's mainly like probably 25 to like 45-year-old guys that are watching. Mostly, yeah.
Most susceptible to parasocial trust. And what is that audience hearing right now? Stay out of it. Unless Trump does it, then it's amazing. Now here's what
it is good. It's good. And I think that this is a person that has terminal fucking Trump derangement syndrome. And I hate saying that because I think that it's cringe. But at the same time, I feel like with a channel like this, it kind of works that way. Holy fuck, man. Look at all these videos. Every single video is a negative video about Trump. So really, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. So if you're attacking me for my position, let's talk about what the actual position is rather than who supports it. I think this is boring.
This more than just a standard influencer flip-flopping for views. In the first clip, the anti-war one, Asmongold isn't making some nuanced case for strategic restraint. He's not citing defense budgets or troop deployments. He's quite literally vibing. Interventionary.
Well, yeah, of course I'm vibing because I was talking about the way that the average voter was thinking, which means that they're not going to be looking at any of the things that he mentioned. They're not going to look at an international second-order effect of, you know, the Strait of Hormuz being closed. They don't even know what the Strait of Hormuz is. So whenever I'm talking about the way an average voter is going to think about things or how they're going to approach things, then yes, absolutely, I'm going to talk about it based off of vibes because the average voter votes off of vibes. Of course. Duh.
Isn't a word. He's riffing the way that he riffs about everything because that's what he does.
Well, yeah, I'm live every day for hours. Duh. What the hell do you expect?
He plays clips, he reacts, he gives his gut take, and his audience takes it as gospel because he sounds like a guy who doesn't care what anyone else thinks. And in the second clip, the pro-war one, the same dynamic is at play. He hasn't read the intelligence briefings. He doesn't know Iran's nuclear negotiating history. He can't name.
You mean all the times that they didn't do what they said they were going to do? They're building, so let me get this straight. You think that building the nuclear facility inside of a mountain. There's no reason, no way at all that they're making nuclear weapons. I mean, like, you just think about this for 3 seconds. Who's doing this?
Any of the members of the IRGC.
Yes.
What he does know is that Daddy Trump did it.
Well, I do know the members of the IRGC. You find out a new one's dead every day.
Trump doing things is content, and supporting what Trump does is...
It's about being Trump. Okay, let's move past this. Is this all just about Trump? Holy shit.
Path of least resistance with his audience. So he's dramatically, tremendously happy.
I disagree with that. I think that's not even true. I think that there's been a tremendous amount of people that have been upset about the fact that I've been supportive of the war. There's been a huge amount of people that have been upset about me doing that. Even people that are on the right that are upset about it. So this idea that like me taking this perspective is the path of least resistance is not true. I actually think that there's more of an overwhelming consensus of people that are against it. So I don't even think this is true. Just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened.
And the thing is, he told us this would happen because Zach, and this is a direct quote, has said that he places no weight on principles or morality, describing them as top-down ideas that are given to you by the elites.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if your principles and your morality lead you to a conclusion that says that you should allow a country to build a nuclear bomb, who their main slogan that they say is killing your country and destroying your country, then what purpose are the principles and your morality? Like this entire idea that principles and morality can be applied to every situation in the same way is just, it's delusional. It's totally delusional. This is something that you can do with people that have similar principles and similar morality, but you can't do that to people that are trying to build a nuclear bomb and kill you. The reality is that you have to act in a way that's in the best interest of your survival and the survival of other people around you. And whenever you're in charge of their well-being, you need to make that decision in the grand scope of what is in their best interest, not basically throwing them to the wolves so you can feel like you did the right thing. I don't think that that's the right thing. I think that's very, very one-dimensional, self-referential, completely, what's the word for this? Like, it's just basically narcissistic values, narcissistic principles. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Whenever you put other people at risk because of your perceived principles, to what purpose were the principles even made? Why do you even have them if the outcome of the principles is that you put people at risk? Seems like a big idea, a bad idea.
Said that in his own words. A man with 6 million subscribers told his audience that he places no weight or no principles on morality. And
that's correct. Yes. What does that have to do with it?
Now, that didn't disqualify him from being treated as a serious voice on geopolitics.
That's because I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint. Every single other person that is running a big country thinks like I do. Do you think the guy that's running China thinks like this? Do you think Donald Trump thinks like this? How do you think Donald Trump thinks? He thinks like I think. For sure. Guaranteed. Duh.
The same man who, in October of 2024, called Palestinians terrible people from an inferior culture, and that he doesn't feel bad nor cares about them. All this on a live Twitch stream. Listen to it yourself for context.
If you want, I can't play this, I'll get banned. But yes. Those people
being killed in Gaza. And he told his audience that people who have genocide baked into their laws deserve to be
I was just talking about Hamas, basically. I wasn't talking about all of Palestine. I was just talking about Hamas. I used the wrong vocabulary.
Genocided. He was banned from Twitch for 14 days. He stepped down from his leadership roles at the gaming organization that he co-founded. He posted an apology that amounted to, "My bad." And then he came back, his audience grew, and within months, he was the biggest
so this is the type. Oh, wait, let me
political streamer on the internet.
Well, so there it is. So he did not even include the fact that I did a YouTube apology. He didn't add that in. And I think that he never even said that. And I think the reason why is very clearly that it would not help his argument. That's really the reason why. And so, because you don't care? Yeah, why would people care about that? Number one, I think that people have watched me for a very long time and they know where I stand on those issues. So do I say things sometimes that are a bit too extreme? Yeah, of course. I think anybody on a live stream is going to do that if they're put in front of a camera long enough, definitely. But I think that what happens is that people expect to see like, oh, there's going to be perfect behavior. That's absolutely not what's going to happen, number one. And number two, I already said that was a bad idea to say anyway. So what are we even talking about this for? And then to say that the only thing that I said as a response to that was the tweet, I think he's intentionally trying to misunderstand this. And this is, again, he's trying to frame it around something that this is the new framing that he's using, right? Is he's trying to say that I'm a very bad person. And then whenever I, went to apologize, I basically delegitimized it or I didn't take it seriously, which is a mischaracterization. I think it's a deliberate mischaracterization.
To this, he hasn't distanced himself from Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist and Holocaust denier. He's done the opposite, in fact.
Yeah, I think Nick's great. Too bad. Cry about it.
Treated the idea of streaming with him like an eventuality. Listen to how he responds when collaboration comes up.
Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one.
It's true. That's a fact.
I gotta listen to it. Sorry.
He's warping your points intentionally? Well, it's more about, like, this is another person that's obsessed with optics. Nobody sits in their own room and puts on a sport jacket so they can talk about politics that doesn't care about...
That's when collaboration comes up.
Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one.
It's true. That's a fact.
I gotta listen to it. Sorry.
He's warping
for that one.
It's true. That's a fact.
I gotta listen to it. Sorry.
He's warping your points intentionally? Well, it's more about, like, this is another person that's obsessed with optics. Nobody sits in their own room and puts on a sport jacket so they can talk about politics that doesn't care about optics, okay? Kyle does the exact same thing. It's kind of cringe, but, you know, it's just how people are.
Big Show enjoyer sent $25.
Yeah.
Good evening, Nicholas.
Boy.
As Gold. Basically nominate you for Streamer of the Year, Alex. Also, if non-political
I saw that.
this is your favorite video game releases 2025. All the best to you. Rooting for you from Finland.
Yeah, Asmongold has been... We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I think that we might have to wait till next year for that one.
Yep.
I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet.
I still don't think they are yet.
Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
He has called ICE agents American heroes. And
yes, that's correct. They are American heroes. And I think that ICE agents should be more aggressive, and I think they should tase more people. They should use more rubber bullets. And I think that they should be even more aggressive to the animals that are trying to fight them. Absolutely. I mean, I guess this guy's in Britain, so he's not used to that. But over here, we don't want to have our country overrun by a bunch of foreign rapists that run gangs and then try to rape all of our women. I don't want to have that happen here. We've seen what happened to you guys. It didn't work out very well. That's just me. You know, I don't know. It's just me.
Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
he has called ICE agents American heroes and said that they aren't aggressive enough.
Absolutely. True.
He's gone further than that, in fact, calling people who oppose ICE traitors.
Also, yep. Absolutely. American heroes, keeping the country safe. Also, here's another thing. Every single person who wants to soapbox and talk about how much they love illegal immigrants would never want their young children living in a house that had people that were illegal immigrants of military-aged men next door. That's the facts. None of them actually want to live with the consequences of their own performative morality. And that's the difference, is that whenever I say that I don't care about principles or morality, what I really mean by that is that I have a basically morality and principle tier list. So what I think is at the most core pinnacle thing is maintaining your safety, the safety of the people that you care about, and the safety of the people in your country. So whatever happens in order to make that happen is more or less justified. Now, there's exceptions to that very clearly, but I think that for the most part, that's true. So whenever I say that, like, oh, well, there's no principle to this, there actually is a principle to it, but it's just that that principle exists inside of a tier list. Why is Senna there? Some idiot was trying to make drama. It has nothing to do with Senna. Oh, ICE are American heroes, and they're helping get rid of illegal aliens in the country. Anybody who's against ICE, in my opinion, and wants to get rid of ICE or says fuck ICE, is a traitor. Critical of them, too. I don't think they're aggressive enough. I don't think they're brutal enough.
None of this is hidden. None of this is controversial.
And you see, by the way, he hasn't actually refuted anything that I've said. He's never presented a counterpoint. This is a person who thrives and exists entirely inside of the realm of optics. This is a person who, what they do is they just simply present things that I say, and they assume that their audience will watch it and think that, oh my God, he's so horrible, he's so bad, there's no way you're allowed to say this. You're not actually presenting any sort of secondary perspective besides this. You're just simply saying that my perspective is bad, and you're not even really explaining why in a lot of cases. You're just basically saying that this sounds bad. It's pretty embarrassing, honestly. But that's, I guess, what you get when you find a guy that's wearing a sport jacket to make a video behind his anime figurines. Oh, wait, no, these aren't anime. Actually, is that a Black Knight from Dark Souls 1? I think it... No, because they have the halberd. That's different. I don't know what that is.
Within his community.
Yes.
It is the community.
Optics,
and that brings us back to Iran, because here's where the giggling stops.
So this is also, again, keep in mind, not a single bit of counter-argument, not a single, point of view about ICE, just simply, this is what I think, and we all know how bad ICE is, guys, so that's it. Man, too bad.
Or at least it should do. On February 28th, the United States and Israel launched joint strikes on Iran, killing Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and
Rick Bozo, rest in piss.
A spiraling regional conflict.
A literal mass murderer religious tyrant that has been terrorizing the Iranian people for 30 years. Thank God he's dead. Thank God. And again, before anybody, every single Shia Muslim, every single Sunni Muslim, every single Iranian resident should look at that and say, thank God this horrible fucking person is dead. This guy's awful.
as of today, has claimed over 1,000 Iranian lives, 11...
Oh, let's care about the Iranian lives. Let's look at that. Oh, wow, wait a minute. There's not a single video about all of the Iranian lives that were lost in the protests whenever the same guy that you're trying to say that we killed, that we did, to be fair, killed all these people. Not a single fucking video about it. I think this is a very great example of how optics invert morality. Is that I don't want to see Iranian people killed. I don't want to see that happen. I think it's horrible that that's happened. And I've been consistent about that, and I look at this problem at the root. The root of that problem is the Ayatollah and the regime that supports the Ayatollah. I support getting rid of that regime. I think that in doing so, we will save not thousands, but probably over the years, millions of lives in doing so. Will it cost lives in doing that? Yes, it will. But costing some lives now is better than costing way more lives later on. This isn't a conflict that you can just kick the can down the, down the curb and assume, oh, well, it'll work itself out. It hasn't worked itself out. It never has. You have a childlike worldview? Well, it's very one-dimensional. So you have not a single video this person has made at all about, RFK, 83 children dead. So this is it. All you do is you criticize, American Republicans. Meanwhile, Britain is on fire, basically. Like, shit's going crazy over in Britain. And by the way, because of policies that I don't know whether this guy supports or not, he seems like somebody that would support me, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. But either way, not a single video about the Iranian massacres. Isn't that crazy? Oh, this is from 10 months ago. Yeah. Not a single video about that. And now he wants to soapbox about how terrible it is that the Iranians were killed by these airstrikes. It is terrible. It's horrible. It's a tragedy. Obviously, it's terrible when civilians die. But where's your video about the other 40,000, 30,000 people that were killed? Body bags lined up on the streets. I don't think you don't care about Iranian people. The only reason why he's talking about the Iranian people, like he cares about them, is so he can use it as a bludgeon to get mad at Trump. Again, because that's his entire fucking grift. That is the entire channel. Narrative pusher? Exactly.
People in Israel and 6 American soldiers, with Iranian retaliatory strikes hitting targets in Kuwait,
you want to show this case on said real quick? Oh yeah, there is this too. Yeah, just real quick.
Guys are making it about Israel and America, how... Yo, bro, do you guys understand what Iran... You guys didn't even live there. You don't know. I have family there. I hear stories. I've been to Iran before. You guys don't even know.
Don't listen to him. Listen to the random British guy tell you how, no, it's not that bad, and it's actually America that's at fault here.
Don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Everyone just sits there and talks about whatever the thing they talk about and push some agenda.
Jesus Christ.
They're just pushing an agenda, bro.
This is really good.
They're
pushing an agenda. Holy shit. Everybody calls this shit out. It is so self-serving. It is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing.
And 6 American soldiers, with Iranian retaliatory strikes hitting targets in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. The US consul in Dubai...
You see right here, what is this here?
Dubai was struck by Iranian drones. The Strait of Hormuz, through which 20%...
So not a single mention of the fact that Iran has taken literally no action to delineate between attacking civilians or the military. Iran is flying lawnmowers into hotels. Like, they deliberately target civilians. They have done so for decades. This is what they do.
Of the world's oil passes has effectively shut down, and Trump has written on social media that the United States has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons and that wars can be fought forever.
Yeah, of course that's what he said, because the media perpetrated a lie, or basically what the media does is that this is the way the media creates a permission structure to promote propaganda and lies, is that one media outlet says that according to a source familiar with the topic that, American missile supplies are getting low. So, then somebody else quotes that and they say, well, according to this media outlet, now American missile supplies are getting low. And so then you have a bunch of other people now collectively coming together to say this same thing, but it was really just one person that said this, and it's not corroborated one way or another. So that's the reason why Trump said that. And then whenever Trump said that, then they just took it and went in the opposite direction with creating propaganda that now, Trump says the war is going to go on forever. So it's either you're running out of missiles and you're going to lose the war because you have bad logistics, or you're never going to run out of missiles, and that means that you want to have the war forever. It's either I'm right or you're wrong.
Is known as Operation Epstein Fury, a special military campaign. Totally not a war. This is
Epstein Fury? Oh, God.
War.
Is he one of these people?
Asmund Gold is tremendous.
It's like literally child marriage is acceptable in Iran. You can literally have, there's no need to be Jeffrey Epstein in Iran because it's not against the law. There would be no Epstein files in Iran. Those would just be called marriage certificates.
happy and excited about. 4 of the 6 dead American soldiers were Army Reserve members working in logistics, the people who keep troops supplied with food and equipment. They were killed by a drone strike on a port in Kuwait. One of them, Sergeant Declan Cody, was just 20 years old. He was studying cybersecurity at Drake University. He was taking online classes while deployed. This
is more moralizing, talking about this. Yes, obviously, this is emotion-based logic. There's no actual reasoning here at all. It's basically you standing on the on the bodies of dead soldiers to try to justify why your like fucking non-stop hate for, I guess, Donald Trump or America is going to justify us not getting rid of Iran. That is like responsible for killing thousands of people, like tens of thousands of people, of their own people.
Said that she still doesn't fully believe that it's real. Another, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amar, was days away from flying home to her husband and 2 children in Minnesota. She was an avid gardener. She made salsa with her son from the peppers in her garden. She didn't make it back. In Minab, in southern Iran, a missile struck an elementary girls' school on a Saturday morning while students were in class. 165 people were killed, most of them girls aged 7 to 12. Parents rushed to the site while security forces tried to push them back.
This is all just emotion. Total all emotion. What he's trying to do is he's trying to reframe the rational mind that comes to the conclusion that Iran is also the same people that killed their own people. He's trying to take you out of a rational mindset and out of logical and critical thinking, and he's trying to make you think in terms of emotions, or trying to create a structure of the conversation that requires you to say that he's right. Like, oh wow, it's bad that kids get killed. Everybody knows this. But what you're doing is you're weaponizing those kids getting killed to protect a regime from killing 40,000, 30,000 people. That's what you're really doing. And that's the kind of moral inversion that I think a lot of these left-wing people have done, is that what they've done is that because their goals are not actually to help the Iranian people, they don't care about helping the Iranian people, they don't care about making life better for them, they don't have any intent of doing that. What they care about is virtue signaling on the internet, like what he's doing. And so they're going to talk all day about this girls' school, but they won't even find the time to make a single video about the Iranians that were massacred wholesale by their own government after they turned off the internet. Isn't that weird? It's almost like they don't care. And it is, because they don't give a shit. The Al Jazeera report is also non-biased and accurate. Yeah, and Al Jazeera is state-funded media from Qatar, right? Like, and also the report came originally from Iran's military. So I find this to be very weird, is that like you're basically looking at 2 state-funded actors to give you an accurate assessment of, what happened. And you're just taking their word for it without any sort of thinking at all.
UNESCO called it a grave violation of humanitarian law. Iran's health ministry spokesman called it the most bitter news. Neither the US
Maybe they shouldn't have killed their own people.
Nor Israel has claimed responsibility. And the most watched political streamer in the United States, the man who 18 months ago said that intervention abroad was a waste of money and the people there probably hate us, sat in his gaming chair and said that this is amazing.
This is just amazing. I'm playing the same clip again. This is, again, another person who you see, like, there's not actually an argument being made here. There's just a moral soapbox that he's on top of, and he's using this moral soapbox to basically allow people to assume the argument. He's not actually making any sort of argument. Not a single point has he really said. He's never said I was like really specifically wrong about anything. It's just more that, wow, look at this bad thing that happened whenever this conflict happened. Yeah, it's bad. Sure. There's been bad things happening before this too.
Clear about something, because you might be thinking, well, this is just a streamer. Who cares? But scale changes the equation. When Asmongold said that Palestinians came from an inferior culture, that clip didn't stay in his stream.
They come from an inferior culture that is horrible.
It went everywhere.
Not another band.
When he says that bombing Iran is amazing,
not another band.
Washes over an audience of millions of young men who trust him precisely because he doesn't sound like a politician.
Absolutely.
He sounds like their mate. He sounds like a guy in a messy room who doesn't shower and just tells it like it is. And the he's telling right now is that a war that has killed a 20-year-old college student, a mother of 2, and 100...
More moral positioning. There's no argument that's being made at all. Literally zero argument being made.
65 school children is awesome content.
Whoa, the content, that's a little... You see this? We have this little extra word so it can delegitimize and make it seem like I don't actually care about this. I don't know if I said awesome content or not. I have no idea. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. But that's the reason why he said it. And let's see what I said actually in the clip that he showed of me. Let's not even worry about that. Who cares about that? It's not really that important. Yeah, it's selective emotional outrage. Yeah, it's selective emotional outrage. It's like, let's look at the handful of people that have been killed recently and then use that to ignore the tens of thousands of people that have been killed over the decades. Let's do that.
Even within MAGA, this war is splitting people apart. Matt Walsh.
Well, then why would you make the point that I was saying this before just to be safe with my audience? If it's very clearly splitting people apart.
Not exactly the most peaceful person, called the White House's shifting justifications for the strikes confused, to put it mildly. That's the best he can do, by the way, because he's a giant cuck. Marjorie Taylor Greene sharply criticized the president for abandoning his no new wars promise.
The president multiple times, Donald Trump multiple times, said that he would attack Iran and prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. He said this multiple times. To say that the no new wars is supposed to offset literally 10 years of messaging is crazy. And also, like, this is just my opinion, but I think that we've been in basically a Cold War with Iran for like 20 or 30 years. Whenever we were fighting terrorist proxies in the Middle East, they were being funded by Iran. So this entire idea that this is a new conflict, I don't even really think is true. We spend billions of dollars every single year developing countermeasures for Iran. If we're not fighting some sort of conflict against them, then why are we spending all this money on countermeasures? What's the reason for that? Oh, jeez. 47 years? Well, I'm just saying, I mean, like, again, I'm 35. I'm talking about what I remember.
Tucker Carlson, who helped build the MAGA media ecosystem, called the war absolutely disgusting and evil. Even J.D. Vance, the man who endorsed Trump in 2023 specifically because he started no wars and who said just months before the election that America's interest was very much in not going to war with Iran.
See, this isn't even an argument against what's being said. It's just him trying to selectively look at quotes and then derive hypocrisy from it. At no point in this entire video has he presented any sort of an argument about what's being said, other than it gets people killed, and that's not what you said about this other thing that I'm trying to compare it to. Not a single argument has even been made.
Silent for 3 days before surfacing on Fox News to insist that this time it's different. So the administration's own allies are fracturing. The vice president is performing rhetorical gymnastics. The Senate voted on a war powers resolution, and a gaming streamer with no knowledge of the region, no understanding of the conflict, and by his own admission, no principles, is sitting in Austin, Texas, giggling about how amazing.
Wow. Wow. And here you are getting mad about it. You're crying about it every single day. You make videos about this crying every single day. It's embarrassing, man. You know what I'm saying? And again, you can get mad. Like, I don't care about the personal insults. It's just disappointing that we haven't even had a single... This is the problem that I have with a lot of these videos, is that they have really no substance to them at all. All it is emotional and moral grandstanding, the optics of a conversation and the way that things are said, and then bad faith hypocrisy attempts. This is in no way advocating for any sort of argument. It's not making the world a better place. It's not talking about how to move forward and how to make things better. It has nothing like that at all. All it is just, this is what you said, and that's not the same as what this is, and this is kind of different. I don't even know what to say. Blackmailing as a suit? Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a lot of emotional blackmail, obviously. Watch videos with real substance? Yeah, I wish we had them.
It is the bombs are falling on a country he most likely couldn't even find on a fucking map. Now, let's try.
I don't know where Iran is on the map. Okay.
Remember what Trump campaigned on. First, no new wars.
I haven't even had a single... This is the problem that I have with a lot of these videos, is that they have really no substance to them at all. All it is emotional and moral grandstanding, the optics of a conversation and the way that things are said, and then bad faith hypocrisy attempts. This is in no way advocating for any sort of argument. It's not making the world a better place. It's not talking about how to move forward and how to make things better. It has nothing like that at all. All it is just, this is what you said, and that's not the same as what this is, and this is kind of different. I don't even know what to say. Blackmailing as a suit? Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a lot of emotional blackmail, obviously. Watch videos with real substance? Yeah, I wish we had them.
It is the bombs are falling on a country he most likely couldn't even find on a fucking map. Now, let's try.
I don't know where Iran is on the map. Okay.
Remember what Trump campaigned on. First, no new wars.
They said second, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they were going to attack us, I'd bomb the shit out of them. We're going to look at the one quote that Trump said about not having any wars, and we're not going to look at the 10 other things that he said about preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. This is, again, you're selectively showing this. You're right that he said no new wars. In my opinion, I don't think that he should have said that. Because how can you say no new wars? You're writing a blank check for the future, and you don't know what's going to happen in the future. How can you say that there's no reason to ever have a new war if you don't know what the different things are going to happen in 3 years or even going to be? It's a mistake for him to have even said that.
You will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
The idea of spending so much money on Middle Eastern wars seemed ridiculous to him just recently.
We've spent $8 trillion in the Middle East. And we're not fixing our roads in this country? How stupid is it?
And then he launched what his own administration called Operation Epstein Fury. Yes, that's what it's called now. And the absurdity.
This little clever play on words of, oh, it's Epstein's Fury. I just feel like it's so, isn't it weird that they're using this term against a country that allows child marriage? Like, I think it's so weird. Why would you do that? Like, Iran has child marriage. Like, you can get married to a 9-year-old in Iran. There wouldn't be any reason for Epstein to have Fury in Iran because that's the law. They live in a fake reality? I guess so. Did he mention any wars Trump has stopped? Of course not. No. No New Wars was not what he was running on. It was what he accomplished from his first admin. I don't remember what he said about that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember exactly what the context of the No New Wars thing was.
He doesn't stop there. The defense secretary declared this.
Turns out the regime...
Oh, there's more hypocrisy. This is another Reddit argument.
...regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel.
They're shooting hundreds and potentially tens of thousands if this war continues, off deaths like it's an epic military action movie. And as
yeah, exactly, because he's representing the troops. Like, I hate to tell you this, but the guys that are probably enlisted, that are the chuds that are sitting there wanting to go to war or, you know, signing up to the military in record numbers, they hear that and they're like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's because what do you think the military is? Do you think it's a bunch of fucking Karens sitting around an HR board deciding, like, which pronouns you can use? No, of course not. It's a bunch of guys that are abrasive, aggressive, and they love shit like that. Does every single one? No. But I don't think it's a coincidence whenever Trump and Pete Hegseth take over the military, recruitment skyrockets. Jesus. That's the British military? Yeah.
Gold heard this and matched the energy because that's all he does.
I do. I completely support it. I think it's a great thing that we make fun of our enemies, then we kill them, then we make fun of them being killed, then we make memes about killing them, and then we laugh at those. That's the way that a military should be. Absolutely psychotic, terrifying, dangerous, with no sense or regard to the well-being of its enemies whatsoever, and that is exactly what I want. Because that's what scares people, and I'd rather scare people than have them think that they can invade and attack our country. Absolutely. I want more COD kill cams. Yeah, that's what I want. We should have been getting this the whole time.
Is the energy. Whatever Trump says, Asmongold says, oh, bro, that's based. The man has told you to your face that he has no principles and no morality. And millions of people watch him anyway, because in this media ecosystem, having no principles is the brand. Not knowing...
What is the principle that allows you to obfuscate the bad actions of the Iranian government and then justify basically not attacking them and not stopping them from developing a weapon that will destabilize an entire region, funding terrorism that kills and maims, and also we were talking about Palestinians earlier in this video. The biggest victims of Iran, in some cases, are Palestinians. They are the Gazans. Because not only are they getting bombed by Israel, but they're also being oppressed by Hamas. Do you think Hamas is like these are these great guys that are in Palestine that are helping them out and trying to make sure that they're able to survive? No, of course not. If you protest against Hamas over there, they kill you. So this entire idea that, like, you know, I have no principles. Well, let's actually look at where the principles have led this guy. They have led this guy to, you hate Donald Trump so much that you're running defense and you're repeating Iranian state media propaganda as a attack on Donald Trump. So if your principles have led you for creating a smokescreen about the obvious ideological and complete moral evil that the Iranian government is, why do you have those principles? Those don't seem like good principles at all to me. Those seem like terrible principles.
Anything is the credential. And saying,
because the truth is that, like, I do have a moral compass, it just doesn't necessarily point north. But I think my north is the true north. And I think what they think is north is bullshit. I think they are allowing so much evil, so much bad behavior, so many people to get hurt, so many deaths and everything, and they don't realize it because they think that by not taking action, somehow they don't take ownership. I don't agree with that. I think that by refusing to take action, that is an action. And I think that abstaining from taking action against evil like this, you are allowing it to proliferate and you're letting it get worse.
This is just amazing while a 20-year-old dies in a drone strike in Kuwait is called content. So believe him. When a man tells you that he has no principles, believe him. He's not lying. This is the only honest thing that he said. Nicole Amour's son...
The worst part about me is that I'm honest. That's the thing. I actually tell people what I think, for better or for worse. And also, so keep in mind, this video is almost over. Not a single point has been made that is an argument.
Is finishing his senior year in high school without his mother.
Point.
Declan Cody's sister is
another. This is more emotional soapboxing, right? I mean, like, why aren't you eulogizing about the people that were killed on October 7th? Because that was by one of Iran's proxies. Oh, that's right. Because that's not convenient for your narrative. This is all it's about. It's about a narrative. It's about an agenda. It's not about a principle. It's not about morality. It's about creating a narrative.
To accept that her brother isn't coming home. Yep. And 165 families in Minab are burying their daughters. And in a cluttered room in Austin, Texas, the most watched political voice of his generation thinks that this is just amazing.
It is amazing because it's the beginning of the end. And thank God that somebody had the ability and the willingness and the resolve to finally confront this evil directly. And the truth is that this evil has been manifesting, growing, and becoming more pernicious, dangerous, and lethal every single year. And for 47 years, the entire Middle East has been terrorized by an Iranian government that keeps not only the region hostage, but also its own people as well. And so, yes, obviously it's horrible whenever people get killed, and nobody agrees with that. But I don't want to hear any fucking moralizing from a person who wouldn't even make a single video about the 40 or 30,000 people that were body bagged on the side of the street while Iran turned off the internet to mass murder its own civilians, and then to hear about how terrible it is that 6 people that were Americans were killed, or 160 that were Iranians that were killed. This is the same Iranian government who this week have said they will kill your children if your children are saying things that are against the regime. This isn't something that they said 3 years ago. This is something they said this week. It was like 3 days ago. So this is the problem, is that when your partisan politics leads you to a place that you defend genuine true evil and you think that you're the one that's principled, I say, to what purpose are those principles for? It's such a horrible thing to see. And I see a lot of people that make these arguments. And the reason why people watch me is because I don't make these arguments. That's the reason why nobody watches your videos. That's the reason why I think that you're very, very one-dimensional. You're only making videos about how bad Trump is. You're not even in America. What is that? You need to have a jacket to have an opinion on this? Yes, exactly. Not even innocent Americans. They were in reserves. Yeah, I mean, these are people that signed up for the military as well. Let me listen to the rest of this.
Voice of his generation thinks that this is just amazing.
I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing. It is amazing. And do you remember how we said this is amazing content? So he added that word in to make it seem like I was trying to play down the fact of the war. So he added that in, and you can see how people like this are they're very manipulative. But the one thing that we didn't have in this video that I find to be very disappointing, I see this in a lot of anti-Asmongold videos, is that there are a lot of there's a lot of attacks on my personality, the way I speak, things that I say, or the way that I say things. But very rarely is there actually an attack on my argument. Oh, I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that.
Ben Shapiro is undoubtedly an intelligent and influential. commentator.
Yeah.
I've always liked and respected him, even when we disagree. I still do. He's stridently partisan and staunchly conservative, of course,
Yeah.
but he's willing to criticise Trump and others in the administration when he thinks they've got it wrong. Well, one thing he doesn't criticise, however, is Israel.
No.
And he routinely gets very upset when other people do. It's such a blind spot.
I wonder why.
Well, for
Nobody
Ben,
knows.
Through the red mist of
It's
his
a
rage,
mystery.
he sees an alternate reality where anybody who disagrees with him is a demonic, America-hating terror apologist who can only possibly be doing it for ratings.
Oh.
And it was brought to my attention that he was very upset about a debate last week featuring Dave Smith.
So last night on Piers Morgan, which is the Jerry Springer of political television, where people gather
Ho's mad.
chairs of one another and determine paternity. Piers Morgan, who has sort of made a mockery of the entire industry by putting on screen whatever dregs are still willing to go on screen with Piers Morgan. He had on Dave Smith.
He's so mad. Why is he so mad?
Apparently his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead.
It's going to be a sombrero by 5 years, guys. I'm telling you. Like, it is gaining so much power. This is crazy. It is. He's eyebrow maxing? Yeah.
And also to hate America.
It's like that dad from American, was it American Pie?
Well, first, Jerry Springer was a very good friend of mine, and he was a beloved national treasure.
Jerry Springer was a beloved national treasure, and he was also a gifted and talented politician before he became a TV show host.
Actually hosted one of the most successful shows in television history and became a media mogul worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So thank you for that comparison, Ben. Second, we proudly host lively debates on things that people care about, featuring guests that people care about, to cover both sides of complex news stories in an engaging way. Do the debates sometimes get a bit combative? Yes. Do audiences tend to enjoy a bit of theatrical rough and tumble? Of course they do. That's why the Daily Wire, Ben's company, has an entire political debate show which is literally called Bar Fight. That's why Ben...
So wait a minute, he's running a show called Bar Fight and he's shitting on Piers Morgan? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
His own show features hard-hitting segments including Ben Shapiro destroys celebrity ice reactions.
Damn.
Ben Shapiro destroys the Golden Globe.
Damn, with facts and logic.
Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks.
He's that guy.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke socialist TikToks.
Sounds like my channel.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke religious TikToks.
Oh, they're
when it
so
comes
stupid.
to humiliating the industry, please tell me why the Pulitzer Prize Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Ryan?
Peace. Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Ryan?
Oh no!
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry. Third, I want to examine the charge that I've committed a sin against journalism by hosting what Ben Shapiro describes as whatever dregs are still willing to appear on my show.
I got invited on Piers Morgan. Speaking of dregs.
Well, on the subject of Iran and US foreign policy specifically, recent guests have included Masih Alinejad, Lisa Daftari, Patrick Bet-David, Carla Sands, Rob O'Neill, Goldie Gamari, Jonathan Conricus, Alan Dershowitz, Alika Lebon, Ambassador John Bolton,
I don't do collabs, really.
General Mark Kimmett, a former UN prosecutor,
I like Piers Morgan a lot, though.
Iran of mass murder, Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Vice President Mike Pence, Eric Weinstein, Josh Hammer, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and the IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani. Now, it's unlikely that Ben is talking about any of these people because
I bet he's talking about people that... I bet Ben's talking about people that he disagrees with. I bet he's talking about people that don't speak favorably about Israel.
Either
that's what I think is going on.
Or to some extent, they are supportive of attacking Iran to destroy its regime.
Oh, yeah.
It's also unlikely he's talking about, say, Michael Knowles or Isabel Brown.
Because he employs
valuable
them.
contributions to the show on a regular basis and do, of course, work alongside Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire.
That's right.
So what is he really talking about? Well, we know he doesn't like Dave Smith and flat out refuses to debate him, which strikes me as pretty cowardly. You can make up your own minds about why he refuses. And what Ben really takes issue with is that among the many guests supporting his worldview, and specifically supporting Israel, we also invite many people who don't support his worldview. And don't
I mean, there's the problem right there. Why would you invite somebody that doesn't think Israel is the best country in the world? What are you, an anti-Semite? Didn't you know the Piers Morgan show was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago?
The Israeli government.
Take Piers Morgan, of course, suggesting the only reason I was not appearing on his show anymore was his criticism of Israel, which is weird because I appeared on his show for literally months after October 7th, even though he was already critical of Israel.
That's not true. He was getting a lot of harassment and people mad at him because he wasn't critical of Israel. And then he had on pro-Palestine voices after that. And then people said that he was critical of Israel. So to the extent that Piers Morgan expressed any sort of sympathy to either side, he was accused of being a shill from the other side.
And I really haven't said
That's what
anything
happened.
on Piers or about Piers or to Piers for probably a year. I just stopped appearing on his show. Why? Well, honestly, he kept bringing on actual Nazis and the Nazi adjacent, and then treated them all too often as voices worthy of a large audience. Like,
well, I mean, wait a second. So, if they had a large audience, wouldn't that make them a voice worthy of a large audience because they had a large audience? Like Nick. I mean, we all know who we're talking. Like, what are we doing? We all know who we're talking about here, okay? Everybody knows it. So, Nick has people watching him all the time. This is, it's just so ridiculous.
For example, these people.
I believe that Jewish supremacy.
Oh, Dan. I think Dan is such an idiot. He's such an idiot. He's way too aggressive about Israel. And I think that I agree with Ben that Dan is a dumbass, but I don't think Dan is a Nazi. I just think that he hates Israel.
Is the greatest threat to America. And I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
You think, is that... Surprise, surprise. Look who is.
That was very cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them,
and I'm tired of pretending he's not.
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan, Israel is ISIS.
Only amongst people who weren't listening.
Bassem Youssef is a fucking Nazi? What the hell are you talking about? No, he's not. What the fuck do you mean? What a dumbass. He's a piece of shit? You can say he's not a Nazi. He's a fucking Nazi.
That's how I feel about those young men in Gaza.
Norman Finkelstein's not a Nazi either. What the fuck are you talking about? The only one that you could even make half of an argument for is Nick. And you could make maybe 10% or 20% of an argument for Dan. Norm Finkelstein? Get the fuck out of here.
Ask me why I won't condemn them. Because those young men were born into a concentration camp.
He's right. No, Norm's right. Absolutely, you should look at the fact that, they're radicalized because that's what happened. Like, blaming them and saying that they're victims of propaganda is something that's easy to say. That doesn't mean you shouldn't act against them. Like, oh my God, what a stupid idiot. What a stupid idiot. Oh. Here we go.
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people.
Listen, it's Piers' choice who he decides to have on his show and how he decides to conduct the kind of clown car battle royale.
The only person that you could even vaguely create an argument that they were a Nazi is Nick. Nobody else in that entire category was a Nazi in even maybe 10%, other than you could say Dan is because he really hates Israel. Like, other than that, Candace she's not a Nazi. But she's not a Nazi. Like, why?
That he does on a show every night. And it's my choice not to join that circus. We all make our choices and we all live with them. But some of us make our choices based on, actual principles and not the clicks.
Oh, he's making the choice based off of principles.
Last time Ben Shapiro appeared on Uncensored to discuss Israel's war on Hamas specifically was in March 2024.
Oh, that was a while ago.
I was being accused on a daily basis of being a paid-up Israeli shill.
See, I remember. Piers remembers because it happened to him. It's almost like nobody remembers what happened. I always remember everything all the time. But it's good that he did too.
He lacks the self-awareness to realize that many pro-Palestine contributors got very angry with our show for hosting so-called genocide enablers like him. That's exactly why I'm not partisan and don't want to be. There is more than one view on any emotive or consequential subject.
And I think Piers Morgan was also influential in bringing the Palestinian struggle to a mainstream audience with interviews with Bassem Youssef. I think those were probably the most approachable interviews for people that weren't familiar with the topic after October 7th that I think really had people listening and paying attention.
Possibly know you're right if you don't know what the other side thinks.
Like, and again, you can not, like, I'm not trying to take a side here, but I'm saying that in doing so, I think that Piers did give a lot of credibility to the Palestinian movement. I think he did.
That's precisely why free speech exists as a principle we all defend.
Yeah.
And when it comes to principles, as Mr. Shapiro puts it, I'd remind him that I've left several high-profile jobs over my principles. Principles are my views on gun control and my belief that criticizing...
Yeah, your opinions on gun control are stupid, Piers. You're dumb as hell. What the hell's wrong with you? Remember Alex Jones? Yeah, he was right. 17-7 will commence again.
A princess is an essential right. I give my opinions about everything based on the information I have at the time, and I change my views when facts change. Some people might find that highly irritating, but it's because I'm not an ideologue, and I never will be. Ben Shapiro calls our debates a clown show circus, and that's fine. He's perfectly entitled to his opinion. Many people do choose to watch.
Well, they were a clown show, and whenever he was on there talking about Israel, he got to be the main attraction. He got to be the elephant with the special fez hat.
Including clearly Ben Shapiro. It's ironic that the clips he showed were not from our so-called battle royale debates, but from long-form one-on-one interviews, which we do a lot of the time. And it's outrageously disingenuous. That the clips
It's completely disingenuous that he's reframing like Piers Morgan's interview with Nick Fuentes as anything other than condemnation of Nick Fuentes. Piers Morgan clearly condemned Nick. He condemned him before the show, he condemned him during the show, and he condemned them after the show. But Piers Morgan at least has a semblance of dedication to the concept of freedom of speech. So he gave a platform to a person that had a voice. And I think that's something that's worth considering and it's worth respecting.
He showed did not include the parts of those interviews where I called out every single one of them about things I didn't agree with.
Yep.
His montage of the same interviews could have looked like this. You sound like a Nazi.
I mean, why do you say that?
That's literally what Nazis would have said in World War II. You think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people? The comparison which is more apposite is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic terror groups intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. That's not true.
As the numbers... Okay.
It's just not true.
Piers...
Well, Professor, with respect...
Okay, I'm not going...
It's not true.
Piers. Yeah, but you have to listen to what I say.
But you want me to believe you when you say you weren't aware of the scale of this for several days. I find that just, I'm incredulous. You want me to believe that?
This country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
of what
pretending
happened.
to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust. You can take the view, as many do, that interviewing people with extreme opinions is pointless. You can stick your head in the sand like an ostrich or hide behind your very big desk and wish they didn't have an audience, but they do. My view is that they already speak unfiltered to large audiences, and whether you like it or not, at least on my show, these audiences get to see them being challenged. Ben Shapiro used to make a mockery of deplatforming when the person being deplatformed was
somebody agrees with him.
Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Usually by shrieking protesters on what...
See, I disagree with Piers about a number of things, but I respect Piers. Because he has, he had a bunch of shit to say about Andrew Tate. He brought Andrew Tate on for a 3-hour interview. He had a bunch of shit to say about Nick. He brought Nick on for, I think it was a 2-hour interview or something like that. I respect him.
But his uncompromising views on Israel and America's military and political support for Israel have turned him into a cancel culture vulture with the very same sneering intolerance he used to loathe. If you disagree with him, you're a Nazi, he says, channeling Kamala Harris. Everybody knows my position on Israel. I vehemently defended Israel's right to respond and defend itself after October the 7th. I became increasingly critical of Israel because its government's actions in Gaza became impossible to defend. We don't need to relitigate all of that now. But as Dave Smith correctly points out, it's not just me. Polling shows the American people have turned against...
I'm not going to play the Rich clip because it's already in my head, bro.
Israel and its government in particular for precisely the same reasons. If Ben listened to some of the arguments instead of just throwing tantrums about them, he might understand why. Just as I continue to host people who defend Israel's conduct in Gaza when many people wish I wouldn't and say I shouldn't, Ben Shapiro does. He, of course, has my phone number and my email address. He could have discussed his differences with me in private, which I would have preferred. But he hasn't bothered to even politely reply.
That's a lie. You know you love this. You know the fact that you get to make a video and debunk everything that he said. You enjoy this. This is such bullshit. Oh, I would have rather it got... No. Shut the fuck up. Nobody spends 40 years, 30 years in media like Piers does, and they don't enjoy this. What are you talking about?
My occasional messages for a very long time now. Oddly, since the very moment I started criticizing the Israeli government. And he chooses to get on his own podcast and throw pathetic pot shots at me instead. So let me use my platform to respond directly. The difference between me and you, Ben, is that I'm heavily criticized by both sides because I listen to both sides, and very often I criticize both sides too, without fear or favor. You're only criticized by one side because you choose to air only one side and you choose to ignore or even silence the other. I'm a journalist. You are a propagandist. Oh, and facts don't care about your feelings.
We've got to have more Piers Morgan YouTube videos, man. This is great. I love it. Here, let me give it a like. I'm going to link it to you guys. That's pretty funny. Do you mind explaining the reason why Pierce is disrespectful versus a lot of people that try to argue with you, not trying to bait you? Just want your take on here. I like the fact that he has a big platform and he uses it to talk about issues that he cares about. And I also like the fact that that platform is something that he offers to both different groups of people. I always respect somebody who's willing to get into the arena. Like, I'm not really much of a debater myself, right? I don't enjoy doing it. I don't like it. But I respect people that do, and I respect anybody who's willing to get out there and fight for whatever their values are. Now, that's really the truth. And so, like, whether you want to bring on, Clav, or you want to bring on, fucking Sneeko, or, I forgot. Now I'm just remembering whenever he tried to bring on Kanye West, and he's an asshole. Yeah, he is a dickhead, but he's a dickhead to both sides. And I think that there's a degree of, authenticity to that. There is. So I respect it. Sorry, guys. I do. I respect it. There it is. Hamas will be eradicated in Gaza. Good. Then the people in Gaza will be free. Hamas is horrible. They terrorize their own people. They're terrorists, and they are, awful. Good. Yeah. I mean, nobody. What do you think? I support Hamas? Fuck no. Nobody supports Hamas except for Iran. We're bombing Iran. So that's why I see it. He just flaps his gums whatever direction he thinks is popular. Well, really? I think that's just it. It's just it's factually not true. But you think whatever the hell you want. Israel struck an attack while Iran's judiciary chief was giving an interview. Uh-oh, here we go.
فلسطین اعلام می‌کنم و از همه جبهه مقاومت ایران اسلامی تا آخرین لحظه تا سرنگونی این
Let him know.
و کمترین کوتاهی در زمین نخواهد کرد و کوتاه نخواهد بود. چرا این مشت مسئولین با مشت مردم که فرقی نمی‌کنه. انشاءالله ما مردم که نمیتونیم متأسفانه این شور و احساسی که مردم
I thought we were getting a bomb. Where's the bomb?
مردم در کنار مردم
What's on this?
تا این لحظه در مقابل اونها
Oh shit! Yep. Oh my god. And is this recent? I don't know if it is or not. Oh wow, look at that. He didn't flinch at all. I mean, kind of respect on that, right? Where's the bomb? What's on this? Oh shit! Yep. Oh my god. And is this recent? I don't know if it is or not. Oh wow, look at that. He didn't flinch at all. I mean, kind of respect on that, right? Yeah. And he knows he's not going to get hit. Do you know why? It's because he's surrounding himself with a bunch of human shields. I mean, like, if Israel and the U.S. were actually targeting civilians, they would have airstriked this parade, but they didn't because they're not targeting civilians. So that's the reason why they felt comfortable and confident enough to go out there and do this. So human shields are here. Yeah, isn't that sad? It's so weird, isn't it? Human shield doesn't work with bombs. Yeah, I guess not. And I mean, at some point you see some shit like that, it's too late. Yeah, you're right. And bro's probably responsible for ordering the deaths of thousands over his lifetime. Of course he wouldn't flinch. He's a sociopath. Maybe. And so anyway, take it when IRGC thugs fired on mourners for slain Iranian protesters. Now they cannot bury their own in peace. A funeral of 8 Bajir members of the Karvan checkpoint sent mourners scrambling and fleeing. People are getting fed up with that shit. Fed up with that bullshit. Ooh. Oh, wow. IDF killed civilians in Lebanon? Yeah, they killed civilians in Iran, too. That's what happens. You have a war. You're going to have civilians that get killed. It's just what happens. It's not good. It's just what happens. Man. So now they're the ones that are getting harassed. Oh, this is a new one. I haven't seen this at all. Oh, this is the bomb from like 3 days ago. Holy shit. Look at this. God damn. God damn. You see the mayhem in Israel? No, I didn't. Should I look at that? It's the same drone attack we saw from the boat? Yeah, it's still burning. Man, this is going to be really bad for global warming. It is. It's going to be horrible for global warming. And Iran, the #1 threat of peace and stability in middle years. Oh, this is something that I think we've seen that before too. And what are these here? I'll look at it too. The one. Oh, I saw this. Israeli airstrike hit another building in Lebanon. Oh, here we go.
كما تشاهدون الآن المبنى الذي هدده أو حدده العدو الصهيوني على طريق عام العباسية كما تشاهدون.
God fucking damn. I love it. Yeah.
عبر
I mean, this is. These people are terrorists anyway, right? They're attacking Hezbollah. How do they know to be recording it? I don't know, honestly. Like, that's a good question. Like, I mean, yeah. Like, it does seem like kind of... It seems very convenient the guy just happened to be recording at the exact time the bomb hit. But, I mean, it could be multiple different reasons. Who knows? And then, oh, yeah, I will look at this. There's another video about this. Let me see if I can pull that up and find it. And, no, this is from before. And the dummy, what do you call it? The drop dummy called Door Knocker. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this is it. Here we go.
Been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been.
This is from today.
As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago.
Yeah.
The combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over...
15,000? I guess they're counting all the ones in Lebanon, too. Holy shit.
1,000 a day.
God.
No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day, picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime
that's insane.
Sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare.
Man.
Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force.
Everybody's excited talking about it. Well, you've got to remember that, like, a lot of these guys that are in the military now, that are in leadership positions, probably were the soldiers that had to act like target dummies for terrorists during the war on terror. Because, you know, you couldn't fire back on terrorists whenever they were shooting you as long as they weren't holding a gun. So a lot of these guys, this is something they've been waiting for like 20 fucking years. 15 fucking years.
Iran has no navy.
That's what I think happened.
Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky.
Yeah.
Their missile volume is down 90%.
That's
their
a lot.
one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%.
Damn.
And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before.
Great. Wow.
But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component.
Yeah, he's right about that. Like, unless you stop the, unless you get rid of the cookie factory, deleting all the cookies is just going to wait until there's going to be more cookies. You've got to go after the actual source. You're right about that. 100%. You're 100% spot on with your assessment. We veterans want these IRGC fucks dead. We've been wanting their heads for the better part of 25 years. Yeah, because I think that a lot of veterans know that most of the places in the Middle East are occupied by Iranian terrorists. That's where a lot of the funding comes from. Not all of it, but that's where a lot of it came from. So, like, seeing that connection and then seeing that, you know, the disease rather than the symptom be addressed, I think that's something a lot of guys want to see.
I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity. Every company that builds every component of those missiles has been functionally destroyed.
Jesus Christ.
Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down...
I guess this is the reason why they spent so long before they attacked. Because, like, this seems like it's very, very... Like, to have all this stuff lined out ahead of time and then to execute on it in, like, 2 weeks, that's insane.
Destroying what missiles they still have in stock.
Well, yeah.
But more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more.
Yeah.
Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers, defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do.
You call them rats. Okay, wow. All right, didn't expect that. Okay, that's what rats do. Holy fuck. Okay, let me see this here. Hexet didn't see actual combat. Then he went to Iraq to serve as a civil liaison. Then in Afghanistan, he was a trainer for the base. He's earning for bullets because he never saw them. Okay, so if you think that's true, how do you reconcile that with the fact that the polling amount of people that were actual veterans overwhelmingly support this war? There's like a plus 20 point difference between veterans and non-veterans for support of the war. How do you reconcile those two realities? There's no shot that's true. There is. Veterinary support this war? Yeah. Except did see contact? He got awards for it? Well, I'm just like, the thing is that that's not relevant. It's not relevant. Of course, veterans support it. They don't like terrorists. Okay, so you're just making these comments. So you just don't like Pete Hegseth? I'm just saying that he's so aggressive on it because he doesn't really know what it means. But like then you just said, but I don't understand the logic here. So he's so aggressive with it. You're arguing. I don't even want to read this. It's just what are you talking about?
We know the new so-called not so supreme leader is wounded.
So
no,
he called them rats?
That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not so supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one actually, but there was no voice and there was no video.
I wonder why.
It was a written statement.
I wonder
he called
why, man.
for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity.
Yes.
Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why.
I think you know why. Everybody knows why.
His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them.
Oh my God.
Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
Jesus Christ.
With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know.
I love how he just goes up here and he just talks shit about him. He calls them rats. He says he's going to kill him, and he explains how he's going to do it. Like every other day.
That the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing.
Yeah.
We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press,
trying to force tactical errors.
Stop.
Yeah.
Allow me to make a few
He died
suggestions.
like a dog.
People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business. And I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you. If it
It's
can
big
be
for national
admitted.
morale.
Or more fake news from...
Oh, I agree with you on that too. I think it's very important that he comes out here and talks like this, because I think that all of the 21-year-old chuds that are in the military, I hate to say it, guys, but there's a reason why recruitment is so high. Every 21-year-old chud that hears, we're going to kill them like rats, and they're like, oh. They're loving it. This is what they signed up for. Yeah, exactly. Like this is the thing is that every young guy, like, do you know what they do? They sit around and like probably in America, right? A lot of these guys that join the military have grown up watching movies like 300, Jarhead, American Sniper, Black Hawk Down, or fucking, Kingdom of Heaven or something like that. And then you have a guy that's running the military with literal crusader tattoos, and he's talking about bringing God to the Middle East. He's got fucking, he's talking about killing these guys like rats. Troy, yeah. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, God wills it. Yeah, Generation Kill, all this stuff. I mean, like, yeah, this is what they're for. This is what they're about, man. Like, yeah, Helldivers too. There's another one.
CNN reports
talking about your generation. They forgot about Iraq. No, it's the problem is that they remembered. That's the reason why they want it. Is that they saw what happened at Iraq and they saw how much time was wasted because the military didn't actually have a decisive lethal goal. And whenever they have somebody who did have a decisive lethal goal, I think that's what they want to have happen. That's the whole point.
Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. Yeah. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report.
So the guys that systematically destroyed every single ballistic missile capability manufacturer in the entire fucking country didn't think about, well, what if they attack the boats? What if, like, what? What are we talking about?
The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening. There's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more now, going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses.
Yeah, it's like Saudi Arabia and Qatar shooting down the drones.
It is unshakable. Our options maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said,
God, I wish I was American. Canada's the worst. Do you remember whenever the leader of your military went up on stage and started crying about being racist 100 years ago? I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what happened to you guys up there. I really don't. It's bad.
President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength, in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up.
So they're just going to keep bombing the shit out of them until, the bombing will continue until morale improves. It's pretty simple. Wow.
And quantity has a quality
How can it still
of
be
its
ramping?
own.
The reason why it's ramping is that now they're attacking smaller local targets, like, for example, militia bases and IRGC stations, rather than focusing on very large military installations, because most of those have been destroyed. So, like, they were basically destroying the strategy, and now they're going after the tactics. Does that make sense? That's what I'm guessing, right? And also, they don't have any defenses anymore, so it's easier to shoot more stuff with less risk. Because, like, obviously, each different type of missile and, like, way of attack has a higher and a lower probability of there being countermeasures used against it. So whenever you can use things that effectively you can shoot down easily, but if they can't shoot them down, then it's perfect. So yeah, that's really what I'm thinking is happening. That's what I guess.
We continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear,
I feel like that's obviously happened.
Achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions.
So this is why are we doing this to Iran and not North Korea? North Korea is way less of a problem than Iran is. Like, realistically. Like, Kim just sits there in his house and he doesn't fuck with us. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't cause any problems. Like, I mean, that's another really big reason. Like, they're like nukes. Well, I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? But like, also, like, they're not a threat, really. They're retarded, but they're not really a threat.
We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos.
North Korea is a private server? Yeah.
And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes. All of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war, in this context and in pursuit of peace, is necessary. Which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep you. And keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay.
Yeah, apparently they didn't get attacked or anything. They just, I don't know, somebody set something on fire.
We're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels.
It's crazy how they're just attacking all kinds of commercial vessels, people that are totally unrelated to the war, just because they want to.
We're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future.
Definitely they'll do that.
As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons.
I'm surprised they have any left. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to go to the questions and have them go through some of these, because obviously, like, this is just more like specific stuff. And who's the biggest economic competitor in the past 30 years? China. What will the U.S. have after the war? Iran, Venezuela oil, Iran's oil, Panama Canal. If we get Russia to our side, China's economy collapses. Why? I don't think that's really what's going to happen. I don't think they're going to get Russia on our side. I think that the main goal is to just get Russia out of Ukraine, right? I mean, that's basically it.
In the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, this is the questions.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
That's true. That's a good question.
I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like at all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose, as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world has seen...
they've done this multiple times before. The idea that the government didn't plan for this is retarded. Of course they planned for this.
Obviously. To fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part.
Very true.
And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day.
That's the reason why they got the missiles, is so they can protect the nukes. Like, I mean, that's the entire plan.
So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities, if you have anything you want to add.
I appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or...
This guy seems really competent, by the way. Like, he does.
Anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So, thank you.
He's kind of boring, though. Yeah, that's the reason why he's good.
The Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on...
Oh, boy. That's a drama question. Uh-oh.
California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time.
Let me guess, they can do it?
Thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible leader of this team as well, alongside the president and Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president and the vice president every single day is a key.
They're trying trying to create discord and discontent between Trump and Vance because Vance seems to be less supportive of the Iran war. I don't really see why he has to be supportive of it. Like, we have like 50 problems in the country. Why does he have to be 100% locked in on this one problem? It's like, it's a stupid premise to begin with.
Voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie.
Yes. Exactly.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum.
They're probably, because it's such a high profile thing or like high severity thing, they're probably not going to say what they're going to do with it.
Ensure that they never do.
Well, it makes sense.
And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer. Without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do a negotiation.
They just give it away.
I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure.
Great.
Right next to him. No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it.
Quarter zip right there. Yep. No, you. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Every time I hear quarter zip, I just think of
Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There's been reporting.
They are not going to let up on this, man. Oh my God. It's like, what do you want them to say? Like, I think that honestly what they should do is they should just simply keep giving the same generic answer over and over and over until they eventually just stop asking the question. I think that's what I would do. Because here, the reality is that the media will not accept an outcome that doesn't mean that the United States or Israel is at fault. Like, even if Iran did bomb the school, if the investigation shows that to be the case, they will just say that the government's lying, basically. It's important. I think that it's being obviously overrepresented, and it is, I mean, yeah, obviously it's bad, but I think that what they're doing is they're trying to use this as some sort of emotional bludgeon that they can effectively beat over everybody and say, oh, you killed a school full of girls, you did this, you did this, you did this. Like, I mean, really, I don't think anybody supports having that happen, but when you're having a war, accidents happen, and we don't even know who did it or not. Like, it's hyper fixated on, and it's being done with the express purpose and goal to delegitimize American and Israeli attacks on Iran to make us look like we are the bad guys. That's why it's being done. And so, yeah, why even, I think that you make a mistake by even trying to play into this type of narrative. And someone clearly supports it. No, they don't. I mean, do you think that mistakes never happen with bombings? We just had a plane crash and 6 people die. Mistakes happen all the time. Do you think that they wanted to crash the plane and kill themselves? No, that's just what happens. Like, I don't see how, I mean, really, just think about it logically for 3 seconds. It's the press's job to be critical of the government, bro. I think that they are not really being critical of the government. I think they're being partisan and biased. I think that they've already asked this question 15 times. This isn't, the press is not being critical of the government. They are complicit in effectively enabling enemies. They're completely biased about it. They're not being critical.
That indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians.
Man.
Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. we have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second?
About the straightforward moves, about the Navy.
It's a tactically complex environment. And before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost like 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it.
I don't know what the rules
are. To address it and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well.
Yeah.
Right here.
Thank you. That's right, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and a transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over the top.
Somebody says, do you think this will be any different than the war in Afghanistan? Religious zealots never surrender. I could see this going on for years. You know what's really funny is that what I think is funny about it is the fact that, yes, very obviously, of course, religious zealots don't surrender, but also they already are. They already are. They're already roaching out at this very moment. The entire idea that you can't break this type of narrative is crazy. Of course you can. You absolutely
the
can.
Types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines since the war started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks, what is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do, or what we should do, or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep, or expansive missions, or prolonged timelines, or democracy building, or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in.
It seems like it's a huge fucking mistake to do that. That's whenever you get entangled indirectly.
For something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving, and kept pouring more troops in and on the ground, and then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here?
Yeah.
I'm not clear what it is.
Yeah.
We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives, we're pursuing those objectives, the president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
What the? Yeah, okay.
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue. We're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships to the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned.
How did you not plan for this? Oh my God, bro, like these guys, these people are such rats. How did you not plan for this? Like, what a fucking idiot. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. We're good. Sorry about that. Continue.
For it. We recognize it. because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it, or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do, or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you,
I think that Trump has made that mistake multiple times, where like he's given definitive like things, and then obviously it didn't happen that way, and then he looked bad. And so I think it's very obvious that they're trying to avoid that as much as possible.
That maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I would clarify that. I think what we try to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor injuries returned to duty, and so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines, and are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up: were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
Oh,
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface-to-surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
There's
like
been
that.
no.
It's still flowing through.
There's been no strikes.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S.? And what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives, and so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping in a couple
the president
weeks.
has a historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established.
I think we're just going to keep selling China more of the oil, and then China's going to let Iran fall. I think that's what's going to happen. That's the best case scenario that's best for both China and America, and it just fucks Iran. Like, that's the smart thing to do. Like, if I was Trump, that's what I would do.
For that relationship, which advanced the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Man, well, there it is. And he did do that. I mean, hopefully, right? Also improves relations. Yeah, definitely. So apparently, dude, this game, Slay the Spire 2, oh my God. It's like super popular. I didn't even know this.
Okay. How does this keep happening? Here we are yet again with another indie game releasing in the same week on the same day as a highly anticipated AAA release, though the type of anticipation widely depends from person to person, and it comes out and it just absolutely crushes them.
Yes.
Slay the Spire 2 has had 7 times the amount of players as Marathon.
7 times. That's sad.
Now, I'm not going to sit here here and try to tell you guys that I think that Marathon is some failure. I think that the game did within expectations of most games.
It was all right. Yeah, it was all right. It's not. It was not. It was not Concord 3. Now it might end up at Concord 3, but it's not there yet.
Problem is that Marathon isn't most games. It's one of Sony's biggest bets. It's coming from a studio that's behind some of the most prolific first-person shooters in the entire industry. It's got a ton of money and a ton of marketing behind it. Oh, a lot of marketing. And the real question is going to come down to whether or not this is enough for Sony. Whether or not this is the number that Sony was looking for.
Yeah.
These two games have had a lot of people talking. A lot of people are using it as an opportunity to slam Marathon, showing that this is the way, this game has totally failed. Yeah. On the other end of that, you have people that are deflecting, trying to say that the two games are not comparable because, well, they're just not the same. And I've also seen a lot of people try to write off Slay the Spire 2's success as just another roguelike. What I think...
They should have made just another roguelike. That's all you have to do. So you just make a roguelike video game and it gets 500,000 players? Wow, that's crazy. I guess every single roguelike gets 500,000 players. Jesus, who thinks of this?
All this discussion does is ignore some really incredibly important questions. Who is playing these two games?
Yeah.
Why are they choosing one over the other? And what are they chasing? That's what we're going to find out today.
Yeah, about right.
The last couple of weeks, honestly, the last couple of months have been kind of insane for games. There's been plenty of...
I can't believe they nerfed my build in this game. That's how good I was.
Drama that we'll be getting into. But, man, gamers have been genuinely eating so good recently. We need to take the time to appreciate that. February had Neo 3, which ate up a lot of my personal time. Eugenics as well.
I can see why, bro. If you can't even dodge that attack, that mob's been in fucking Team Ninja games for 7 years. It's been in Team Ninja games for 7 years. You get hit by the same overhead slam.
Jeez. From the creator of Binding of Isaac. Then we got Resident Evil Requiem, which, man, that game has just been so good. I just finished my second playthrough of that. We also got a steady stream of information coming out around Crimson Desert, and honestly, it looks like that game's actually going to be delivering on its promises, and man, if it does, oh boy, that's going to be a problem.
It's going to be the best
now we have March, and Pokemon Pokopia launches.
Here, let me give you guys some advice. If you want a low-maintenance girlfriend, you should date a girl that plays Pokemon and likes to play and get into Pokemon games. The reason why is that they are already conditioned into accepting the absolute bare minimum, the lowest quality, and the worst possible outcome that they could ever have, and then they continually stick with it for 20 years. So if you want a girlfriend, it's low maintenance, it's not going to cause you any problems, go to the Pokemon section and find one of those.
Which is genuinely a good Pokemon game. PlayStation launches Marathon, which seems to have found an audience that genuinely enjoys it. But the player numbers definitely leave a lot of questions on the table. Questions that get a lot louder when on the exact same day, it is entirely eclipsed by Slay the Spire 2.
Yeah.
The comparison of these two games flooded social media almost immediately. Marathon peaked at about 88,000 concurrent players. It lost momentum over the weekend, something that we normally don't see, and it never broke over 80K again. Slay the Spire 2, however, launched to over 175,000 players, and it kept climbing day after day, eventually hitting a peak of 570,000 concurrent players. It is now the 20th most played game in Steam history.
It's insane.
These are absolutely absurd numbers. Now, I've seen a lot of people trying to estimate how many copies Marathon has sold. That's the game that most people are the most curious about right now. And, well, most of the math that I've seen has been pretty flawed, with people overcomplicating it more than they need to. The simplest way for you guys to be able to gauge how a game is done is just look for a game with similar launch performance and see what that studio reported. Marathon peaked at around 88,000 concurrent players, and the closest comparable across all platforms is actually Dragon Age the Veilguard, which actually had more players, about 1,000 players higher than them. EA reported that game had engaged 1.5 million players at launch, whatever that means. But
I find that to be an overestimation, because Dragon Age the Veilguard was free, I think, with like some sort of like Game Pass or some other variation of that. And also, players is not sales. So whenever you hear the word players, there's a reason why they're saying players and not sales. I think that if you compare it, like I would say, how many copies has Marathon sold? Probably like 600,000, 700,000. Like maybe a little bit more than that. Like that would be my guess.
Marathon is likely sitting right around there, likely just below that, or maybe just at 1 million copies sold.
How many refunds?
Now, a critical difference between these two releases that I think is really important to take notice of is that GamesIndustry.biz ran a piece noting that Slay the Spire 2 was not multi-platform. This game was only on Steam, and it has already sold over 2.8 million units based on available data, and that 43% of those sales are coming from China alone, which is a massive market. Now, I love this because this is a 10-person studio team that is making a $25 deck builder that's cracking into markets that AAA publishers.
Think about that, 3 million, 25. So that's $75 million. Obviously, you know, you cut all that up. Like, each of those guys is walking away with 7 figures, 100%. That is crazy.
Are spending hundreds of millions of dollars, and they can't even reach. I think this is a bit poetic that the games industry has been spending years chasing larger and larger audiences, and in that pursuit, they've managed to shrink the audience that they do have, while also somehow ignoring one of the biggest ones in the entire world.
I think that another big issue, and the reason why this happens, is that a lot of video games aren't video games anymore. they're like interactive stories or some other form of, vignette simulator where you go from, some encounter to another encounter, like a walking simulator. Like, there are very few actual video games being made nowadays. And like, it's very weird for me to say this, but like, whenever I played Resident Evil, for example, like, I mean, cutscenes are great. We love cutscenes, but like, the problem is that some games are just all dialogue and there's like no real gameplay loop. Like, there's nothing you really do in the game. And I think that's just, it's Last of Us ruined everything. It did. It ruined everything. Every video game before that was good. Every video game after that very clearly was bad. Expedition 33 was perfect. Yeah, it was. And like, now I feel like there are so many games. Like, I was playing like through Wuthering Waves, for example, and like I was doing the story, and like the story was very good. It's a very nice story, but at the same time, like, I want to fight the dragon. I want to fight the guy. I want to fight the robot, and like, where is that? And it's like, it's just like, I want to, like, I always feel like in a lot of cases, the story for a lot of games is almost like an inhibitor for gameplay. I don't know if you guys ever had that vibe before, but it's just like a huge inhibitor for gameplay.
Even Megacrit, the developers of the game, couldn't help themselves. They jumped onto Twitter posting, "Congratulations to Marathon Team on their launch. Don't let a small indie passion project pass you by just because Slay the Spire 2 is out."
Talking shit.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
Guys, Megacrit is a 10-person studio that dropped a single trailer announcing their early access launch. Bungie is an 800-developer studio backed by PlayStation, throwing everything at the wall, and this wasn't even close. I mean,
I don't think that they might be able to recover from this too, because like, keep in mind, there's another factor for this with Bungie, is that Marathon is probably also cannibalizing players from Destiny 2. And like, I've seen Destiny 2's player numbers go down drastically. So like, even the success of Marathon is not completely, like, exclusive to Marathon.
PlayStation is known for spending heavily on their marketing, but this might be one of their most aggressive campaigns that I have ever seen. Honestly, I would not be surprised if they spent over $200 million just on their marketing campaign. They sponsored nearly every content creator under the sun. They ran a full suite of ads. They built out an ARG experience so that players could hunt down lore and real clues and stuff like that in real life. They have an entire song that was written and recorded by Poppy, and they ran an advertisement presenting the game's prosthetics and shells as real technology to prank unsuspecting guests. Now, honestly, I'm not even going to throw shade at any of this other than the money that they spent, but a lot of this stuff was genuinely cool. I think it gets the community involved almost immediately, and it all fits the theme of the game really well, but you guys just got lapped 7 times by a studio that's now walking back their own track.
I'm gonna be honest, like, all these marketing boys are fucking retarded, and the people that do them are just basically, it's like, these are the, like the girls that post like their videos of like them going to work, and like all they do is like get boba tea and have meetings. Like, this is like where it's like basically adult daycare. These are adult daycare projects. Nobody gives a fuck about this shit. Nobody cares. This is stupid. This is stupid. Anybody who's focusing on this is wasting your money. You need to make a good video game. That's what your focus needs to be. You need to be making a good video game. Make a good video game. Make a good video game. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. And like, this over focus on marketing and these marketing events, like some companies, like, I actually think that marketing is probably the lowest competency like field that I've noticed inside of business. Like, I'm not a big finance guy, so like I could be missing probably a lot there. But like, outside of that, I feel like it's marketing. Like, there are so many people that are just so stupid that work in marketing that, I mean, I don't know why. Like, I mean, you should put them in jail. I mean, really, I mean, you basically stole $50 million, right, for this marketing budget, and you turned $50 million into $3 million. Like, yeah, you should just go to jail.
Trash talk, because they look like the bully for outperforming you. All this does is prove that money can buy attention, but not interest. PlayStation spent a lot of money here, and the market just didn't care.
No, because nobody cared about that. It was a stupid decision made by a person that should be fired. Anybody who thinks like that or has that type of mentality, if you're running a company, just fire them. It's worthless trash.
When you look at the reception of both of these games, I think the outcome makes a lot of sense. Slay the Spire 2 is a sequel to one of the most beloved and widely played indie games in the entire scene. It's $25, and even less if you actually buy the first one. They give you a discount on it. The studio has a great reputation, and every day more and more people are choosing to actively support indie developers. It's a known quantity in every sense.
Should I try this?
Marathon, on the other hand, is a pile of uncertainty. It's a $40 live service game dropping into a free-to-play market, which honestly, I don't really think would be much of a deal breaker if it wasn't for the fact that Bungie has spent years thoroughly torching their own reputation. Egregious monetization, removing paid content that players had already paid for, repeated controversies over stolen artwork, and essentially sacrificing Destiny 2 on the altar of this new game, turning their own audience against them in the process. It's literally...
And that will hurt the longevity and the trust with Marathon. Because what I think is probably going to happen is that Bungie will recalibrate and then make content for Destiny 2, and then the Marathon players will perceive the same thing, and it will create a toxic relationship with the developers and their fans. That's where I think things are going to go.
The meme of the shiny new favorite.
Yeah.
And even with the game out now, I still don't think that Marathon is a known quantity. I mean, PlayStation themselves don't actually seem to be completely sure of what the game is. They've been asking reviewers to hold off their coverage until late March when Bungie plans to release the Cryo Archive, a raid-like scenario reminiscent
Wait, they don't want people to review the game when it releases? What the fuck? What? What do you mean you don't want them to review the game when it comes out?
Destiny that some believe is the final piece is going to make the whole experience click. The argument being that judging the game without it just isn't a complete picture, and my
Then
question...
you shouldn't have sold the game without it, fucking idiot. Fucking stupid. Stupid idiot.
Is, well, then why did you guys sell an incomplete experience?
Yeah!
Look, asking reviewers to hold off is only going to build distrust. It's going to make players feel like this game is getting preferential treatment that it wouldn't be getting otherwise. And honestly, those players would be right. If critics are either delaying their coverage or carving out caveats for content that doesn't even exist yet, well, one, that's unfair. And two, that is useless to anybody that is trying to decide whether or not to buy the game right now. And even if the Cryo Archive is that genuinely transformative, all you're really doing is telling players that it's going to get better later. Content that a new or casual player is unlikely to see for a long time.
The review, asking people to hold back a review is fundamentally consumer unfriendly. And I think this goes to talk about more of the toxic relationship that developers have with game journalists, where the focus is not about being in the best interest of the player. It's about being in the best interest of either the journalist or the developer. And the player's benefit is seen as like a secondary, serendipitous outcome, if possible.
Time, if ever, especially given how much more demanding Marathon is and how much more competitive Marathon is compared to something like Arc Raiders. What players need to know right now is what the game feels like on a day 1 or day 2 basis, not what this game is going to feel like a month from now.
Yeah, why would you do that? And also, the game, like, that content isn't even out. How do you know how that content's going to affect the player base? There's so much emergent player behavior inside of a big live service game like this that you can never really predict what's going to happen.
Every single sale starts with the first day, and every single return happens in just a couple hours. What are we doing? What I think everybody is missing in this conversation is that players do not need a complete picture. All they need is a snapshot. And most people have already made up their minds on this game before it even came out. I think that's exactly what the numbers are telling you right now. Marathon's audience didn't grow over the weekend. It declined and then stabilized.
That's
the
really
people
bad.
that were on the fence gave the game a shot and didn't come back. The people who are playing it right now are the ones that were always going to be playing it.
Yeah.
I took the headphones off. It's hot as hell in here, so hopefully this still sounds good. Contrary to popular belief, I actually do not think that Marathon is a failed game, nor do I think that it's necessarily an objectively bad game. And honestly, I also think that it has dodged out on being Concord 3.
So far.
Kind of.
Yeah.
All this depends on whether or not PlayStation sees this level of success and says, yes, this is acceptable. This is what we were looking for. They have to see the numbers and say that it's worthy of their investment, their initial investment, and also their future investment. And as we have learned multiple times, many, many times by now, these companies are not necessarily fair when it comes to the expectations that they put onto these games. And this isn't even just talking about the right now. We're also talking about when this game starts to lose players, when this game starts to cool down a little bit, when the content creators walk away from it for a while.
It's like when this game has like 20,000 players, which I think could happen within like a couple of months. I do think that you could see, like, I do, like, you can't run a AAA studio the size of Bungie with a player base that is 20,000 people. You just can't do it. Like, it doesn't matter, like, because you can't monetize on that level. You don't have that many microtransactions. You can't do, other types of fucking, like, pay-to-win stuff. So the amount of money you can make is minimized. Whatever you're trying to measure. I'm just saying in general.
Sponsor it anymore when there's a content wall. And I saw Shroud talking about it, and he had said, well, they put too much money into it. PlayStation wouldn't abandon it, even if it had 3 players.
57,000.
Brother, didn't you have a game that also failed?
Well, not only, I mean, and also, like, by the way, Shroud is wrong. He's wrong about that. There are 2 examples I can give to show that he's wrong. The first example that I would give would be the fact that they shut down Blue Point Studio that made one of the most successful remakes of all time, which was the Demon's Souls remake. That was one of the release cases for the PS5. And the second instance that I would also give for him being wrong would be, actually, I forgot. There was another one. I forgot what it was. That's the first one. Oh, Concord, right, of course. How am I not thinking? Yes, Concord. Concord was a completely new IP, and they tabled that after hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, they even planned out an entire universe for Concord, and as soon as it came out and people hated it, like, PlayStation basically, like, it's like, this is what they did in the 80s. They buried all of the ET Atari games out in, like, a Mexican desert. Like, that's, if Concord came out and it was 1985, you would have a Mexican desert full of Concords. That's it.
I think that this game has found its core audience, and I think that audience is
they refunded the players.
And
That's
I think
crazy.
that this is a real extraction shooter, which kind of ends up being a problem. It does make sure that that audience is incredibly passionate, and it also does at the same time make that this audience is probably going to be much smaller than Sony probably originally thought it was going to be. This game is incredibly difficult. It's not very forgiving. And when you have this raid-style content that's being...
Extraction shooters, by definition, are extreme hardcore games. The people that want extraction shooters want a hardcore game. That is, they are by definition hardcore.
Touted as the end game. Well, it's going to be really hard for a lot of players, the wide audience, the majority audience, to be able to enjoy that content when they're constantly losing their stuff all the time. And I can't imagine that that raid is going to be all that fun if you do not have some of the best equipment available to be able to take it on. Now, I don't know if Sony is okay with this game being a Helldivers 2, a game that is hot in a season but colder for the year. That's something that we're going to have to wait to find out.
I mean, Helldivers 2 had such a huge ceiling. Shooters want a hardcore game. That is, they are by definition hardcore.
Touted as the end game. Well, it's going to be really hard for a lot of players, the wide audience, the majority audience, to be able to enjoy that content when they're constantly losing their stuff all the time. And I can't imagine that that raid is going to be all that fun if you do not have some of the best equipment available to be able to take it on. Now, I don't know if Sony is okay with this game being a Helldivers 2, a game that is hot in a season but colder for the year. That's something that we're going to have to wait to find out.
I mean, Helldivers 2 had such a huge ceiling, and it was massively more successful than Marathon. It wasn't even close. It had cultural relevance. There are a lot of collabs that they've done that have done very well also, and they've managed to find their own footing later on. And also, the studio is probably a fraction of the size of Bungie, just based off of just studio entropy, where like a studio over time just accumulates more people. Bungie's been around for 20 years. They've probably got a ton of redundant jobs and redundant positions that, you know, probably they could use some layoffs. And I think that if Marathon keeps going in the direction that it's going, we're going to see that happen.
Genuinely, I'm not shitting on Marathon, okay? Good Lord, the amount of people for like the last week that I have had that have been flowing into both my DMs, on my comments on Twitter, and in my videos that have been trying to call me out thinking that I'm trying to attack their game. Look, it has been some of the most insecure behavior that I think that I have ever seen. But I realized something in that. That insecurity has a source. It's coming from somewhere. That insecurity is a self-defense, and I think that it's something that is working to both the negative and also the benefit of Marathon, but also the same for Slay the Spire. For me personally, I've been trying to give Marathon a fair shot, and I'll be honest with you guys, that has been a struggle as somebody who is predisposed to hating Bungie, but the game does have things that I love. For as jaded
the thing for me is like I'm predisposed to liking Bungie, but not liking Marathon. That was like my vibe from it.
I am as a Destiny player who lost
like
content.
I really like
paid
Halo
for.
growing up.
I cannot deny that this game feels incredible to play. The movement, the gunplay, their take on science fiction, the worlds that they built, all of that stuff. That's all still here. That's all still Bungie that's showing up in Marathon. But Marathon, man, this game is so over-designed. It's like one of those pretentious fashion shows where it's all fashion and no function. The game looks incredible. It drips with a distinct
like a Kanye West fashion show. Yeah, exactly.
Style that you genuinely cannot find anywhere else. And then you open a menu and your brain just starts to melt. Information, items, purchases all scattered in different ways that make the game just so needlessly just starts to melt. Information style that you genuinely cannot find anywhere else. And then you open a menu and your brain just starts to melt. Information, items, purchases all scattered in different ways that make the game just so needlessly confusing. I get that buying specific items from specific factions is lore accurate, but I should be able to sort this stuff by what I actually need. Meds, ammo, whatever else, without feeling like I need to go on a damn treasure hunt. There's no crafting in this game, so outside of that's a blue item, that's a green item, there's no real framework for any decision making that you're making out in the field. Players and NPCs are blurring together in the moment. Sound feels like it's tight in some areas and then loose in others, which is just creating this low-grade constant confusion that just never really lifts for me. And the neon colors everywhere. Again, I understand it's on theme, but your eyes are drawn to nothing. Basically, your eyes are looking at just big random red objects and pink objects and yellow objects.
It's like basically if you took Killzone and Fall Guys and you put them together. That's the art theme of Marathon.
Visual noise. Now, the problem that I'm having is that I don't know how much of that is the game and how much of that is me. I have never had this happen before, but I cannot tell if these things genuinely bother me or if it's just that I have nothing left to give. I don't trust Bungie. I'm exhausted with live service. The rate that these games launch and die every single year has me just completely tuned out of the whole thing. Then I sat down with Slay the Spire 2, and yes, I know that these games are entirely different, but the feeling is not different. Playing a game shouldn't feel this different. I was immediately in a flow state. Every single mechanic was so curious and inviting. The tooltips.
It's also that it's a video game. Like, you spend time, like, you're not dealing with, like, 1,000 menus, it seems. Like, this is another big issue that games have, is that there's so much, there are so many, like, things in a video game sometimes that it's just overwhelming, and it's like it's a distraction. It takes you away from the actual gameplay. This is a video game.
explaining themselves right there on the card. The menus were so simple to be able to navigate. I'm getting that little hit of reward every time I take down an elite or something else clicks. I just couldn't stop. And when I finally put the game down, I didn't feel exhausted. I didn't feel like I was committed to anything because I knew that game would be there whenever I came back to it. There is a simple bliss in that simple sense of security. This is something that I think returns to what a lot of classic games used to feel like, where the experience was all about discovering things on your own and taking your time, where the tools were simple, but everything just felt limitless. And then I started wondering, maybe there's a lot of other people that are chasing that exact same feeling. Something that the games industry just hasn't come to terms with yet is that while they love gambling,
I think that a lot of people also just, they want to be able to play a fucking video game. And I think the big issue of what happens is that you have a game like Marathon and there are just so many extra bells and whistles and complications with the game that they're getting in the way of you just being able to just play the game. Like, I feel like that's always what I want to do in games. I just want to play the game. I just want to go and play the game. And there's like, oh, wait a minute, there's something else, there's something else, there's something else, there's something else. Oh, jeez.
Live service games, because the upside is insane. One successful game is going to effectively just make them immune to all the failures that they had before, wiping the slate clean. What they don't account for is that while those failures may not hurt them, they absolutely hurt the players. Live service games ask a lot from us. Marathon is not just some $40 purchase. It is a game that is going to continue to ask for more and more money.
And it's also time. Time is a huge thing. Like, I have a rule with myself. I only do dailies in one game. That's it. I only do dailies in one video game. Now, it might be a different game every day, but I will never do dailies on 2 games.
Faith in the studio, more faith in a roadmap, more faith in a future that is genuinely unclear. And that ask lands a lot differently when players have watched so many of these games just disappear.
Too much effort, yeah.
Every time a live service game shuts down, real people get hurt by it. And I'm not just talking about the developers in this instance, because while we can sit around and we can meme all day, and while a lot of these games we can say are not made for you and I, or honestly the vast majority of people, there are a few people who genuinely do enjoy these games, and the number of those players is just accruing over time. I guarantee that there are people who bought skins in Multiverses, in The Cycle Frontier, in Concord, and Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, in Highguard.
Skins have been vanished into the void.
Actually, I know that's a fact because I just recently jumped into a match of Highguard just to grab some footage before the game's eventual shutdown, and there were people that were wearing paid skins. People who cared, people who were invested, and that all just gets taken away because these games are not hitting a benchmark that has nothing to do with them.
Well, it's also that,
that's done over time. Is it
the fact is, like, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I just think Arc Raiders is a much better game. I do. Like, I think it's just a better game. Like, there's more to it. It's more interesting. The style is better. Like, I just rather play it. Like, I look at Marathon versus Arc Raiders, and it's like, you just ask me which game do you feel is, like, more appealing, and it's Arc Raiders every single time.
The audience, and too, you have people who will go nowhere near a game like Marathon because they don't know what it is, they don't know what it will become, and they don't want to find out the hard way. And then you have people who are genuinely...
I don't agree with that mentality, by the way. I think that whenever a game comes out, there's nothing wrong with playing it and just seeing what it's like for fun. I think that we should normalize just trying something out rather than making playing a video game a commitment. I think that really it's like you try out a game like this. If it's not very good, you just quit. Who cares? Right? I mean, you just refund the game after 2 hours. It's pretty simple.
And they're terrified that it's going to suffer the same fate as a lot of these other games. So they go out there, they start defending it like crazy from any and all criticism just to try to keep it alive. That's how you end up with
these money. Yeah, I feel like a lot of games have demos, you can refund them. But yeah, I mean, maybe if that's the case, I mean, obviously that's different.
Wild swings where you have these devout players that are preaching the word on one side and everybody else that's skeptical on the other. It's also how you end up with a launch that genuinely you can't really call a success or failure. It's just kind of sitting in limbo, which is exactly where Marathon is sitting right now.
I would say, yeah, actually, you know what? He's probably right about that. Yeah, it's probably in the middle.
On the other hand, you have Slay the Spire 2, which isn't asking you for anything beyond the $25 that you had already spent on it like any other single-player game. These developers have already come out publicly stating that they are microtransaction haters, a stark contrast to basically everybody else in the industry. They have a positive reputation. They have no barrier to entry. I'm pretty sure you can run this game on a potato. So, of course, this game got 7 times the players. I posted on Twitter celebrating the launch of the game, and I saw somebody had responded, to be fair, this is the most casual of casual games. Literally anybody could play it.
What is that supposed to mean? Like, a video game has to be good. Like, really? Like, what are you talking about?
Like, that was supposed to be some criticism or some...
Yeah, like, what about Balatro, Vampire Survivors, Fortnite, Minecraft? All of these games could be played on a fucking... on, like, a Nokia phone. Yeah, duh.
And I said, to be fair, that smells like success. Exactly. What they're describing as the negative, low barrier to entry, accessible to everybody, no steep learning curve that's going to keep people out. That's exactly why more than 2.8 million people bought it almost immediately. The games industry keeps trying to lock players down, stretching out these games and their playtime and their attention and all these different things beyond what any player can realistically give any of these guys, and it's just not working. Slay the Spire 2.
Yeah, and that's another thing, too, is that there's a lot of games that they want to extend playtime by adding in like just random goals that you have to just basically get you to play the game more. And I feel like really nobody wants to do that in a lot of cases. Nobody wants to do any of this shit like dailies, activities, like, and also it's like just adding in extra tasks just to extend playtime.
It's not going anywhere. It doesn't need to hold 100 million concurrent players just to be able to justify its existence. It already has made its money cleanly from a $25 purchase and no servers to maintain. And all they got to worry about is just keep building on the game from its early access while it's already a smashing success. Megacrit didn't have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in marketing or anything else.
Oh, it means Mega Bonk, I think.
Which means that they just basically get all the money in return that they spend. And it's an enormous payoff for these guys. They get to keep making games, and the game itself just sits there, permanent, waiting for whoever wants it. Next week, next year, 5 years from now, you cannot say that about a lot of these live service games. I think that permanence is a form of trust, and trust is something that is in very short supply in the games industry. When I look at how a lot of these indie games are getting support and they're just snowballing year after year with every single one of these releases seeming to land harder than the last, I don't think that that's people that are just discovering good games. I think that's a signal. Players are tired. They're tired of the indifference towards the future of their hobby. They're tired of games disappearing, tired of money that they're spending on something that is just being taken away.
There's also a component to it too, where like a lot of these bigger video games have like a scope that's just so large that it's hard for a casual player to get into it. So like, for example, like where Windsmeet has this problem and also Marathon has this problem. And it's like there are so many complex systems that are hard to understand that you immediately have to interface with that you don't discover in like organically, that it just is overwhelming for a casual player. And you compare that to like something like Mugenics, for example, which is another really popular, successful indie game recently. Or you look at, you know, maybe Slay the Spire. I don't know a lot about that game, so I can't really compare it, but Megabonk's another good example. These games are very simple. And I think that that's another element, is that a lot of video games now are over-designed. They're completely over-designed with no real purpose or value attached to that. It's just more stuff for more stuff.
As to put faith in studios that just haven't earned it. And every single time they open their wallet up for a Megacrit over a Bungie, they're saying so.
Yeah.
I had to motivate myself to play Marathon. I could not peel myself away from Slay the Spire 2.
I have not felt compelled to play Marathon at all since I played it on stream. I've not even considered it.
Damn, is that game addicting. Once you start unlocking stuff, once you start figuring out new builds for some of the characters, I played the first game. I think I beat it in like 50 hours or something like that. I got 10 hours into this one. I'm probably just going to burn straight through it. I have a problem with roguelikes. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Once I'm in, I don't come out. It's mostly because of the fact that, like, I don't know if you guys run into this, but when you play roguelikes, like, they all play so differently. There's that initial adjustment phase that you kind of got to get over, and once you get past that, you're kind of locked into it. You know, I saw this guy post on Twitter. This had me dying. And he had said that I am a Indie's good, AAA bad grifter. These people have...
Is it grifting if every chart agrees with you? Is it grifting if it's being represented in every form of data representation that you have? Like, yeah, I don't know about that.
Lost the meaning of that term. It is
Megacrit's
forever
the developer of Slay the Spire? Oh, I'm an idiot.
When
I
did
thought he was talking about
supporting
Megaball.
indies over billion-dollar AAA companies turn into a grift? That's what I would like to know. But I'll tell you guys what I told him, and I'll say it proudly again. I am a natural-born hater, baby.
I am too.
I am somebody that is jaded by an industry that left me behind, and I have no problem with championing an industry that I see that's trying to bring it back.
Super bad.
Am I picking sides? You fucking better bet I am.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want Marathon to fail. I see that people...
So why are we advocating for games to be lazy and stupid? Oh, it's over-designed for casuals. No, it's over-designed for people who want brain-dead games. I don't get why you'd act like it's a good thing for it to be lazy and entitled. Lazy and entitled? Bro, like it's a video game. What are you even thinking? Lazy and entitled. It's a video game. What? Like, it just on a... Like, the basic premise of what you're saying is just so foundationally disconnected from the way that people see video games. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, really, like, it's... People play these for leisure. They're not playing these to, you know, leave their mark on the world. This isn't the most important thing in their life. It's their entertainment for the evening. Holy shit, man. Relax. Calm down. It's way different from the way modern gamers see games. Sure, people used to have fun losing and not auto-winning. People lose in... What do you mean? Like, you lose 50 times in like Vampire Survivors. You lose constantly in Megabonk. You lose constantly... I don't know about Slay the Spire. You lose constantly in Eugenics. Like, roguelikes are built around losing. Like, if you... Like, the entire gameplay loop for roguelites are losing.
I like the game. While I definitely have a jaded history, I can still see that there's some of that Bungie magic
like
that's
Elden Ring.
being squeezed out of it.
Black Myth
Wukong. And I would kind of like to see them try to iterate on that. The question just becomes whether or not that's what Sony wants, whether this game's success is what Sony sees as a success. Now, the one thing that I will say is it does seem like Sony did just greenlight another project with the company, so maybe
see.
that means all clear. I don't know. I'm still going to try to give the game another fair shot. I need to try to play it with people and stuff like that too, but so far, I've just been bouncing straight off the game every single time I try it. Now, the other thing I'm going to say is, in times of uncertainty, people look for certainty. People look for something that they can find security in. And right now, in the games industry, honestly, in all walks of life, I think a lot of people are just feeling really uncertain right now. So when you look at a game that you can just buy one time, a game that you can afford, most importantly, that has a fixed future, it makes a lot more sense to be able to invest in something like that than something that you just can't see the future for. Doesn't make a lot of sense for these players to want to invest in live service right now.
Yeah, I can't see, like, for example, like, I can't see where Marathon is that's, like, unique or different in, like, 2 years from now. Like, I think that's an interesting way to look at it. Like, that's the way I look at a lot of MMOs. Like, is that I see this game, and I see the player base. It's like, okay, well, where is this game going to be in 2 years? Well, it's going to be on a Kira TV video about it going end of service. It's going to be my lazy peon react. Why did X or Y game die?
I think people have kind of had enough. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, follow me on YouTube, subscribe to the channel if you haven't for whatever reason. That doesn't make no sense. Make sure you guys comment down below and like the video. Like it twice. Is that possible? No, if you like it again, you'll unlike it. Don't like it twice. Catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
I do agree, and I think the reason why it happens is that video games that have small teams are designed with a core gameplay loop in mind, and video games that have large teams, the focus is disconnected between a lot of people. You have design by committee. You have decisions like that. Make sure to give the video a like. I mean, Legendary Drops, I've watched his videos ever since he started basically making videos, right? And I love it. I think it's great. And big companies get slowed down by bureaucracy, while indie games often win by moving faster. Exactly, right? And that's another big reason, too, is that you have these new video games, and like they're being developed, iterated on, everything extremely fucking fast, right? High Guard, for all of its faults, was actually a pretty like agile game in terms of it being reactive to like player feedback. It's just that the game was too far gone for it to be improved. But overall, I think that's what happens with a lot. No woke artists in successful indie companies. Well, I think that there are a lot of woke artists inside of successful indie companies, but they're not running the entire company. They're just doing the art. And also, like, the problem, I think, is it's not even about woke stories. Like, I think that woke stories could be okay, but the problem is that when you have a design by committee and a story is being written by 17 people, you lose the human element because it's not being written by a human, it's being written by a group. And I think that's what happens. Like, no, I mean, I don't really necessarily agree that every woke story is bad or every chud story is good. I mean, like, obviously I'm massively biased, but that doesn't mean that it's 100% one way or another. Baldur's Gate 3 is woke as hell. Well, I mean, woke, in my opinion, is like performative identity stuff, stuff like that, not just simply, oh, there's somebody who's gay. Like, I don't think anybody really thinks that's woke, other than like maybe 3 dumbos on Twitter. So, yeah, I don't know. What's the name of the video again? How the hell? It's called How the Hell Does This Keep Happening? Which I definitely think is a good question, right? It definitely is. Why Jeff Kaplan left Blizzard. Oh boy. I remember whenever he left the company, I was like kind of surprised. I really was. Like, I didn't know what to think. Yeah. Like, this is weird as hell. Like, it kind of caught me by surprise. I don't know if it was you guys too. That's how I felt. It's a good interview? Yeah, apparently.
What eventually it used to be like in 2016.
Sorry.
What eventually broke me was it used to be like in 2016 and 2017, I felt very in control of the Overwatch team and the direction of the game as a game director, working with Ray Gresco as a production director. It felt like we were running Overwatch and we were very, very successful and doing a good job. And I think the fans were happy. And then as we transitioned, Overwatch League was the best intention. My parents always say the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
This is the part I saw before. Yeah, Overwatch League was so stupid. Basing it off of fucking teams and like cities thing. I don't know why they did that.
That was the Overwatch League, and it ended up being an albatross. And then Overwatch 2 was the same thing. And what it boiled down for me, like what sort of ultimately broke me in my Blizzard career, was I got called in the CFO's office, and he sits me down and he says, he gives me a date.
Didn't watch this yesterday.
Which at
This
the
is only
time was
beginning.
2020
This is the whole thing.
and was going to slip to 2021, but at the time it was 2020.
Yeah.
And he said, Overwatch has to make in 2020. And then every year after that, it needs a recurring revenue. And then he says to me,
Jesus,
if it doesn't do dollars, we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you.
Putting it on his head. Like, you are responsible for 1,000 people. If you don't do this the right way, if you don't make the game this way, 1,000 people get fired. Holy shit. Can you imagine that?
And that was just the biggest fuck you moment I had in my career.
Yeah.
It felt surreal to be in that condition. And as somebody who's worked on a lot of games, made a lot of games, you get in these meetings where they're like, Fortnite has 1,400 people working on
Everybody
it.
wants to be Fortnite.
If you just hire,
of course,
1,400 people and make it free to play, we'll make that money, right? And that was, I had believed I would never work anyplace but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was.
It felt so weird when Jeff Kaplan left Blizzard. It really did. Like, it kind of came out of nowhere.
And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come. And that was it. I was like,
just quit after that?
We're done here. Luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there.
I mean, Blizzard is one of the greatest companies in the history of Earth. They've created so many incredible video games.
They were,
It's so difficult to create so many hits. And they were done not by chasing money. They're done by small, incredible teams, the hodgepodge that you describe, taking big risks and falling in love with the thing they do, and then just chasing it, working extremely hard. And just because you figured out a way how to make a lot of money doesn't mean it's not at the core this incredible creative journey that's incredibly difficult to pull off. And just because you got a bunch of really smart, creative people who have somehow figured out how to pull it off multiple times in a row doesn't mean you can just treat it like a machine every single time.
That's the problem, is that they get people in there in the finances especially that don't really have any respect for the creative process, and they don't really care about any of that. They just want to make as much money as possible. And you get somebody like Bobby Kotick running the company. That's very clearly what happened. And also Bobby Kotick was successful in that. Like, he made the stock number go up a lot, right? It's not like he wasn't successful.
It's this beautiful journey of a hodgepodge of weirdos working together, and weirdos have to run that thing. If you ever have a chance to create something special, you have to have weirdos at the helm.
True.
And at the degree to which you don't have weirdos at the helm, creative minds at the helm, and you're a business person at the helm, get out of their way. Right? You can't.
Yeah, this is like the Steve Jobs thing about how the people that usually get promoted regularly, like with more frequency, are not product people, but they're sales people, because like products have a ceiling, but sales doesn't in the same way.
You cannot have the meetings like you're describing. And I don't just speak about this particular company. It's just the entire industry. In general. There's so much joy to be had if we keep creating great games. And I just hope we get to see those great games.
Not going to happen.
I think there's a
not
message
happen with a company
to
like that.
creative people out there,
It's
and
impossible.
people who make stuff. We're so focused on the love of the craft that we get lost in it, and we love doing it. And we're not cutthroat. And we don't have that kind of ambition. We have a different kind of ambition. But there's this whole world, especially as soon as you're lucky enough to have success, that are very cutthroat and very ambitious. And for whatever reason, we keep giving ourselves to them. And we need to stop giving ourselves.
This is a very good point. I think that a lot of companies, they expand very fast whenever they have success because they want to multiply that success and be even more successful and make even more cool stuff. But I think sometimes in doing so, they end up basically making a deal with the devil where they're locked into, making a huge amount of money. And now they have to do things with their games that are consumer unfriendly or player unfriendly in order to meet those deadlines, in order to meet those payments and, like payroll basically.
Warcraft, when we made it, there was no CFO at Blizzard.
Yeah.
You don't need a CFO to make World of Warcraft. You need artists, engineers, designers, producers, and an audio team.
You don't need to bring in, just because you're making a lot of money, it doesn't mean you need to now start adulting by bringing in a CFO.
Yeah.
You can figure it out.
And there are great finance guys. Like, I've worked with finance guys who get it and get out of the way and respect, and they're gamers, and they sort of understand. But, like, I wish developers would understand their own value more and stop handing the golden goose to people who don't deserve it.
Fucking true, honestly. Like, I think this is what happens with a lot of companies where somebody takes over that doesn't really understand the actual minutia of the job, and then it just basically declines over time. He's totally right about that. Golden goose, what's that? The ability to create a good product regularly on a regular basis, obviously.
How painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me.
I bet.
I
I'd be
think
sad.
after you've been at a place like Blizzard, which I love Blizzard. To this day, I have nothing but warm, fond memories. I mean, there's those moments where you're like, I wish that hadn't happened. But on the whole, that place is mecca for game development. And everything I have is due to Blizzard. They provided for me and my family, made me the person I am. So separating from Blizzard was one of the most painful things. And I was very sad when I resigned. And I didn't realize how broken I was until recently. Like the morning grieving I had gone through of like, I think I'm a little fucked in the head for not being there anymore. How could I give that up? How could I not be there anymore? It was really, really painful.
I think that also, like, it's like a toxic environment where I think creative people become even more toxic, and it basically like turns their creativity against themselves. I think that happens very often as well. Why did he resign? Because he was being put, like, he was basically saying, like, you have to meet these player numbers or we're going to fire 1,000 people. Like, these, like, crazy, dramatic, extreme punishments for him not being able to deliver ever-increasing numbers of player count or revenue or something like that.
Leaving.
That's the reason.
Can we just speak
Seems that way.
I don't know. I don't think we can give enough love to Blizzard. It's a legendary company. For me personally, for everybody, for millions of people, created some of the greatest games ever. Warcraft, StarCraft Universe, Diablo, WoW, Overwatch. What made it such a legendary game company? Just looking back at the whole of it.
The start is Mike, Alan, and Frank. It was run by 3 gamers. They were, all 3 of them, programmers. They made the games before they just ran the company. So they knew...
That's the reason why I wouldn't want to run a game company. It's because I don't make games. How can you possibly run a company about making games if you've never made games? Like, I'm a very big believer in the person with a leadership position has to have a strong understanding of the subject matter. They have to get it.
As developers,
if they don't get it, they're going to have big problems.
Going through, and they protected us. They shielded us from all of the nonsense. And even when they would align with a business person, they had a COO in the early days named Paul Sams. And Paul protected us. You know, they found great people who got it. The company, when I joined, was like 95% developers and like 5% operations. It's when I left,
and
it was,
now it's like the opposite, almost probably
50-50, and that's like a 4,500 person company.
The fuck do you need half those people that aren't even developers there? What the fuck are you doing? Video games? Wait, we're supposed to make video games here? Oh!
That
what do you mean?
Love of the games and the respect and good treatment for game developers really turned it into the place that it was. Just the commitment to excellence, the high quality bar, and then finding these passionate people like Chris Metzen or Sam Didier. They were like the visionaries of early Blizzard, Alan Adham, of just these worlds that we're still making and we're still playing in today. It was infectious and it was inspirational, and you wore the Blizzard blue with an esprit de corps. Like, you felt proud to be part of it. And
working at Blizzard was like a huge dream job for anybody that was involved with game dev. And I think it really was until, like, I don't know, probably the sexual assault scandal or abuse scandal or harassment or whatever you want to call it. Like that, until that happened, I feel like Blizzard definitely had like a huge amount of notoriety to it. And this is like especially like in 2011, dude, anybody getting into gaming wanted to work at Blizzard. Like, Blizzard was the place to be. Absolutely.
Felt like you had made it to be there.
Milk, and, not so good, huh?
Everything you did wanting to respect and honor those who had come before you. I know it sounds almost cheesy saying it that way, but it really had that sense of reverence. Like, you knew you were part of something special. You didn't take it for granted.
Yeah, that's the sense. Reading everything, that's the sense.
I think that's like what he's saying is there's a little bit more to that, I think, too. Like, at least I would say is that I think that a lot of people, whenever they get involved with media now, they treat it as if it's like their turn to change it. And I think that they view it as like they have control over it rather than they are the stewards of it. And like, basically, Like, instead of looking at it as like it's now your responsibility to maintain this piece of media in a way that, you know, upholds the values that people want to see, it more or less is now it's my turn to be able to do what I want with it. And it's like, you just think about like that mentality shift is like 180 degrees, completely different. And like you see, it's like Star Trek. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, how many times, like, haven't you guys noticed, like, whenever somebody gets like a director or, you know, like a filmmaker or somebody that's creative gets in control of something, and it's such an obvious difference whenever somebody tries to make another really, really good version of something versus when somebody tries to do their version of it. And I think that's the problem.
But everybody that was a part of it, that truly honored that time. Just to take a small slice, what were some of the brains? So you mentioned Chris Metzen. You gave so much love to so many people on the team, but I got to ask about Chris Metzen, who I would, by the way, love to do a podcast with at some point. Yeah. What were the brainstorming sessions with him like? It seems like those are pretty
it's a pretty
like
intense
awesome.
guy. Yeah.
They were the best. Like, you could walk into a room, like the way I would work with Chris is early on when I was more junior, it was just sort of getting creative direction from him. Hey, Chris, I'm about to work on this zone called Westfall.
Oh,
what are your ideas? You know, how could I capture them in gameplay? Well, that won't quite work. How about like this? It was more like that.
That's smart.
Later on, like I still remember the first discussion I ever had with Chris about Wrath of the Lich King.
Which, by the way, you know what that implies, that conversation implies? It implies that they basically gave him autonomy to make decisions for himself, which is like, that's huge inside of a company. Especially whenever you have like so many moving pieces, you have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, it's going to fall apart.
To his office, like, hey, we're finally doing it. We're doing the Northrend expansion.
Yeah.
You know, what excites you about Northrend?
Trent, you went back for reassurance. Yeah, exactly.
That's all you had to say.
I trust you.
And he would draw a map, and he'd start pulling up old like Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 1 manuals, and you know, showing you like pictures he and Sammy had drawn and like
so
maps.
He did the same thing that I've done on my stream, except for he's the one that actually drew them. That's good.
And all of it, he would just go on for an hour, and then I would sort of digest. I just listen, taking constant notes. I'm photographing his whiteboards all the time, and then I go back and start to put those into a design flow of like, okay, what's a zone? What's a dungeon? What could be cool? What should come first? What should come last? You know, Lich King, for example, we wanted to try a very specific design to counter a problem we had in Burning Crusade, which is everybody entered through the Dark Portal through Hellfire Peninsula.
I remember this. This was so bad. And that they even explained this very clearly. They said Howling Fjord and Borean Tundra are on the opposite sides for a reason. I remember this so well.
All the server programmers hate you because everybody loads into the same zone at the same time. Lich King, we split them up.
Why do you think Hyjal and Vashir were the same way?
For better player flow. Plus, it's more interesting. The more choice you have. You know, Sid Meier says games are a series of interesting choices. So we give him 2 starting zones. But that was the flow with Chris. And so often we would just like, okay, in that first meeting, Chris had put a zone called Grizzly Hills on the board. Well, I don't know anything about Grizzly Hills.
Oh, I bet.
Chris, talk about Grizzly Hills.
This is one of my favorite zones.
If you didn't interrupt him, he'd just go for an hour, and you have no idea how much of it like he had pre-thought about or had existed in previous lore.
He's just riffing,
and how much
just
of it
making this shit up.
He was just making up on the spot. He's just that charismatic and captivating.
Creating these worlds and being able to brainstorm through them and together. I mean, that is what you're doing. As a consumer of those worlds, you kind of take it for granted that they're incredible, but like you're crafting them. Like you're looking at a blank sheet of paper and then together coming up.
My job, as I saw it working with Chris, was I had to, on World of Warcraft specifically working with Chris, is I was like the translator into gameplay of what Chris wanted, how to get it to play like how Chris wanted. So my favorite stories we're working on.
See, like that's the kind of responsibility and relationship that like 2 people have to have absolute trust and respect for each other for it to work. Because like if you have the person like, because you have such a different skill set than that other person, and like vice versa, that you just have to understand and like accept that this person is also a top performer. You are a top performer. Nobody is like the winner or the loser, and it's just about figuring out how to do it the right way. You know, that's crazy.
Burning Crusade.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're in this meeting, and Chris is like, he's the gentlest, sweetest guy, but because he carries himself with such confidence and everybody's in awe of him, the junior developers get kind of intimidated by him. So we're in this meeting and we're talking about Silver Moon City because we're introducing the Blood Elves. And Chris is like, in Silver Moon City, it's got the tallest fucking tower in all of Azeroth. I mean, it is the tallest thing. You know, it's mind-blowing. The awe of it. Only the Blood Elves could build it. Fast forward like 2 weeks later, I'm walking through the hall
Silver Moon City.
And I see a bunch of level designers and artists. They're all like crowded around the screen. And on the screen, they've dragged Blackrock Mountain and Karazhan.
No, they're not comparing, are they?
and the Stormwind Cathedral.
They're comparing.
I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they're like, well, Chris said that the Silvermoon Tower had to be the tallest thing in World of Warcraft.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Blackrock Mountain is like a natural format. I mean, okay.
And so we're measuring how tall all of these other things are so we can make the tower taller.
See, that's something. The kind of person that does that, there's a special kind of person that does that. And that kind of person is very special. Yeah,
I'm like, guys,
yep, they are.
Chris doesn't know how tall the burning steps, and the cathedral in Stormwind is. What Chris means is just make the tower really fucking tall. You don't need to measure it. And okay, that's okay. Yeah. Like, are you willing to take the heat? I'm like, I'm willing to take the heat on this one, guys.
Yeah,
respectable.
It's just a feeling. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
And I also just personally have to give all the love in the world for the current Diablo 4 team, because I've spent.
Come on, Lex, bro. Like, can't you just play PoE like a normal person? What are you doing, man? Like, come on. What is wrong with you?
Most recently, out of the Blizzard games, I spent a huge amount of time in Diablo, and they've created something. And it's not just the loot. All right, it's the whole experience, the art, everything together.
Look, it's not a bad game, but I can't, dude.
And the season they've created a really wonderful world. So
he's glazing.
I can feel how much effort goes into that.
They're crushing it, and I think Diablo 4, in like modern times, is one of the best worlds that have built. And they know, they understand Diablo players. Like, that community is so hard and so demanding, and
you've seen the videos.
That team is amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of richness. It's like, this is really. I mean, I don't know how often you get that, but it's really the perfect Diablo game. They've really evolved a lot, grew a lot. So there's this whole mathematical.
I will tell you that. Like, I'll tell you that definitely Diablo 3 is like much better than Diablo 4 is much better than Diablo 3. I mean, he's right about that. I just don't really think it's. I could talk about Diablo 4 and how bad it is for like 3 hours. I'm just gonna skip it. Like, I think PoE 2 is just like way better. It's like it's just better in every single way. It's not even remotely close. I don't know why Lex is trying to do this. I have no idea.
Component of just so many numbers everywhere, and it's all balanced really masterfully. And then, of course, you have to come up with new content with the seasons, and they figure out ways to do that. So, and a crazy pace.
Yeah.
And still make it super fun.
They're a great live team. Yeah.
And for me personally, like I said, the co-op and the couch co-op experience have been really like that aspect.
The cinematics are really good.
Just all of it. It's one of the greatest games in recent history. One of the things I wanted to mention, because such as
I guess if you're a casual player, Diablo 4 is not bad. Look, Diablo 4 is not a horrible game. It's not a horrible game. I just like, as a more hardcore player, like I just tremendously prefer PoE 2. But I thought about playing Diablo 4 again.
Powerful speech is sort of, instead of doing some kind of corporate goodbye as you were leaving Blizzard, you allegedly shared with your team a video of David Bowie giving advice, and people should go watch this clip. But if I may read it,
never play to the gallery.
Bowie says, "Never play to the gallery. Always remember that the reason that you initially started working was that there was something inside yourself that you felt that if you could manifest in some way, you would understand more about yourself and how you coexist with the rest of society. I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally produce their worst work when they do that."
Streamers are the same way. They're the exact fucking same.
And the other thing I would say is that if you feel safe in the area that you're working in, you're not working in the right area. Always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of being in. Go a little bit out of your depth. And when you don't feel that your feet are quite touching the bottom, you're just about in the right place to do something exciting. Speaking of which, you are just about in a place to do something exciting after leaving Blizzard. You told me that you tried to take some time off.
Yeah.
How did that work out for you?
Not so well. My wife.
I couldn't imagine myself taking a lot of time off. Like, give me 1 second, I use the bathroom. But yeah, time to collab and do something exciting. Why don't you relax? I'm not talking about myself. I mean everybody else except me. I'm back. Relax. Calm down. We're good. It's okay. All right.
Wonderful. Told me I needed to take at least a year off. And just,
a year?
You know, I've been going really hard. I'd gone 19 years, barely taken vacation. And I let Blizzard consume me. And, you know, I was crushed by leaving because I loved the place. And I didn't know what to do with myself. I was pulling weeds in the backyard.
Literally, gardening.
Yeah. Well, she won't let me.
Damn. They had him down bad.
In the garden because that's hers, but I'm allowed to pull the weeds.
Right.
So
you're the Animal Crossing villager? That's great.
I got very good at that. I was very proficient.
Wow.
And then of all things, I cracked out on Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and I unlocked Dark Matter Ultra, which I'd never, that's like a crazy achievement to do in that game. So I did that, and then I couldn't help it. Like, it's how I'm programmed. It was like, at this point, it's late spring, early summer, and I'm just sitting in the backyard, and I just started writing with Notepad about, here's a game I want to make. And it was so terrifying because for 19 years, I had worked with the greatest developers, I thought, in the industry.
Yeah.
And, there'd be moments where it's like, okay, I want to do like a game world map. Like, hey, Aaron, you're amazing at making game world maps. Like, you do that. And, I need some story hooks. Hey, Chris, what do you think would be cool here? Like, so collaborative, and I was surrounded by the best of the best. And there I was by myself. And I was out there again, and I loved it. It brought all the joy of game making. I thought games were no longer fun to make because it was only about business.
Yeah, corpo shit.
And somebody's asking me for unreasonable amounts of money and unreasonable amounts of time. And I had forgotten the pure joy of the craft of making games.
This is the reason why I think indie games are outperforming AAA too, is because there's a passion to it that I think that really... it's like 90% like kind of the actual work, but then like that 10% passion kind of ends up tying everything together.
And
actual games on a product. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the creative pursuit of it.
I was designing, I was watching
YouTube videos is the same way.
To learn Unreal and Adobe Illustrator and all these things to like help me make games, whatever, Blender. I had no right to be doing any of that. And it just felt so amazing to do it. And I sort of realized I came to two realizations. One, I never want to work for someone else again. I never want to create something and then have somebody take my baby away from me.
Yeah.
That's really hard when that happens. And it's sort of happened a few times now, where you have to just let something go that you created. And I wanted it all to be focused on the craft of making games.
In his mind.
Art, programming, design, audio. Just not about the bullshit of the games industry. I'm not interested in the games industry. I'm not interested in the business of games.
Exactly.
I'm not interested in the entertainment industry.
Exactly, especially the entertainment industry. People that want to get into it. Failed art students and people that are too ugly to be actors that want to take their theater projects and turn them into a video game. Please stop. Stop it. We don't want it. It has to stop.
It's just game jamming, making stuff that we're going to play together.
They think they're Kojima. They are.
And around that time,
the Kojima.
I call him my development soulmate. Yeah. There's a programmer named Tim Ford. He reached out and he's like, hey man, he was like associate tech director on Overwatch at the time. He's like, yeah, I don't think I can do this anymore. It's just not like it was, I just handed in my notice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, well, if you want to do something together, like, fuck it, let's take a stab and, just see what happens. And Tim came over to my house and, well, before that, he says, my last day's on Friday and my exit interview's at like 1 o'clock. I'm going to be over to your house at like 2 o'clock that afternoon.
Damn.
And I'm like, well, don't you think you should take some time off, Tim, before whatever's next?
So he just wanted to leave.
Take a month off,
Yeah.
Meg, his wife, will appreciate it. Just go pull weeds in the garden for a while.
Yeah, bro. Like, finish your interview, immediately go to another place.
I'm a programmer. All I'm going to do is program for a month. If I take a month off, I might as well start programming our game. Which,
brilliant.
It was so awesome when he said that.
Man, bro, like that is a guy you want on your side, bro. Like, damn. Damn.
He came over and I pitched him this idea for a game, and I pitched him, let's start a company.
It's a real G.
And that was it. Like, that was the birth of us making a studio.
Now, meanwhile, as far as the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth.
Smart.
But you were actually
really smart
working on a game.
Yeah. I needed to be away from the world. I needed to I wanted to not get attention from anyone. I needed to not read my name on Reddit or,
fucking exactly.
Any internet site. I wanted to not come up. Let some other Jeff Kaplan bubble at the top of the Google, search list.
So he's making a game called Legends of California. I think that's what it's called. And if you can believe it or not, it's actually not about an HR department trying to figure out how many genders there are. It's a Wild West game. And actually looks pretty good. And it's like a survival, kind of like a Wild West Rust style game. And I think it's being published by Dreamhaven, which is Mike Morhaime, the previous president and original owner and founder of Blizzard. One of the 3 co-founders. When he said Mike earlier, that was Mike Morhaime. I think it's being published by Dreamhaven. I'm not sure about that. I just saw the logo there whenever it got announced, so I'm assuming it's under the same umbrella. So yeah, that's it. Any trailers for it? Yeah, we looked at it a couple of days ago. Not PvP, so not like Rust. Oh, that's the first time I'm hearing that. Somebody said it's like Valheim. Maybe it is. I don't know. But it's like a survival style game like that.
Man, Dino Flask is going to be all over this conversation, right?
Oh god. Well, this one's going to set him back some time, but. I needed,
you know what to do.
I needed for none of that to happen. I just needed to be able to mourn the loss of Blizzard and create on my own. So it was great. And at that time, as soon as it was announced that I was leaving Blizzard, I had 60 people reach out to me. This was April of 2021. And investment money was nuts, both the VC money.
Back then, people were investing, I'm not even kidding you, 5x what they do now. It's insane. The amount of money that they were throwing out then. This is how a lot of those esports organizations got so much money.
And
crazy.
The
hundreds of millions
strategic
of
money
dollars.
was crazy. Especially the Chinese companies, because apparently they weren't getting publishing numbers in China or something. The whole economy was crazy.
Black Myth Wukong fixed that.
And so just everybody was trying to throw money at me, which was a very good position to sort of be at, to start a company. So what Tim and I did was say, we're not doing this for money, but here's the game we want to make. And it's going to take this many developers, and we think it's going to take this length of time. And that means the budget is this. And we need, for any of these people who want to invest in us, we got to hit that number. But after that, we're not going to go for more money. It's not an auction to raise as high as we can go.
And that cuts out a lot of the traditional investment too.
We're going to optimize for control.
Man, and that's good also, because optimizing for control also means that you can control the trajectory up and down. I think that's a huge factor, because a lot of people never consider that. They never think about the fact that, well, if you do this and then everything kind of just gets a lot worse, then how are you going to control that? This is from Lex Friedman's podcast with Jeff Kaplan. The whole thing's 5 hours long. I didn't plan on watching the entire thing, but I wanted to give you guys a clip of it and look at a little bit of it because I thought it was interesting to watch. So watch the full video. Why don't you relax, dude? That's crazy. A 5-hour VOD? I don't think a 5-hour VOD is going to happen, guys. I'm sorry to say. As much as people want that, it's just not for me. And 5 hours, that's the whole stream, right? That's my entire fucking stream. And so I don't think I would really do that, but I will look at one other thing. I might as well, right? I haven't done that for a while. And should become a rival? Maybe, right? I don't know. I don't think that there's going to be, I will probably watch, honestly, I will probably watch another one maybe tomorrow or something like that. Because Jeff Kaplan obviously was one of the OGs, right? He's been one of the OGs for a long time. So I do respect him a lot. If you want to show Tiggle, for people that don't know, that was hilarious. Oh God, what is this? Can I pull this up? I haven't seen this.
Along with the 8
Yo, 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 yo. What's up, everybody? What's good, chat? All right. Welcome to Brand Risk number 13. This is, everyone's been saying it's our best brand risk we've had so far. We'll do a proper introduction. As you guys can see, I got my yarmulke on. There's many reasons behind that, and you will know why soon. All right. So, Brand Risk number 13. Welcome to everyone in attendance here. Welcome to everyone watching the stream. Shout out to all the fighters for being here as well. Yeah, give a round of applause for you guys yourselves. Yeah. Okay. Paul, are you going to look at me like that the entire time?
I'm not looking at you like anything yet.
Okay.
Andarse sacando selfies con el rey, weón.
Sí. Creo que la última vez que vino también no fue la mejor estadía del Rey acá.
Fue terremoto, ¿no?
Sí. No, y además, porque te acuerdas que llegó tarde, o le echaron la culpa que llegó tarde y cosas había atrasado.
Eso fue ahora
con Boris. Sí.
Un gafe de protocolo.
Claro.
Pero
él estaba en el terremoto,
estaba
en el 2010.
También. Yo de eso me acuerdo que en ese estaba presente. ¿Te parece?
Y aquí dice Lorena, hoy Carter en el matinal del 13 dejando calladita a la octubrista Beatriz Sánchez. Se le fue con todo Carter y la muy infeliz se defendía con puras mentiras. Fue genial. Sí que le hizo Carter. Es que Carter, ¿cuántas veces estaba en la televisión? Se maneja con los tiempos, con los ritmos, con todo.
¿Has escaño que el gobierno del presidente Boric o la propia figura del presidente Boric tendrá, ¿cómo se llama?, un mejor lejos, que podrá ser mejor apreciada con cierta perspectiva cuando ya no está en el poder?
Yo creo que no. Yo creo que conforme pase más tiempo, más nos vamos a dar cuenta de las cagas que dejó instaladas.
Mira, puta, no quiero fijar como una ley de la historia, pero yo tengo la impresión de que la apreciación histórica del gobierno y de los políticos ocurre en dos momentos, ¿no? Un tiempo que podríamos llamar corto, o sea, los próximos 6 años, donde hay cierta indulgencia, donde mejora la imagen, digamos. Tú dices, mira, no fue tan malo, se avanzó en esto, no perdimos tanto, ganamos estas otras cosas. Y después un tiempo más largo donde la cosa se pone más dura, más severa, o más positiva. Creo que eso es lo que ocurrió con Edwin, con Frey, con Lago.
Sí, pero la diferencia está en que antes no existían redes sociales e internet. La información iba más lento.
Bueno, con Bachelet también, sobre todo Bachelet 1. Entonces yo esperaría un periodo, digamos, de evaluación más positiva en los próximos 5 o 6 años.
Se va diciendo, gracias por tanto, disculpen lo poco.
Sí.
Confesión de paz.
Claro. Perdón por tan poco, ¿cierto? Para andarse choreando la plata.
Sí, claro.
¿Qué se puede agregar a eso?
Sí, no tenemos más que decir, ¿verdad?
Pero pasemos al presidente, que no cumple todavía ni 24 horas. Estuvo bien performático, encontré toda la puesta en escena del gobierno entrante, este tema del logo, trabajando por usted, ni hablar del mega protagonismo de la primera dama, ¿no?
Hay otra cosa que se demoró mucho, ¿cierto?, en partir el discurso porque estaba trabajando, pues literalmente estaba trabajando para usted antes de salir a dar su discurso con los ministros. Y eso creo que se está viendo en las pantallas ahí, viendo el tras bambalinas. Como punto político de que va a estar tipo 24/7 trabajando para usted porque va a estar viviendo en la moneda, yo encontré que ya interesante la jugada, pero de que partió tarde.
Que parece mucho más que protocolar, ciertamente. Sí. Y este tema alusión.
Que Andrei le paró tan fuerte los carros Carter a Sánchez que hasta los periodistas terminaron sepultándola, y eso ya es un logro. Lo que pasa es que Beatriz Sánchez, periodista, será todo lo que quieras, pero no tiene la misma experiencia que tiene Carter con los medios. No la tiene.
Muy permanentemente del presidente Kass respecto del orden. El jefe a portales. No deja de ser simbólico que cuando entró la moneda, el ya expresidente Boris saludó a Allende y ahora el presidente Kass saluda a Portales y cosas de la vida, ¿no? El presidente Allende estaba tapado por un mega escenario, la estatua de la...
Sí, porque ese Kass estuvo cerca de 1 hora y un cuarto firmando decretos con los ministros previo al discurso, sí. Pero eso es lo que yo tengo la duda es si eso ustedes lo veían. Tú, Peter, que estuviste ahí, se veía en la pantalla, ¿cierto? En el escenario. Podían ver lo que estaba haciendo dentro de la moneda. Porque al menos desde afuera nosotros lo veíamos, pues en la transmisión salía.
Raza de la Constitución. ¿Qué sabor de boca te dejan todos estos símbolos que dan para hablar harto, creo yo, no?
A mí me gustaría más que los símbolos hubiesen sido apoyados por la hora, por la puntualidad. El nivel de retraso, digamos, después de...
Se alargó todo.
O sea, yo creo que lo que esencialmente se alargó el almuerzo.
Sí.
Y ahí yo tuve, no sé, la sensación un poco agradable, digamos, de que había una sobre... ¿Cómo decimos cuando alguien está demasiado acelerado?
Y aquí se veía la pantalla gigante que había frente a la moneda, perfecto. Igual me sorprendió eso de la impuntualidad, siendo que se supone que alemán. Pero igual, esto es como decir, todos los alemanes son nazis, todos los alemanes por ser alemanes son puntuales. Claramente no. Eso va a depender de la familia en la cual se crió.
Sobrecitados.
Sobrecitados, ¿no? Claro. Yo creo que había algo de eso, sí, un nuevo gobierno con una gente muy novata, ¿verdad? Que empieza a disfrutar de inmediato, lo está pasando estupendo, el mejor día de su vida. ¿No? Eso es lo que sentí que se veía en las imágenes, digamos, y particularmente en el almuerzo. Tú no puedes tener una agenda cargada de actividades y demorarte 3 horas en un almuerzo. No, eso está para el fin de semana. Sí, yo creo. Habría preferido un discurso de orden que tuviera orden en su propia conducta, en la conducta del presidente. Pero bueno, nadie es perfecto.
Y Dieguito, de estar en terreno y estar en el liceo, en el auto de Almaray, Ñuñoa, ¿cómo lo miras?
Te vuelvo a decir, si llega a tiempo.
Y aquí perdón, Vivi, pero si casi ya está chilenizado, pues es alemán de segunda generación. Sí, no, pero yo pensaba que había una cierta disciplina que se transmitía de padres a hijos y de abuelos a nietos, ¿cachai? Yo pensaba que era una cosa familiar eso, de la disciplina y el orden y ser puntual. Sobre todo si tenían un local. Me imagino que tenían que levantarse tempranito y actuar ahí como relajito y todo. Pero parece que no.
Bueno, claro. Sí. No viene tanto los estudiantes.
El fanático de la puntualidad,
sí, no, para nada, porque soy yo lo más impuntual que hay. No soy yo.
Tenía que estar a las 9 acá.
Lo que pasa es que el discurso me parece que es rosa ahí, digamos, ¿no? Hay algo que no...
No conversa bien, dices tú.
Claro,
no hay reflejo.
El orden sin tiempo, no hay orden en eso. Pero tampoco...
Aquí memoria genética, no memoria genética, pero costumbre y tradición importada desde Europa.
Claro. No, pero mira, de verdad, en el círculo más cercano me dicen eso a mí también, que efectivamente se entusiasma cuando está en algún lugar muy cómodo el presidente y eso hace que el protocolo se vaya perdiendo.
Y aquí Sanónimo está on fire en contra del caquismo. No. Sí, como te digo, no me puede decepcionar Cast, de verdad que no me puede decepcionar porque no tengo expectativas, tengo 0 expectativas nulas. Lo único que estoy haciendo es ver las cosas desde afuera, de forma bien objetiva, bien amena. No lo voy a andar lapidando, ¿cachai? No. Pero si yo lo veo, Sí, yo lo identifico, la izquierda también, po. Sí, después de lo que me estaban diciendo de Manicheri, ellos están mucho más pendientes de estos detalles que yo. Y el problema está en cómo no se fijan en esas cosas, ¿cachai? Ese es el problema.
Eso fue lo que le pasó justamente en el almuerzo allá en Cerro Castillo, que después a través del helicóptero llega a Santiago. Pero por ahí va también.
Y está bien por los niños del colegio y todo, pero estuvieron 2 horas esperando.
Sí, recordemos en todo caso que en Cerro Castillo...
Y aquí el guatón Valenzuela le tiene que haber dicho, sea impuntual presidente, decía parecer más chileno. Claro, van a dejar de llamarle alemán si usted es impuntual como todos los chilenos, muy bien. Parta 1 hora tarde, por lo menos. Así le van a tratar con más cariño. Chapa que le haya dicho eso.
Habrían 3 ambientes, entiendo yo, de almuerzo. Uno era con los jefes de Estado que están invitados al cambio de mando. Otro era como un tema de más camaradería del ya presidente, que hace un gesto a la gente que lo ha acompañado durante su campaña, y hay un espacio también más familiar. Es decir, no digo que haya almorzado 3 veces, pero derechamente tuvo que, me imagino, saludar en 3 espacios. Quizás, claro, eso hizo que fuera demasiado largo.
Sí.
Ya, pero lo de Portales, que a mí me llama la atención, y este llamado que hace el presidente ya en la noche en su primer discurso, muy marcado por la recuperación del orden. A mí se me hace que el orden es una palabra pesada, ¿no? Tiene una mega carga. ¿Cómo lo ves tú? Como que Kast quiere ser el presidente del orden.
Pero eso es portaliano. Portales lo que hace, la figura de Portales lo que hace es que viene a poner orden en una república que están haciendo y que como están haciendo, ¿verdad? Tiene una
y que recuerden que aparece Portales después de los ensayos constitucionales, el periodo de anarquía, cuando estaba el despelote.
Tendencia a la anarquía. Hay mucha gente disputándose el poder. Y Portales ordena eso. Lo primero que hace es ordenar, incluso con violencia. Y después, ¿verdad? Va creando las bases de un Estado donde ya esas cosas ocurran lo menos posible.
Sí, una institucionalidad.
Así que no ocurriendo, incluso lo mataron, como se sabe, ¿verdad? Así que no es loco que se invoque a Portales. Ahora, Portales tiene
interpretación. Y lo interesante de los gobiernos portalianos es que fueron 30 aññitos. 30 añitos bien donde se ordenó la casa.
Interpretaciones diversas en el mundo, sobre todo la cultura de derecha, ¿no? Por un lado está el hombre de mano dura, ¿verdad? El hombre que viene a poner...
Yo que dice Groiper casi siempre ha sido puntual desde que lo conozco. Buen dato te tiraste.
Regla a todos los que están saliéndose de la fila. Y por el otro lado, el hombre hiperinstitucional, el hombre que crea instituciones, ¿verdad? Para dar
organizar la vía social.
Así
claro.
Así es. Yo tengo la impresión de que lo que escuché acá ayer no está todavía claramente en uno de esos 2 campos. Ayer había una tendencia a hablar más de orden, particularmente, y me parece comprensible, porque había un atentado a un carabinero. O sea,
la mañana partió con eso.
Partió con eso y con la idea de que podía haber un desafío, digamos, ¿no? Lanzado al gobierno, como lo intentaron después algunos estudiantes secundarios en el aeropuerto del mar.
Era más exalumnos, eso sí, lo que estaban ahí afuera.
Y parece que de otros colegios.
Y también,
claro.
Sí.
Bueno,
que se fueron coordinando.
Pero todo eso son ganas de desafiar, digo, desde el primer día, ¿no? Algo hubo en la Plaza Italia también.
Así es, se volvieron manifestaciones pequeñas, acotadas, uno podría decir, pero claro, tiene mucho de decir, esto va a ser una conversación entre este presidente que busca ordenar y desafíos constantes.
Así es.
Quizá, evidentemente, muy asociado al orden público, pero también al...
Es lo que comentábamos hace un rato, pues de que sí o sí van a salir a protestar desde el día 1, por mucho que te digan que no, igual van a protestar, pero el primer año va a ser para medir la respuesta. Si no hay respuesta, van a ir subiendo el nivel.
El tema de la seguridad y la delincuencia, que todavía evidentemente no dice en desarrollo, pero se conoce lo del ex convencional Roja Pave.
Sí, eso es muy violento, muy violento.
Claro, ahí uno tiene que poner el peso, imagino, de la prueba en cómo reaccionan las autoridades frente a lo que pase, porque como no está clara todavía la naturaleza, ¿no? Del ataque.
No está clara.
Me refiero a si es político o derechamente delincuencial o no sé, de qué otro índole, pero esa va a ser la tensión, ¿no? Orden, desafío, y ahí el tema está todo el punto de si es mano dura, o qué, me parece que eso va a ser parte del ADN de este gobierno, una conversación un poco permanente, ¿no?
Y que lo reflejan los decretos además firmados, que muchos de ellos tienen que ver con seguridad y mirando además con el foco en la frontera norte.
Claro. Yo creo que ahí hay un vínculo que el gobierno debería preocuparse de desatar. No hay una relación probada y estricta entre seguridad y migración, entre crimen organizado y migración, ¿no?
Claramente sí. Si no estás controlando quién entra por los pasos no habilitados, se te puede colar cualquier cosa.
Yo creo que es injusto acusar a los migrantes de formar parte de esto.
Es que no son todos los inmigrantes, son aquellos que pasan por lugares no habilitados, que no tienen cómo saber quiénes son.
Algunos probablemente lo sean, pero serán individuos, ¿no? Personas particulares y no todos. Entiendo que las medidas más vistosas son las que van a ocurrir en el norte.
Así es.
Porque es verdad, porque hay un nuevo sistema de vigilancia.
Desplazamiento se supone de militares.
Sí, todo eso es muy vistoso.
Un encargado de la macrozona.
Claro.
Da la impresión que ahí se está estableciendo un blindaje, ¿no? Sí. Para evitar el flujo migratorio.
Hay que poner ojo al hecho de que Kast visitó antes de asumir lugares como República Dominicana.
Aquí ayer Sangüesa y Dauno, que estaban detonados sin filtro, dijeron que con Boric hubo protestas toda la semana y que no piensen que ahora, justo ahora van a salir a las calles solamente porque cambió el gobierno, por supuesto. Por supuesto que sí.
Como El Salvador. El Salvador también, pero para otro fin. Estos 2 que menciono tienen muros. Podría existir la tentación de crear una frontera más visible, ¿no? La que hay no existe. Lo que hay hoy día en el norte, cualquiera que haya visitado esa zona, sabe que es totalmente libre tránsito.
La zanja no sirve.
No. Y de hecho las comunidades aymaras transitan sin saber en qué país están, ¿no? Así que podría haber una tentación de crear una frontera más física, ¿no? Pero al final lo que se le va a exigir al gobierno es ciertos resultados que de pronto son más visibles que muy
reales, dices tú, que tienen
sí,
más de
efectistas, ¿no?
sí.
Claro, de simbólicos, si tú quieres, ¿no? Que haya rápidamente delincuentes detectados y capturados, por ejemplo, el del policía, ¿verdad? O el de Rojas Madres, no sé, pero que sean rápidos, ¿no? Ahora eso no depende del gobierno, tanto depende de la policía.
Sí.
Ahora, dice la Gloria, el concepto de orden, no con toda la carga que significa eso. Y esa es una parte del orden que goza en el discurso de anoche José Antonio.
Y me risa que con toda la carga que implica el orden como si fuera algo malo, ¿cachai? El orden.
Cas. Pero hay otra que tiene que ver con las arcas fiscales, ¿no? Y la auditoría. Y
eso también está dentro del orden, porque son delitos, cuando no utiliza la plata como corresponde.
Todo en la plaza de la Constitución, auditoría que quitaba la gente mientras le estaba haciendo el discurso. ¿Para dónde va ese orden? Es una advertencia
A que el trabajo del Estado sea eficiente, transparente, ¿cierto? Pulcro. Que se hagan bien las cosas, se utilicen bien los recursos. Isma, anónimo, me caes bien, tus análisis son bien asertivos, de nada, estimado. Como te digo, lo veo desde afuera, lo veo bien desde afuera.
Lo que pasa es que yo creo que ha sido muy traumática la información que ha dado Hacienda durante los últimos 6 meses o más. Es muy traumática esa experiencia porque ha cambiado, siempre para peor.
Sí.
Se ha ido agravando la percepción del deterioro de las cuentas fiscales. Eso no había ocurrido antes, para mí eso es completamente nuevo, ¿no? Sobre todo en una cosa que la mayoría de la gente no entendemos, ¿no? Que es cómo se cuenta la plata en las arcas fiscales y por lo tanto le creemos a la autoridad, ¿no? Si la autoridad dice que el monto de la deuda es tal, le creemos, no hay razón para dudarlo. Y resulta que en este caso esa información ha ido cambiando incluso por la propia autoridad. Entonces, eso yo creo que creó un ánimo de desconfianza mucho mayor del natural que existe entre gobiernos
tan disímil,
sí, claro.
¿no? De sesgo ideológico.
Entonces hay un papel que ha jugado ahí el Ministerio de Hacienda que no, a mi juicio, no se ha subrayado lo suficiente. Se culpa más bien al presidente Boric, a otros funcionarios, pero lo complicado que ha pasado ha estado en Hacienda.
Sí, pues Marcel sobre todo, que salió arrancando, ¿cierto?, cuando vio la oportunidad, para que no lo pudieran perseguir después, dejó ahí una persona para recibir los golpes que era Grau.
Yo tengo, da la impresión de que quizá ahí no se escarba mucho por el tema de Mario Marcel.
Y aquí dice Jaime, ¿por qué habiendo tantos zurdos, ¿cierto? Justo tuvieron que ir por el pelado Bade. Por eso es tan raro todo el asunto. Y aquí dice Jaime, Poduje haciendo las suyas con la directora del MIMPU, sí, también me enteré.
Te pasa que como que este ministro, que era, lo voy a decir en términos de caricatura, por cierto, como el adulto a cargo cuando parte del gobierno, sí. Tenía esa connotación. Era
el adulto a cargo que al final validó, ¿cierto?, el mal actuar con las arcas fiscales.
El que ponía seriedad, el que ponía la cuota de sensatez.
Eso era algo que decían los periodistas para autoconvencerse que no era tan terrible lo que estaba ocurriendo.
Se suponía en la administración que salga, y claro, asume Grau, que es el que ha tenido que llevarse todos los platos rotos, pero él no fue el ministro de Hacienda durante 4 años, ¿no? No pone un manto ahí sobre el manejo de Marcel y
sin duda. Yo creo que hay ministerios.
Pero la mejor directora de presupuesto no arrancó. ahí pueden tirar los dardos con mucha tranquilidad y van a acertar.
Ministerios y temas en los que es fácil quemarse, salir mal, ¿no? Y los políticos con más experiencia tratan de evitar esto siempre. No incurrir en un lugar donde... Pero creo que ese ha sido el caso, lamentablemente, de Marcel, de Van Claveren, del ministro Montes, o sea, de personas que...
Sobre todo Montes también, con el tema de los conejitos pirómanos y la nula reconstrucción prácticamente de la quinta región.
Empeñaron su capital político y el resultado es menos que bueno.
Sí, calamitoso.
Ahora, seguramente, porque este argumento lo he escuchado, digamos, desde hace 50 años, seguramente cada uno de ellos dirá, sí, pero no sabes las cosas que atajé.
Bueno, eso siempre contrafactual. Yo lo digo siempre a propósito del diario, ¿no? Sí, claro, no te quejes de lo que publicamos.
Claro. Imagínate
todo lo que tuvimos que filtrar, calibrar, antes de que llegue al papel. Oye, se produce una situación bien excepcional, entiendo yo, en la República de Chile a propósito de presidente de derecha y jefes de ambas cámaras de derecha.
Y aquí dice Soledad, hola anónimo, ¿qué video viene como segunda meta? Saludos desde Suiza. Estoy pensándolo, está el video de Johannes que plantea cómo hacer su posición al gobierno de Kast y está el de Mara Sedini del video anterior que no alcanzamos la segunda meta. Así que ustedes verán. Les digo al tiro que el de Mara Sedini es un video más largo, por si acaso. El de Johannes Kaiser creo que dura como 12 minutos por ahí.
Yo en esto, más bien, no soy ducha, por cierto, lo estudié ayer, desde el 38, no se produce una situación de esta naturaleza, que uno mirando de afuera dice, wow, qué poder que tiene la administración, ¿no? Sí. ¿Cómo lo va a administrar? Sí. Tiene que jugar rápido también en esa lógica.
Sí, qué poder o qué debilidad que tiene la oposición, ¿no? Y parece que, digamos, su gestión no tenía por qué perderla, por lo menos la Cámara de Diputados, no tenía por qué perderla, pero tiene tal enredo interno, ¿verdad?, que finalmente ocurre esto, que no estaba como en los libros, digamos, estábamos todos esperando otra cara, y no sé cuál, pero sí, muy impresionante lo que pasó.
Ahora, también llama mucho la atención en esto que tú planteas del apoyo oposición, la elección de Pamela Giles como la figura sobre la cual iban a votar para ser la presidenta de la Cámara, cuando yo dificulto que haya habido incluso figura de la derecha, que haya sido tan dura, particularmente con el presidente y el Frente Amplio, que es la diputada del PDG, ¿no?
Sí, pero según ella, el mismo Boric llamó para que esta cosa se diese, cuando parece que fue al revés.
con el presidente que se va y dura con el presidente que llegaba también, que lo había advertido, ¿no? En algún minuto.
Bueno, este es el costo. Este es el costo de eso, ¿no? Ahora, yo no lo llamaría una elección de personas, ¿no? Es más bien una imposición del PDG. Entonces esto muestra también, de pasada, cuáles son las posibilidades de negociación con el PDG. Con qué se va a encontrar uno si negocia con este grupo, ¿no?
¿Y cómo lo lees tú en la primera aproximación?
No, yo lo veo como muy negativo para el PDG, una vez más, como se encuentra como un partido poco fiable, ¿no? Muy fácil de cooptar, y digamos que tampoco su líder aporta mucho, ¿no? En este cuadro no es una figura, ¿no?
¿Y aquí se anónimo algún video tuyo o de otro canal para recomendar a un colega zurdo para que abra los ojos del nefasto gobierno del merluzo? A ver, voy a buscar. Aquí hay uno que está empezando a ver, que no alcancé a terminar, que dice cuántas promesas cumplió realmente seguimiento gubernamental de Boric 2022-2026. Salió hoy. Perdón, ayer. Salió ayer. No lo he visto completo, así que no sé cómo termina, pero te lo voy a dejar ahí en el chat por si lo quieres ver. De hecho, tenía pensado hacer un video sobre esto también, sí, en otra oportunidad.
No tiene presencia relevante. Después de la elección se fuma, como pasó la vez anterior también. En fin, pero hay una cantidad de diputados, por lo tanto hay una fuerza ahí de la que hay que preocuparse.
No son pocos, son 14.
No, y oye, ahí se desalineó solo uno. No deja de ser sintomático eso, porque evidentemente dentro de ese partido hay perfiles de personas que uno, la verdad es que apostaba en contra de que pudieran votar efectivamente por Pamela Giles, digamos.
Ahora, logró disciplina ayer, vamos a ver si eso se mantiene, ¿no?
Desde el punto de vista más interno, claro, lo otro es lo que planteas, Cancho.
El que se desalinea declaró después que es la razón, digamos, dijo Pamela Giles es una persona de izquierda. Bueno, pues si lo vienes a descubrir ahora.
No, lo descubrió, el tema es que sus compañeros parece que lo obviaron.
Bueno, no cumple todavía 24 horas en el Poder Judicial, todavía queda mucho que ver de aquí en adelante. Escaño, gracias por estar acá la reacción nuevamente.
Gracias a ustedes.
Que estén muy bien, Gloria. ¿Nos vemos luego?
La bajar está ahí. Y entonces ahora, primera meta, como les decía, la entrevista que le hicieron a Arturo Esquella, que está muy buena, muy entretenida.
Han pasado algunas horas ya del cambio de mando oficialmente. José Antonio Kast es el presidente de nuestro país en ejercicio. Así como también tenemos un nuevo Congreso, ya han asumido todas las autoridades electas, entre ellos el senador ahora, también presidente republicano Arturo Esquella. Le vamos a estar preguntando todo lo que ocurrió y sobre todo lo que viene. ¿Cómo está? Bienvenido, felicitaciones nuevamente.
Muy buenos días, Bárbara, me gusta acompañarlo.
Bueno, hace poquito estábamos hablando con Max Colodoro justamente de esto, de este ambiente tan que estaba complejo, después de lo del cabletino, esta reunión de domingo distendió todo, y finalmente vimos ayer cordialidad, un cambio de mando, como se esperaba, bien republicano.
Así es, fue un gran día lleno de símbolos muy importantes para la República, para Chile, para su historia, para la tradición. Pasaron cosas muy importantes, no solo en el ámbito de los símbolos, sino también en lo que tuvimos antes del juramento del presidente en ambas cámaras del Congreso Nacional. Se logró el conquistar o tener, digamos, durante los próximos años a un presidente del sector, tanto en la Cámara de Diputados como en el Senado. Eso es algo muy positivo. No era algo, digamos, irreversible o que el destino del gobierno tuviera en función de eso, en ningún caso, pero se facilita y te permite acelerar el trabajo legislativo particularmente, en donde yo estoy...
Ahí están quedando 5 minutos para la segunda meta, si no, este sería el último videito ya.
Convencido que más allá de quienes votamos por los respectivos en cada una de las cámaras, muchas personas que no estaban en ese acuerdo se van a sumar sin ningún problema, particularmente a los proyectos que dicen en relación con la seguridad pública y la reactivación económica.
Antes de pongámosle pausa al cambio de mando y el gobierno, para justamente hablar de eso, ¿qué dice de la oposición de ahora? ¿Qué dice por usted que ellos hayan logrado hacer un acuerdo de unidad detrás de una candidata como Pamela Giles? Que ella, por un lado, había declarado que le va a hacer la vida imposible al gobierno de José Antonio Kast y también había sido extremadamente dura con este gobierno. O sea, para un frente amplista o para un comunista no era menor también alinearse detrás de ella. ¿Qué dice de eso de la oposición?
Bueno, lo hicieron público, muchas personas, quizás no quienes estaban o tenían comprometido el voto por el acuerdo en el fondo al cual habían llegado los jefes de bancada, pero personas relevantes como Carolina Roa, me tocó escuchar ayer cómo hablaba de lo grave que sería avanzar en esa línea. Me da la impresión de que las personas de una generación un poco más experimentada leían muy bien lo que significaba tener una persona que a ratos está acá, otras veces está acá en esa posición. Y
Quintana creo que también estaba en ese grupito que no, ni por asomo quería estar en ese trato con Pamela Giles.
No estaba muy a gusto. Obviamente que al final del día...
Y aquí dice 000, el PDG ayer se cayó pactando con el ex oficialismo, ahora oposición. Sí, fue una mala lectura política que les va a costar caro.
Se ganaba, digamos, por
Y ahí dice Fernando, saludos, estimado.
Los votos, y la mayoría de los votos que estuvo por Jorge Alessandri, que nos tiene muy contentos.
Y dice Celeste, esta es la periodista de la frase, pero ¿cómo? Sí, ella fue la autora intelectual.
Pero también hay algo, digamos, de...
La frase completa es, pero ¿cómo? Dile algo, Vidal, dile algo, contéstale. Cuando Johannes Kaiser le estaba tirando factos uno tras otro.
De que no ganó esa posición media ambigua que podría eventualmente reflejar ella, porque muchas veces te celebra y rescata cosas que de un lado se hacen y otras veces, digamos, al lado contrario, que es algo relativamente normal y bueno, salvo cuando está en el contexto de una agenda personal y cuando va de la mano de ser el niño símbolo de los ¿cómo se llama? Retiros o cosas que a esta altura evidentemente la inmensa mayoría de los chilenos sabe cuáles son las repercusiones que tiene particularmente en la economía.
Independiente de cómo hubiera sido eventualmente ella como presidenta, Max Colodoro hace unos instantes decía, lo que esto dice es qué tipo de oposición van a tener, porque si ellos estuvieron dispuestos a juntarse y votar por esa figura, quiere decir casi que van a la guerra, aunque van a tener una posición muy obstructiva y desestabilizadora.
O sea, con lo de Manucheri quedó claro, con lo de Rentón, o sea, van a estar dando jugo todos los próximos 4 años por cualquier detalle. Algunos con mayor razón que otros.
En eso, porque perfectamente podrían haber coincidido en que alguien de la línea del presidente...
Sí, se llama Bárbara Briceño la que está entrevistando a Arturo.
De la República no fuera el presidente de la Cámara de Diputados, y eso los podría unir circunstancialmente. Pero cuando tú conversas con ellos, ya vemos del socialismo democrático, con otros del Frente Amplio y también con personas del Partido Comunista, por hacer en simple, digamos, la división, la verdad es que tú ves miradas distintas desde la perspectiva de cómo enfrentar los próximos 4 años. Veo que algunos quieren efectivamente sumarse a la agenda de seguridad y reactivación económica, por una parte, quieren ser muy duros, digamos, en materia de fiscalización, eso es razonable, y hay otros que quieren aprovechar la primera oportunidad que se tenga para andar haciendo barricadas en la calle.
El Partido Comunista dijo que iban a retomar todas las movilizaciones antes de que asumiera incluso el gobierno o que le dieran una razón.
Mira, me acuerdo cuando yo estaba en la Federación de Estudiantes y una vez nos tocó participar en una confech muchos años atrás, y la primera vez que participábamos y encontramos increíble que primero habían resuelto dónde iban a ser los escándalos públicos y después en la tabla de la reunión se discutían los motivos. O sea,
a mí me pasó algo peor. A mí me pasó que llevábamos un mes que habían iniciado las tomas en la universidad y todavía ni siquiera tenían petitorio. Simplemente se la habían tomado, pero no tenían petitorio, era por tomársela nomás, por generar la costumbre. No me acuerdo si fue el 2012 por ahí. Pero impresionante. Después del 2011, todos los años, toma, todos los años.
Bueno, acá está pasando un poco lo mismo. Es que ellos, en el fondo, antes de que dijera Pío, el presidente de la República, ya estaban hablando de movilizaciones. Por supuesto que hay un espíritu ahí que bueno, también no es algo nuevo ni nos sorprende porque está dentro del ADN del Partido Comunista. Lo que sí está en veremos es que lo que nos dijeron el expresidente Gabriel Boric y todas las personas cercanas que les tocó gobernar, particularmente el Frente Amplio, que habían aprendido la lección y que se arrepentían de cómo habían sido oposición al gobierno de Sebastián Piñera y que no lo volverían a hacer, bueno, desde ayer, en el fondo, tienen la gran oportunidad de mostrar que aprendieron esa lección.
Ahora, hemos tenido desde ayer mismo ya movilizaciones, ya empiezan los actos con violencia, en una jornada, ¿cómo ven ustedes eso? Un anticipo del ambiente que van a tener.
Yo lo veo positivo porque se estaban preparando hace mucho tiempo, desde enero, que yo veía en ciertas redes, en el fondo, una movilización muy fuerte por parte de la gente más dura, extrema de izquierda, que les daba lo mismo, lo bien o mal que lo haga el nuevo gobierno, sino que lo que quieren es desestabilizar. Y la verdad.
Y yo quise una parte para su trabajo de Anónimo, ojalá puedas hacer el video del verdadero legado de Boric. Sí, o sea, probablemente mañana pueda hacer un video así.
Que llegaron 4 gatos a su movilización.
Y aquí dice Anónimo, ¿vas a hacer directo con la cartija esta semana? Lo veo difícil.
Eso nos confirma algo que suponíamos que iba a ser así. La inmensa mayoría de los chilenos lo que quiere es que...
Aquí dice Teresa, Anónimo, el bisabuelo de mi marido llegó de Alemania y mi marido y sus 2 hijos son muy cuadraditos, genética pura. Es que insisto, más que genética, costumbre y tradición, ¿cachai? Cosas que se importan de otros lados, formas de actuar frente a la vida. Más allá de la genética, es forma de comportamiento.
Veremos las crisis. Y si es que hay quienes en la política que no se van a sumar al ámbito de las soluciones y van a tratar, digamos, de instalar una lógica obstruccionista, por cierto que no van a contar con el apoyo de la ciudadanía. Esa elección ya se aprendió del 2019 en adelante y la verdad es que lo que vimos ayer fue algo extremadamente aislado, muy distinto a lo que la inmensa mayoría de los chilenos está esperando de esta nueva administración.
Bueno, de esto viene una actividad programada en el Liceo Augusto Balmán, un liceo que siempre ha llamado la atención hace muchos años por su excelencia académica, su buen resultado en la PAES, toda la cancha que tenía. Y de hecho el alcalde siempre le dan una tribuna, pero él mostraba un video, tenía lo que hizo el Partido Comunista, y dice acá, y mi familia, y eran 20 personas manifestándose.
Me contaba un periodista de unos 60 años recién, que escuchó en el fondo las consignas. Yo estaba en las distintas actividades, así que no pude ver las imágenes, probablemente habíamos llegado a la misma conclusión. Pero esta persona, al escuchar a estos supuestos alumnos, eran los mismos gritos que uno podía escuchar en los años 80. Claramente la cuestión está digitada por personas que tienen una orientación política de caos, de tratar de...
Pero ¿cómo? Si los comunistas habían dicho jurado de guata prácticamente de que no iban a empezar con protestas ni nada de eso. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Acaso nos mintieron?
De devolverla y no representa lo que la inmensa mayoría de las familias chilenas quieren para la educación de sus hijos. Acá el foco me parece espectacular, de hecho, de partir con una actividad en un colegio hablando de la educación pública, de la importancia que es trabajar con todo en esa línea, de mejorarla, digamos, de reparar lo que lamentablemente dañaron mucho la administración anterior, está perfecto, porque muchos pensaron que todo esto va a ser solo seguridad, solo reactivación económica, y por supuesto que tenemos crisis en otros ámbitos también, lo que hemos llamado crisis en el ámbito social, que van a ser también prioritarias para poder avanzar.
Ahora, independiente de lo que haya ocurrido ayer, si ha sido pasivo o no, está claro que va a haber un proceso de tratar de tirar ese elástico y de generar estas movilizaciones y ojalá con violencia para desestabilizar el gobierno. ¿Cuál es la actitud del gobierno?
Sí, pues, ojalá con mucha violencia, cosas que les tengan que aferrar unos cuantos palos y con eso poder martirizarse diciendo, oh, mira, el Estado nos oprime. Lo ojito, la dignidad.
¿Cuánto a lo que ustedes vieron, lo que decían en campaña?
Es normal y es legítimo que las personas se manifiesten. Y es más, es una garantía constitucional. Pero al mismo tiempo, esa garantía constitucional, el principal obstáculo que tiene son las personas que aprovechan esos escenarios para generar ambientes de violencia, de delincuencia. Recordarán todos, digamos, los incendios, los saqueos, las barricadas, el que pasaba, todas esas cosas. Tendrán que entender esas personas que están detrás de esa intención de que hay una nueva administración, que ayer lo dijo fuerte y claro el presidente de la República, va a estar todo el rigor de la ley y todo el respaldo de la Constitución, de las autoridades y de la misma ley detrás.
O sea, lo dijo claro, pero no sé si lo dijo fuerte y mucho menos con pasión.
de nuestras policías que van a velar por la protección de la población, por el orden público, porque este país avance, aislando a las personas que no entienden las reglas del juego. Las reglas del juego consisten en que uno se manifiesta todo lo que quiera, pero respetando los derechos de los demás. Y acá sí el Estado de Derecho se va a defender con todo. Muchas de estas cosas van a tener que ver con algunas herramientas, atribuciones o ciertas modificaciones legislativas que nos va a tocar discutir. Y va a ser una buena prueba para todos los sectores políticos de si están del lado de quienes quieren orden y desarrollo y progreso, o de los que quieren sembrar, digamos, espacios en donde puede haber nuevamente desorden en la calle.
Bueno, de las cosas complejas para la oposición, justamente van a hacer esta postura, el mismo presidente Gabriel Boric, tanto diputado, encaraba a los carabineros, a los militares en ese momento, su sector acusaba de represión, violación de los derechos humanos de forma muy masiva. En su gobierno prácticamente no tuvieron incidentes porque no hubo ni una cosa, o muy aislado, prácticamente nada, pero la actitud de los carabineros, bravo, entonces ahora sería raro un retroceso a cómo fueron con Piñera 2, ¿cómo lo ven ustedes cuando tengan
Es que la diferencia entre Boric y Piñera es que Piñera hizo hasta lo imposible por perseguir a carabineros. No los defendió, permitió que los destituyeran, les agarró las manos, hizo hasta lo imposible porque la revolución avanzase.
Yo esperaría que las autoridades que les tocó gobernar durante los 4 años previos
que tuvieron que probar el Estado de excepción constitucional y
efectivamente sea cierto lo que declararon en más de una oportunidad, que ahora entienden, hacen un mea culpa, creo que hasta más de alguno usó esa palabra, incluso no solo quienes gobernaron directamente, estoy hablando del Frente Amplio, sino que también recuerdo una culpa que se hacía desde el Partido Socialista por haber simpatizado con los movimientos y con la violencia que se generó, o las movilizaciones que llevaron a la violencia en la época de octubre del 2019. Eso mea culpa de personas que en ese minuto fueron al menos ambiguos, está. Ahora la ciudadanía les va a exigir que lleven sus declaraciones a los hechos y que si es que hay alguien que pretende volver a esa lógica, se ponga del lado de la ciudadanía que quiere orden, que quiere llegar a fin de mes adecuadamente, que quiere que haya puestos de trabajo y que quiere ante todo que las fuerzas policiales estén combatiendo el narcotráfico, el crimen organizado y no desviando su atención en los desórdenes públicos que pueda estar encabezando un puñado de personas.
Ahora, en medio de todo este contexto, hace 1 o 2 días, envían una caja a una alcaldesa con un cadáver de una mujer. Y casi ya ni siquiera es noticia.
En todo caso, es que eso es lo que buscaba la izquierda, por normalizar esas brutalidades. Sí, es normal que le coloquen un cadáver al frente de la casa a un alcalde.
¿Cómo lo ven ustedes? Porque o sea, dice mucho del nivel en que estamos llegando, que se normaliza que una cosa como esa ya no es un escándalo nacional que paraliza prácticamente todo.
En todo caso. ¿Se imaginan ustedes? Hubiese ocurrido exactamente lo mismo en los años 90 o en los años 2000. Imagínate el escándalo, la cantidad de programas de televisión que hubiesen estado dedicados a investigar el caso de quién es la persona que estaba ahí, el cadáver y todo. ¿Sí? Pero ahora no, es como una anécdota. Sí, mira, encontraron un cadáver frente a la casa del alcalde. Normal.
Por supuesto que además...
¿no sabías, Teresa? Sí,
ocurre en un contexto político muy relevante, pero ya, ¿a dónde estamos llegando?
Eso es normal que no somos México todavía, decían. Al menos no estamos tan violentos como en la franja de Gaza. Al menos en Irán en Irán están un poquitito más convulsos que acá.
Eso es, en la medida que nosotros podamos concentrar todas las fuerzas del Estado, llámese inteligencia, de las policías, de las Fuerzas Armadas, de toda la administración, el mismo presidente de la República va a encabezar los esfuerzos en materia de seguridad pública, se concentren, digamos, en combatir el narcotráfico, el crimen organizado, que es lo que hay detrás, evidentemente, de lo que tú señalabas de la persona muerta en esa caja, vamos a ganar. Pero necesitamos, en el fondo, la colaboración y la convicción de todos los sectores políticos para que todas nuestras fuerzas, todo el aparataje del Estado esté en la persecución de esas bandas criminales. La coordinación con los otros países, quizás no quedó lo suficiente. Hemos tenido noticias muy importantes todos los días y de repente esa coordinación que se dio entre más de 10 naciones, donde sí está muy presente el crimen organizado, me refiero al encuentro en Miami, es muy relevante. ¿Sí? Un país solo no saca nada combatiendo a las bandas transcriminales. En el fondo se mueven de un país a otro, se las arreglan. Claro, y todas las cosas tienen que ver con la interconexión, por los puestos, por las vías, digamos, ilegales. Esa coordinación va a ser muy importante. Y lo que nos faltaba, que hoy día sí lo tenemos, una determinación del mismo presidente de la República que va a ser el primero combatir.
Bueno, en el caso de Carabineros, no podemos muerte de la y también, que de alguna manera hizo algunos cambios de la agenda, protocolo, tuvo que referirse a su presidente. Él fue muy empático. Desde ahora, es una cosa.
Así es, y muestra de ello, que es una señal, quizás no la percibimos todos los chilenos, pero por Dios que sí la percibieron los carabineros, que el día de la asunción al cargo del presidente de la República y la misma ministra que había jurado poco rato antes, vaya al lugar de los hechos, se reúna con las autoridades, con la familia, con todas las personas para personalmente, que es el Ejecutivo, o sea, en carril paralelo avanza, digamos, la parte.
Ya, pero una cosa es que vaya al velorio y toda la cosa, pero otra cosa muy distinta es que pillen al autor y que lo castiguen como corresponde. Ese es el cambio que la gente va a estar pidiendo.
Judicial, pero personalmente vaya a respaldar lo que se va a hacer, es una señal muy potente.
Medio cambio mando,
de ahora en adelante,
no hay,
yo te garantizo, Bárbara, no hay un solo carabinero que no haya entendido la señal. Todo lo que se dijo y que hemos dicho y reiterado permanentemente del apoyo restricto a nuestras policías es real. Y el primero de ellos en respaldarlo es nada menos que el presidente de la República.
Es un tema que para la ciudadanía ahora.
Y efectivamente fue algo que se tuvo que
cambiar,
digamos,
y aquí dice Marcela, llegué tarde, sí, llegaste como 2 horas 10 tarde, ¿sí? 2 horas 10 minutos tarde, por ahí.
2 días antes no tenía ninguna posibilidad de saber que iba a ocurrir algo así la ministra y probablemente tenía otras actividades programadas y esa fue la rapidez con la cual se reaccionó para dar esa señal muy potente.
Ya comenzó, ya son autoridades, ya subieron su cargo, además tienen la presidencia de la Cámara y del Senado, hay compromisos.
Y aquí sí, yo me acuerdo que el MACA decía eso, de que no somos México, una vez que salió una noticia de que habían encontrado cientos de restos en una ciudad. Fue la época donde encontraron Ojeda en el cementerio este de Maipú, de la toma ese gigante. Yo también he tenido esa discusión varias veces con el Ricky. El Ricky dice, todavía no somos México, y claro, nunca vamos a ser México por el tema de la logística, pues cómo funciona Chile, por la extensión territorial que tiene Chile. Pero si tú lo focalizas y te vas comuna por comuna, hay lugares que deben ser igual de peligrosos que algunas comunas peligrosas de México.
De hacer acciones muy rápido. Como que...
Y no, Jaime, ya no se va a poder alcanzar la segunda meta. Se acabó el tiempo.
Esa agenda de súper corto plazo y la de mediano.
Se va a ir conociendo entre las próximas horas, días. Ayer, en la tarde-noche, luego de la actividad en el colegio en Ñuñoa, se dio a conocer, o sea, no solo se dio a conocer, se firmaron formalmente los decretos que ya se tenían redactados, preparados para avanzar en una crisis que en paralelo se tenía que gatillar al tiro con todo el aparataje del Estado. Me refiero a enfrentar multiagencialmente la situación que tenemos en la frontera. Se nombró una persona que creo que es la persona más indicada en Chile para hacerse cargo de particularmente la realidad de las 3 regiones más del norte del país.
Claro, aún no somos México, el México azteca. Todavía no, aún no están sacando corazones y entregando de personas vivas para entregársela a los dioses. Falta eso.
Pero al vicealmirante en retiro, Alberto Soto, que es el comisionado presidencial para el tema frontera. Él ya tenía mucho tiempo de estudio del plan fronterizo elaborado por otros generales en retiro, personas especializadas en la materia. Se decretó, o sea, más bien se firmaron una serie de medidas administrativas que apuntan a dotar de todas las herramientas de mandatar, en este caso a través del ministro de Defensa, la presencia o un foco muy puesto en el apoyo por parte del ejército en la emergencia que tenemos en materia de frontera, algo que en algún minuto se discutía, qué tanto tiene que ver el ejército. Ya no, el Estado es un conjunto y se defiende con todo, y si es que en algunos lugares están echando las personas ilegales, que en gran medida tiene que ver con cómo se nutre el narcotráfico y en el fondo de ahí unas consecuencias negativas, evidentemente que hay que agotar los esfuerzos y para eso las Fuerzas Armadas pueden colaborar. Eso es lo que se tuvo a vista y se estableció, se firmaron los decretos supremos ayer que apuntan en esa línea.
En materia económica también.
En materia económica también van a venir, por supuesto.
Bueno, la primera cosa es saber realmente cuál es el estado de la situación, porque el ex ministro Bravo insistía hasta el último día que no había un deterioro fiscal.
Claro. Todo fantástico, todo cuadrado, todo bien. Igual que la directora de presupuesto, todo bien.
Autónomo, economista, para sacar todo lo demás, evidentemente sí lo hay.
¿Sabes por qué te dicen eso, Bernarda? Porque muchas veces se comparan. No, ministro
Grau. El relato que intentaron instalar desde el gobierno.
Es que en el fondo, quizás tratando de ser bien pensado, se comparan en el fondo con países que tienen un 100, un 110% de deuda respecto, digamos, del PIB. Efectivamente uno dice...
De hecho, eso es lo que hacía Meo constantemente, para decir siempre, de la forma más irresponsable posible, que Chile se podía seguir endeudando.
Y ese es el parámetro en el fondo que tenemos a la vista. Comparémonos con nosotros mismos. ¿Sí? El éxito económico y en consecuencia social que tuvo Chile durante las décadas pasadas, en donde de todos los sectores políticos se ayudó a construir, es precisamente en gran medida por el respeto a las instituciones, el fortalecimiento de las mismas, el atajar de muy buena manera las cuentas fiscales, es decir, actuar con responsabilidad y en definitiva tener a personas que se pusieran coloradas y se atrevieran a decir si es que no había recursos para hacer tal o cual cosa, o al menos decir, mire, cuando lleguemos a estar en esta condición vamos a avanzar con esa política pública.
Y aquí se celeste eso, sacar el corazón de una persona viva, ya lo hicieron en una cárcel, no me acuerdo si en Osorno o en Puerto Montt. Sí, pero no le sacrificaron a los dioses, todavía no somos Tenochtitlán, ¿cachai? Nos falta, ¿sí? Si se le hubiesen dedicado a Quetzalcóatl, ahí te creo, ahí sí que sería un México azteca, todavía no.
Pública, que es lo razonable. Si los chilenos en su inmensa mayoría no quieren que les mientan, quieren que les digan la verdad. Y la verdad consiste, y hoy día está, en que tenemos una situación muy compleja en el ámbito financiero que nos obliga, no es una cosa voluntarista. O sea, que pensaba que fue como un eslogan de campaña de los 6.000 millones, ¿a quién le podría importar eso para decir el voto? No, es un asunto de responsabilidad. Al menos, efectivamente, se tiene que disminuir el gasto en todo lo superfluo, en todo lo que está desaprovechándose los recursos del Estado. Hay que dejar, digamos, de gastar mal y volver, digamos, a hacer lo adecuado, lo correcto y lo eficiente por parte del Estado en materia fiscal.
Ministro, quiero viene diciendo hace mucho rato que iba a hacer una reducción de $6.000 millones en un año. Se generó todo un debate respecto a si era posible o no, pero más allá del plazo, se queda corto. O sea, ya vamos a partir con un déficit, dicen, de cerca de $10.000, $12.000 millones de dólares. ¿Cómo va usted que va a ser tan difícil o no de hacer esos recortes? Porque además la oposición va a estar presionando y ellos dicen, nosotros vamos a ver que no se retroceda en absolutamente nada, ni de derechos sociales ni cosas adquiridas.
El ministro Quirós se preparó incluso antes de que tuviéramos acceso a la información, que por de pronto se va a nutrir aún más ahora en el cargo. El ministro Quirós se preparó para el peor de los escenarios y en función de eso construyó todo lo que hay que hacer. Y es absolutamente necesario, no solo las medidas de ajuste fiscal que van de la mano con austeridad y muchos movimientos o decisiones complejas en la administración del Estado, sino que también decisiones muy profundas y necesarias para reactivar la economía. Lo que se anunció ayer desde el punto de vista del destrave de ciertas materias que están paradas, digamos, esperando autorización, particularmente materias medioambientales, es fundamental. Ayer se hablaba de un grupo específico que...
Ustedes tienen que poner atención, hablando de Quirós, tienen que poner atención a abril. En abril se supone que va a tirar el paquete de medidas de la reforma tributaria gas y si se la aprueban, vamos a ver al tiro ya, esperemos, algunos cambios importantes. Si se lo rechazan, chuta, va a ser un primer traspié importante, porque esas medidas se tienen que tomar rápido.
Está, digamos, en el contexto de unos de proyectos que bordean los $16.000 millones de dólares. Eso es fundamental que avance, es fundamental. De ahí es en donde sale la recaudación futura, de ahí es en donde salen los miles de empleos que necesitamos, de ahí es en donde uno puede empezar.
Sí, porque dice Celeste, sí, pues, solamente fue un sacrificio del demonio, no a los dioses paganos mexicanos, no. Sí, todavía no somos México azteca.
A construir algo más estable a futuro. Ese equipo lo tiene muy claro, va a haber que tomar decisiones.
Y aquí se notaron el acuerdo de las tierras raras con Estados Unidos en la alianza estratégica, si lo había leído hace un rato en el chat.
Duras, van a haber personas que no les va a gustar, van a haber personas en el fondo que todo proyectos de gran envergadura tiene contradictores, tiene personas que tienen intereses puntuales y que es legítimo que los defiendan. Pero si hay una urgencia hoy día es que inversiones que van a generar riqueza para los chilenos y trabajo para los que hoy día no lo tienen, se debe agotar los esfuerzos por promoverlos, porque avancen, más que andar poniéndole obstáculos, que ha sido la tónica del último tiempo.
Desde su sector, ustedes mismos, el próximo, o sea, ya ahora ministro, han acusado mucho más de que estaba haciendo el gobierno anterior, ya sea de personal, de proyectos, la candidatura de la presidenta Michelle Bachelet a la ONU. ¿Qué pasa con eso? Cabletino, hay que decir.
Yo creo que es una candidatura que ayer tuvimos señales indirectas que quizás no se ha comentado mucho, pero
que no haya venido Lula a defender su candidatura.
O sea, a ver,
le echen la culpa que hayan invitado a algo.
Que no haya estado la
que no haya estado Lula, que no estuvo Bachelet, están como pidiendo que le tiren la cadena en la candidatura.
Bachelet, que haya decidido estar en la ONU tratando ahí de aprovechar los últimos cartuchos antes de que llegue la representación en la ONU de la actual administración, haciendo probablemente campaña, promoviendo su candidatura entre los otros países de la mano de Brasil y México, y descuidando la importancia de ganar, digamos, el apoyo de su país. Podrían partir, digamos, pensando que es como lo más básico, sumado a que el presidente Lula prefirió escudarse en algún tipo de excepción o de situación para no enfrentar la conversación que se quería tener y no estar lamentablemente presente en una ceremonia que para nosotros los chilenos era muy importante. 2 más 2 son 4. Evidentemente que
o sea, ya usted ya la dieron por
el pronóstico de la
yo creo que le tiraron la cadena.
candidatura Bachelet, yo creo que está dado hace tiempo. No pudo encontrar el presidente Boric peor patrocinio que el de México y Brasil. Si hay países que se caracterizan en el concepto que hoy día el mundo está viviendo, es precisamente de tener una connotación muy de izquierda, muy contrario a los intereses o a la posición que un país que ha sido muy protagónico este último tiempo como Estados Unidos tiene. Y me da la impresión de que Chile tiene que pensar muy bien para qué, o sea, cuál es el propósito de su voto en el respaldo al candidato que pueda llegar verdaderamente a ganar. Porque si es que encontramos que uno de los candidatos, sea chileno o no, propone un cambio significativo para que la ONU vuelva a tener algún sentido concreto en los temas importantes, que hemos visto que simplemente, digamos, es un holograma frente a los temas relevantes como Venezuela.
Igual sería chistoso que Chile se pusiese a apoyar al candidato a Argentina.
Como Cuba, como Nicaragua, por decir, digamos, que tenemos cerca. Bueno, la verdad es que el voto de los chilenos, el voto del Estado de Chile debería estar más bien puesto en eso.
Pero es casi obvio en esta altura que ustedes como gobierno van a apostar en materias internacionales a recomponer las relaciones con Estados Unidos, que siempre han sido muy buenas y tuvieron momentos tensos en estos últimos años.
No, yo creo que momentos pésimos. O sea, no recuerdo, por lo menos en mi experiencia, que presidentes de la República se refirieran de esa manera, no solo a Estados Unidos, sino que a cualquier país. La verdad es que fue bastante ingrato.
Sobre todo a Israel.
El ver cómo el presidente Boric no supo separar su posición personal respecto del primer mandatario de Estados Unidos, que es legítimo, puede pensar lo que quiera.
Aquí el Ricky quiere que haga un directo con él hoy a las 11. Ya ahí le dije que bueno, ya, así que probablemente nos vamos a ver más rato en su canal.
El rol que tiene como jefe de Estado. Eso nunca lo superó, llegó hasta el último día, llegó a la banda presidencial y nunca lo superó. Y eso nos hizo un daño importante. Y esa relación para nosotros es fundamental. Entonces, el esfuerzo que va a hacer el gobierno del presidente Kast con su canciller y con todo el aparataje del Estado para reconstruir esa relación, fortalecerla y llevarla a su mejor momento es fundamental. Con un gran desafío, que es no descuidar la relación con otras naciones.
Claro, que eso le discute preguntar, porque cabletino, otro también dice que es una herencia de gobierno compleja, porque cualquier cosa que se haga puede generar...
O sea, la herencia fue el estar a puertas de aprobar entre gallo y medianoche un proyecto que nos habría hecho aún más difícil la reconstrucción de la relación con Estados Unidos, si no imposible. El que haya salido a la luz en el momento indicado, cuando ya estaba bastante cocinado, nos ayuda, digamos, a poder tomar esa reconstrucción de la relación de una manera viable y al mismo tiempo, con toda claridad, las autoridades de gobierno podrán decir a las otras naciones, particularmente a las grandes potencias que pueden tener conflicto con Estados Unidos, de que para nosotros también es muy importante fortalecer esa relación. La relación con China, para Chile, la relación comercial es muy importante y no la vamos a confundir en las diferencias que puedan tener las grandes potencias, sino que para nosotros esa historia de relación comercial se debe profundizar respetando a las naciones y nunca perdiendo de vista de que para los chilenos, la exportación de Chile, todas las naciones son importantes, dentro de ellas la principal.
Una última cosa para cerrar, o un par de últimas cosas para cerrar, a propósito de lo que pasó ayer. ¿Qué decía la carta que entregó el presidente Boric?
Todos están preguntándose lo de la cartita. Todo el mundo lo pregunta. No me haga auditoría, porfis.
No lo sé.
¿Nadie lo sabe?
Sinceramente no lo sé. No sé si es algo que va a poder contar o no. No he estado nos vimos, por supuesto, pero...
O sea, una cosa que no lo puede contar, pero no lo sabe, más allá que no lo puede contar.
Yo no sé si se puede contar o no. No sé si es que las intervenciones que he tenido en la mañana, yo he estado en distintos medios, no he podido ver lo que se ha dicho públicamente. No sé si es algo privado para él, sino o algo que se puede contar. Pero alguien me dijo...
claro. Capaz que le puse la clave del Wi-Fi. Salvador Allende es lo máximo. ¿Te imaginas? Para obligar a casa a tener que poner esa clave.
Ahí, que no es algo nuevo, que los presidentes en el fondo entregan como un mensaje.
Por tips, así,
no, es algo un poco más profundo, es algo más en el ámbito del deseo. No sé si es que eso fue o no, puede haber sido algo muy distinto y la verdad, sinceramente, estoy especulando porque no tengo idea.
Y ahora sí, finalmente, a propósito también de los gestos, ayer se comentaba entre varias cosas, un poncho del vicepresidente de la Cámara, la chaqueta de la capitana Rodríguez. ¿Qué le pareció a usted eso? Porque se criticó mucho que desde el otro lado siempre se hacen este tipo de gestos que finalmente enrarecen más adelante.
Sí, en lo personal, para ser súper claro, es un proceso. Para nosotros como republicanos es fundamental avanzar en devolverle, digamos, la dignidad a las instituciones. Hemos trabajado mucho en eso. Obviamente que es distinto el estándar que uno le puede pedir a las personas que recién ven entrando sin ninguna duda de que
O sea, literal, le dio vergüenza ajena. Estas son palabras de buena crianza para decir, es nueva, ¿ya? Perdónala. Perdónala porque no sabe lo que hace.
Había, digamos, una señal de una persona que vio en carne propia o en de primera fuente todo lo que sufrieron los carabineros los años anteriores, y probablemente lo que inspiró a la diputada Rodríguez a hacer un gesto era precisamente eso. Pero me da la impresión de que con el paso de los días, semanas, meses, por lo menos desde nuestro sector se va a recoger el guante de lo que nos pedían desde el nuevo gobierno de estar, digamos, en lo que se espera en las instituciones formales, porque al final del día estamos...
¿Viste? O sea, literal es como ya tratemos de entenderla, es nueva, sí, pero no se va a repetir. No se va a repetir.
Todo. Y bueno, no me puedo hacer cargo del resto de las personas que solían hacer cosas así. No hubo carteles, por primera vez que veo un congreso pleno sin carteles, sin tanto grito, sin cosas así. Entonces,
eso sí, todo bien ordenadito.
Pero cosa muy positiva. Y esto se va contagiando de unos a otros, es decir, el honrar y respetar las instituciones. Así que yo esperaría que, aunque las personas no estén en nuestra bancada también, nuestra acción contribuya a que...
Muchísimas gracias, senador, por conversar con nosotros. Que tenga una buena semana.
Muchas gracias.
Intensa semana, intenso año más bien. Muchas gracias y lo dejamos invitados con nosotros. Ahí tenemos el punto.
Y aquí dice Marcelo, ¿qué pecado cometió la diputada Rodríguez? Bueno, que justamente están hablando de que tenían que ser sobrios, ¿cierto? Mantener las apariencias, verse formal y todo. Bueno, en fin. Aquí dice clave, Pinochet es el vengador más fuerte. Eso va a ser para el gobierno que venga. Aquí dice los diputados del Partido Nacional Libertario, cero drama. El ex carabinero pro-republicano, un crack. Sí. Y aquí hace falta mucha gente que empiece a respetar a carabineros. Es que esa no es forma de mostrar respeto, creo yo, Marcelo. No sé si esa es la forma de mostrar el respeto a carabineros, a la institución. Yo creo que no. Pero bueno, ahí para todos los gustos. Al menos por lo que me dejó claro en la entrevista es que le van a tirar las orejas y se la perdonaron solamente porque hija de carabinero y porque quería hacer un punto. Pero estoy casi seguro que después le van a decir no, ¿cachai? No, por ahí no. No. En fin, muchas gracias a toda la gente que estuvo acompañando, dando like, compartiendo, comentando. A la gente que ayudó a llegar a la primera meta. Espero que el directo les haya gustado. Nos estamos viendo más ratito. Cuídense mucho. Chao, chao. Y probablemente mañana no haga directo. En una vez, tal vez quizás, no hago directo. Lo dejo ahí por si acaso. Increíble el poder que tiene la izquierda. Jodieron a Pía con esto de los guantecitos y la mascarilla y no les preocupó ver a Boric manejando con celular en la mano. Para que veas. Eso pasa cuando tú tienes una oposición real actuando como oposición, pero una oposición escandalosa. Si nosotros dijimos, o sea, la izquierda va a actuar como una oposición escandalosa y va a estar fijándose de cada detalle, de todo lo que hacen y de lo que no hacen. Por eso tienen que tener mucho cuidado. Y también sirve de lección a Chile Vamos, ¿cierto? Y a la derecha en general, de que cuando tienen que ser oposición, sean oposición. Sí, muchas de las cosas del daño que causó el gobierno de Boric fue por ausencia de oposición. Porque si hubiese habido una oposición como corresponde, que hubiese tenido un mínimo de poder de negociación con la centroizquierda, muchos de los ministros que tenía Boric hubiesen salido destituidos, ¿cierto?, mediante acusación constitucional. Lo de Pardo, por ejemplo. Pardo fue salvado por Chile Vamos. Eso no se tiene que olvidar nunca. Tenía todas las cartas para salir perdiendo, para salirse ahí y perder su cátedra, porque al final fue a llorar. Se fue a llorar al Senado, no, que quiero hacer clases, por favor, mi trabajo. Y gracias a eso lo perdonaron. Pero no había ninguna justificación para que saliera libre de esa acusación, ninguna. Por esta cuestión de conflicto de interés por su señora, por los errores que cometió, un montón de... Más encima que estaba informado, no había por dónde. Pero Chile Vamos lo salvó.
Nos enfrentamos a una contienda electoral.
Quizá porque Chile Vamos piensa, erróneamente, que cuando ellos son gobierno, si ellos son piadosos con la izquierda no los va a atacar de vuelta, porque no funciona así.
Y también en algunos distintos momentos de diferencias políticas que tuvimos. Y las tuvimos y no las ocultamos. Y yo creo que eso también es sano, es bueno poder plantear siempre con respeto. Pero también es cierto que esas diferencias nunca nos impidieron reconocer algo esencial, que ambos concebimos el servicio público como una forma de compromiso y amor por Chile. Y también hay que reconocer que tuvo momentos de gran colaboración, de ida y de vuelta. Así que agradezco todos esos momentos en los cuales pudimos compartir. Me tocó el año 2009, ser candidato, trabajar.
Y aquí Anónimo se reporta que ahora un carabinero fue baleado en Talcahuano. Probablemente esto ocurra. O sea, yo me imagino que estas primeras semanas y meses, los primeros 3 meses sobre todo, va a haber un ataque bien persistente a carabineros, porque tienen miedo de que le den atribuciones a carabineros para controlar el crimen en serio. Muy parecido a lo que pasó en Ecuador. Un clima similar a lo que vamos a ver va a ser como cuando se estaba debatiendo la ley Nain Retamal. No sé si se acuerdan, pero en esas fechas mataron a tres carabineros. En tiempo récord, así en menos de un mes, como menos de 3 semanas, habían 3 carabineros muertos. No me extrañaría de que empiecen a atacar así de forma persistente a los carabineros por miedo a que le empiecen a disputar el territorio. ¿Sí? Con Boric estaban tranquilos, porque desde el oficialismo hacían todo lo posible por desactivar las leyes pro seguridad, pero ahora que está acá, sí que él te está diciendo que va a apoyar a Carabineros, puede que cambie el ánimo del crimen organizado.
Ahí en San Bernardo, donde después siguió hoy día el gran alcalde de Providencia, ejerciendo un rol que además después la grúa se lo llevó de ministro. Así que en esa época, en el 2009, ya trabajé intensamente por el caballero que está ahí y después trabajé intensamente por su marido. Así que a ambos lo conocí bastante. Y para qué decir el año 2017, donde también, claro, fue un desafío duro, pero que concluyó bien. Y también me sentí orgulloso de recorrer Chile entero defendiendo las ideas de la libertad. Él también me ofreció consejos en más de una oportunidad. Y como lo dije, su familia está aquí presente.
Y aquí dice Anónimo, lo que me tranquiliza es que ahora está detrás de casa Estados Unidos y Kaiser. No sé si Kaiser está detrás. Yo creo que Kaiser va a estar tomando distancia, ¿no? Va a depender de qué proyecto impulse y cómo reacciona el Partido Nacional Libertario. Pero no es un apoyo restricto, yo creo que no. Los Estados Unidos también, pues también veremos. Va a depender de qué le pida Estados Unidos a Chile. No hay que ir ahí doblando la rodilla cada rato como lo hace Milei, que prácticamente no sé si se sacó el prepucio o no, no me interesa, pero lo único que le falta, ¿sí? Completamente servil al intervencionista, completamente servil.
Han sido un tremendo apoyo en este periodo, el periodo electoral, la primera segunda vuelta, y también han seguido conversando con nuestros hijos, contándoles todo lo que significa el entorno de una presidencia. Para nosotros eso es muy, muy relevante, así que muchas gracias por su cariño. Al final del día, lo que nos une es el deseo de que Chile no extravíe el rumbo del crecimiento, el orden y la estabilidad. Mi presencia aquí, por lo tanto, no es un mero acto protocolar, sino un testimonio profundo de respeto hacia quien siempre puso a Chile por delante de cualquier otro interés. Y así que lo primero es recordar al presidente Piñera y de manera muy sincera lamentar su partida. Todos quedamos impactados. Quedamos impactados por el cariño también que le expresó la ciudadanía en su despedida de varios días. Este acto no es un reconocimiento académico a una trayectoria destacada, sino también una invitación a reflexionar sobre el valor del servicio público y la importancia de defender con convicción la democracia y la libertad.
Aquí Chile ya firmó un acuerdo ayer de explotación de tierras raras con Estados Unidos, sí, y esas tierras raras se encuentran algunas de ellas en la Araucanía. Así que vamos a ver qué sucede ahí con Temuco y Cuy y toda esa zona.
Sebastián Piñera fue un servidor público que trabajó con disciplina, con convicción, para hacer que Chile fuera una democracia fuerte y libre. El presidente tuvo un trabajo riguroso en su vida pública, de apertura a la innovación, como lo fue mencionado por el rector, de voluntad reformista y de una tenacidad poco común para perseguir metas ambiciosas para nuestro país. Esa ética del trabajo, que eso es una voluntad de trabajo, una ética de trabajo, fue configurando un legado que hoy forma parte de la historia reciente de nuestro país. Su primer gobierno, y lo señaló el rector, tuvo un momento muy difícil, recoger un país destruido, devastado por un terremoto, y lo hizo de manera impresionante. Después de que levantó ciudades, vivienda, infraestructura, como jamás se había visto, y nos recuperó el ánimo, el espíritu, se enfrentó al tema del desempleo. Y también con buenos colaboradores logró ese anhelado 1.000.000 de empleo.
Es que yo insisto, lo comentaba el otro día. Si Kass se concentra muy, muy seriamente con el tema de la reconstrucción, cosa que Boric no hizo, sí o sí va a mejorar el empleo. Sí, porque toda esta gente que va a estar trabajando en el rubro de la construcción después va a tener plata para consumir en el mercado, en el retail, en otros espacios. Por tanto, se puede dinamizar la economía. Pero eso no puede ser toda la solución, por supuesto que no, pues y ahí entra el paquete de medidas que va a impulsar Quirós.
También fue debate ahora. Precisamente lo lograron, lo perdimos y ahora tenemos el desafío de recuperarlo. Nada que decir de esos momentos estelares. Estamos viendo 33, la discusión que usted tenía con él.
Falta el papelito. Guárdate el papelito.
Pero nuestro programa de gobierno tenía 33 medidas y era precisamente por eso, en recuerdo de esa gran gesta, donde hay varios aquí presentes que tuvieron una participación activa. A él le tocó liderar, pero junto a él trabajaron hombres y mujeres jugados por salvar la vida y nunca perder la esperanza. Por eso me alegró tanto el nombre de una de las nietas, Esperanza, que por alguna parte está. Eso siempre hay que recordarlo. Y esa misma situación que hizo en su primer desafío de reconstruir Chile, de rescatar a los mineros, sacó a Chile adelante en la pandemia más dura que nos ha tocado vivir. Fuimos un ejemplo mundial, una vez más, con esa tenacidad, con esa proyección, y con el doctor que está ahí, el doctor Mañalich, que después fue sucedido por el doctor Paris.
Que no lo pescaron mucho, porque si hubieran pescado a Mañalich, hubiésemos tenido unas cuarentenas mucho más suaves, ¿cierto? Y mucho más acotadas. No tener a toda la gente prisionera en sus casas prácticamente 2 años. Eso fue cortesía de Paris, no olvidar. Inés, dice Anónimo, a mí me da la impresión de que Kass se calla cosas con los periodistas porque no les quiere dar nada de información de lo que hará. Yo creo que sí lo dice. Yo creo que así dejó clarito lo que iba a hacer y de hecho lo que está haciendo. Yo encontré que fue bien transparente en las entrevistas.
Con la doctora Paula Daza, era como, y otros más, pero ahí había una continuidad y un equipo muy potente. Así que, ¿cómo olvidar ese sombrero tipo cocodrilo dandí del doctor Mañalich? Y también la violencia extrema, porque tuvimos momentos de dureza extrema. Ahí estaba la intendenta que iba a ser candidata a gobernador y se mantuvo en el puesto. Así que gracias, Carlos, por haberla jugado también. En ese momento todos se mantuvieron en su puesto. Todos tenían otras posibilidades. Pero frente al llamado de urgencia y emergencia del país, cada uno se quedó en su lugar. Gracias, Víctor, también por ese desafío que asumiste, que no fue fácil. Ahí en el subsecretario Villa. Gracias a todos. Podría mencionarlos a todos, porque cada uno estaba. El ministro Darío también. Los veo y veo historias. Y veo también una buena continuidad de lo que nos toca hoy día. Cómo no recordar también ese momento duro en ese que el presidente identificó bien, que era un golpe de Estado no tradicional, donde se exacerbaron los ánimos, se perdió el sentido común y paso a paso lo fuimos recuperando, con diferencias también. Pero yo creo que todo pasa por algo. Cuando yo digo todo va a estar bien, todo ha estado bien, y cada uno ha construido, ha puesto una parte para que podamos reencontrarnos. Esa fue necesaria, esa situación dura por la cual atravesamos, para poder hoy día recuperar y tener la oportunidad de construir una nueva era. Tenemos una oportunidad, no está garantizado, pero si hacemos las cosas bien, podemos recuperar el desarrollo y el crecimiento que sembró el presidente Piñera.
Insisto, el discurso que dio en La Moneda el otro día con Piedra a su lado estaba muchísimo menos preparado que lo que está leyendo ahora. Se nota, pero a la distancia. Y no creo que haya sido nerviosismo, no creo.
También, y reflejo de lo que veo aquí, es su preocupación por, a veces digo Latinoamérica, pero ahora voy a decir Hispanoamérica, para incluirlos a todos. Porque tuvo una presión real.
De a poquitito va aprendiendo.
Y sabía que en nuestro continente, si sigue existiendo pobreza, si sigue existiendo miseria, la democracia y la libertad van a estar siempre en peligro. Porque hay algunos que no creen en la democracia, no creen en la libertad. Y aquí tenemos a una mujer grande. Ya te han aplaudido, te han reconocido, pero tu coraje, tu valentía nos motiva a todos. Porque decimos, ¿cómo? En un país donde prima la tiranía, el odio, la opresión, la migración forzada, una mujer saca adelante el alma de la patria. Así que María Corina, muchas gracias por tu presencia, por tu trabajo permanente. Y creo que con justo reconocimiento.
Ahora esto la María Corina Machado le estaba pidiendo que regularizara a venezolanos. Bien en sintonía con lo que estaba proponiendo Jara.
Tu premio Nobel. Y fue increíble que estuvieras allá y que hoy día puedas recorrer el mundo gritando libertad.
Y aquí dicen, ¿tú crees que es factible intervenir como Cuicuy? Con eso se ganaría 1000 puntos. Sí, yo creo que sí se puede, hay que tener decisión. Mandar a carabineros pero con refuerzo militar. No mandar a la PDI así como un escuadrón encima con chivateado, porque recuerden que lo estaban esperando para emboscarlo. Gracias a estos veedores de los derechos humanos, ¿cierto? Que fueron a dar jugo. Hay que hacer esta cosa bien rápido y sin entregar mucha información a los de Temucuicuy. Sí, eso fue lo que hizo que fracasara esa incursión. 850 operativos y todos tuvieron que salir arrancando la situación.
Libertad para tu Venezuela querida. Aquí varios de los parlamentarios que fuimos parlamentarios.
Y aquí dice María Corina Machado, ¿no dijo eso? Sí, le dijo que regularizara a los venezolanos buenos. Sí, eso fue lo que le dijo.
En un juramento del nuevo presidente íbamos con la plaquita Venezuela libre, y la grande, la llevamos con orgullo porque sabíamos que había gente valiente que daba la lucha en terreno.
Y aquí Sergio, que le encanta spoilear, me está spoileando el capítulo de la semana friera. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Justo quería que alguien me lo spoileara acá en el chat. Justo.
Estoy seguro que el presidente Peña estaría muy contento, muy feliz. Y creo que está muy feliz de allá arriba. Y ahí te está saludando, mira, está saludando el cielo y después mirando para abajo. Así que gracias por esa perseverancia. Y en los momentos de mayor peligro en nuestra región, él también fue.
Y aquí dice, buenos días, Anónimo. No sé si lo mencionaste en el directo sobre qué es lo que pasó con Víctor, pero fue horrible. Las justificaciones que dejó el cara de papa en el programa de Sin Filtros de ayer. Te refieres al radical, ¿cierto? Al ex radical, porque el partido radical se extinguió. No, créeme que cualquier cosa que diga el ladrón de Woody no me sorprende para nada. No me sorprende. Ha dicho cada salvaje de ese tipo. Pero bueno, ahí está, con su partido extinto. Que siga dando jugo, ¿no?
Muy claro. Él siempre habló de dictadura. Y de esa dictadura dura, que también nos costó. Porque fue y allá no perdonan. Pero hoy día que causó el mayor drama, está bien guardado, a buen resguardo. Como dirían varios otros tiranos y dictadores. Y la historia reciente de Chile y América Latina es clara. Aquellos países que han cerrado sus economías, que han intentado reemplazar la libertad por modelos estatistas y dictaduras como que hoy todavía en parte siguen vigentes en Venezuela, pero estamos trabajando para la regulación de la plena democracia como corresponde, y sobre todo en Cuba. Ellos no han generado ninguna política de justicia social ni han dado dignidad a sus pueblos. Todo lo contrario, porque han generado pobreza, porque han generado estancamiento, han generado opresión y migración forzada. La hemos visto acá, y crímenes que trascienden las fronteras como también lo hemos vivido acá. Y el presidente Piñera creía exactamente lo contrario, creía en las virtudes de la experiencia chilena, que una democracia fuerte, una economía abierta, un Estado al servicio de las personas y el bien común es el camino más seguro hacia el progreso material y espiritual. Sebastián Piñera creyó en esos ideales hasta el último de sus días, y por lo mismo creo que no habrá mejor manera de rendirle honor que seguir trabajando para hacer de Chile y de Latinoamérica y de Hispanoamérica una región libre de pobreza, libre de inseguridad, libre de tiranía. Dicho todo lo anterior, quizás la verdadera medida de la entrega de Sebastián Piñera al país se revela al observar sus últimas horas de vida. Hay un hecho que siempre me ha parecido especialmente revelador de lo que era su carácter. Pocos días antes de su trágico fallecimiento, el presidente Piñera estaba trabajando, ocupado intensamente junto a sus equipos, dentro de los cuales estaba nuestro actual ministro de Vivienda y Urbanismo, Iván Poduje. Grande Iván. Estaba trabajando en una obra de reconstrucción de la quinta región, devastada por los incendios forestales de ese verano. Imagínense.
Estamos hablando hace varios años atrás, y ahí quedó. Todo el plan de reconstrucción quedó tirado.
Sé que Sebastián Piñera levantó un país entero. Lamentablemente, hoy día en Viña hay gente.
Y lo levantó el país entero, ¿cierto? La mitad de Chile en menos de un año. Sí, ya el 2011 por ahí ya estaba prácticamente todo Chile levantado.
Que a 2 años aún no recupera su vivienda. Si es inimaginable lo que hizo. Y es de no creer lo que no hicieron en este gobierno que termina. Así que en esa dolorosa muerte recordamos ahora con nuestro trabajo, estoy seguro que Iván va a reivindicar todo lo que planteó esa vez y va a reconstruir para esas familias que están angustiadas desde tanto tiempo y también para las familias que están en el sur creyendo que los van a olvidar. No los vamos a olvidar y ese legado también es parte de lo que nos dejó el trabajo bien hecho del presidente Sebastián Piñera.
Sí, si eso lo hace bien, ahí sí que va a tener un montón de puntos garantizados.
Pero el legado, y aquí ya voy terminando, no se limita únicamente a las obras y los resultados de un gobierno. Durante sus gobiernos, y esto es algo muy importante, muchos jóvenes provenientes de distintos mundos se integraron al Estado por primera vez. Y eso sí que es un gran legado.
Sí, porque dice María Corina Machado fue la que impulsó el desarme de los venezolanos con leyes. Sí, ella estaba en el Congreso. Sí, aquí dice, no sé cómo lo hizo, pero lo hizo, sí, pues impulsando una ley, ¿cierto?, para desarmar a la población civil. Igualito que acá, lo mismo, el mismo discurso de la izquierda de todos lados.
Allí descubrieron que servir a Chile desde la función pública no solo es una responsabilidad, sino también una vocación. Muchos de estos profesionales hoy continúan sirviendo al país en distintos espacios y lugares de Chile, al igual que varios de los que veo acá, que fueron convocados en alguna época a irse a Agua Concepción, a Aysén, a Arica, a Antofagasta.
Y el Inmundo González, el que habían elegido, ¿cierto?, como presidente, había sido embajador por el chavismo, ¿cierto?, en Argentina, si no me recuerdo. Y una vez que gana esta elección con las actas y todo, y le empiezan a amenazar, pesca sus cosas y se manda a cambiar a España, ¿sí? Un lugar pero que está lleno de personas pro chavismo, lleno. O sea, de todos los países habidos y por haber, se le ocurre irse a donde hay más intervención venezolana, lejos, ¿sí? Si hay algunas personas de España que ayudaron a redactar la Constitución en Venezuela, pues, a ese nivel.
Bueno, ese legado sigue vigente. Se generó con algunos de los que están acá y nosotros queremos mantenerlo. Y por eso invitamos con tanta fuerza y energía a gente joven, a que se integre al servicio público. Y las luas están operando, así que no las detengan. Porque de varias partes estamos llevando jóvenes a trabajar al servicio público. Nos sentimos muy orgullosos de tener ministras y ministros. Casi logramos una sub-30, pero de 30 a 40 tenemos una gran posibilidad de ir mostrando liderazgos jóvenes que nos vayan ayudando a nosotros a nunca perder esa energía. Y como reflexión personal, decir que agradezco que me hayan invitado, mucho, porque lo que veo acá es mucho más profundo que las obras y que todo lo que nos convoca. Esto es mucho más que un acto simbólico, más allá de las diferencias que podemos haber tenido. Esta será una cátedra que no solamente será un espacio para la memoria, también será un espacio para el aprendizaje y para el encuentro. Y no hay nada más importante que volver a encontrarse. Y aquí sigo lo que dice Pía. Necesitamos más cariño, más abrazos. A veces nos cuesta perdonar, pero se puede. Y debo decirle que aquí, con varios, más de lo que ustedes se imaginan, nos hemos perdonado, nos hemos reencontrado. Y con lo que me falte, ya nos reencontraremos y ya nos perdonaremos. Porque Chile merece mucho más. Y las nuevas generaciones tienen que aprender de lo que nosotros hagamos. Precisamente ese será el mejor homenaje que le podremos rendir a la memoria de Sebastián Piñera. El encuentro, la esperanza y el progreso para nuestra nación. Muchas gracias.
Estuvo buena la participación. Esto fue la Universidad del Desarrollo. Pero yo sigo sin entender en qué consiste esta cátedra del presidente Sebastián Piñera Echenique. No sé, será como un curso de historia de qué fue lo que hizo, no sé en qué consiste. No tengo idea. En fin, esa era la primera parte del video. Ahora vamos a estar viendo un canal internacional que se pone a analizar desde Madrid, si no me recuerdo. Todo el asunto de Kast, los primeros momentos de Kast y el efecto que puede tener en el continente.
Chile da un vuelco a la derecha. José Antonio Kast, 55 años de edad, el menor de 10 hermanos, padre de 9 hijos, es católico, adherente del movimiento de Schoenstatt. Ahora llega a la moneda con un discurso de orden, de seguridad y control migratorio para gobernar a más de 20 millones.
No, me equivoqué, no es de Madrid. ¿De qué país era esto? Bueno, voy a tener que buscarlo, no era de Madrid.
Habitantes que tiene Chile. Pero más allá del titular político, hoy en El Salto Dato vamos a desglosar 3 preguntas clave. ¿Qué pasará realmente? ¿Por qué importa? ¿Y cómo impacta a América Latina la posición de Kast y a Venezuela particularmente en este denominado proceso de transición? ¿Qué pasará realmente? Bueno, vamos a citar aquí algunos datos en materia de seguridad.
Es como entre colombianos y venezolanos, perfecto.
Por ejemplo, la tasa de homicidios en Chile pasó de 3.6 por cada 100.000 habitantes en 2016 a cerca de 6.7 en 2023. Es una época de Boric, según el Ministerio del Interior de Chile. En campaña, ¿qué ha dicho José Antonio Kast, el nuevo presidente? Ha prometido endurecer penas, fortalecer a carabineros y ampliar el control fronterizo. Hablamos también ahora de economía y geopolítica. Chile depende fuertemente del comercio exterior. Absorbe cerca del 38% de las exportaciones chilenas, principalmente cobre. Estados Unidos ronda el 15% según el Observatorio de Complejidad Económica y también datos del Banco Central de Chile. Esto coloca al nuevo gobierno de Kast también en medio de una tensión estratégica entre Washington y Pekín. ¿Por qué importa? ¿Por qué impacta? Porque Chile no es cualquier país en nuestra región. Es la 4ª economía de América Latina por Producto Interno Bruto per cápita. Chile es el mayor.
Igual impresionante que todavía estemos en ese lugar después de todo lo que ha ido pasando en la última década.
El productor de cobre del mundo, lo decíamos hace un momento, saca el 28% de la producción global, según el Servicio Geológico de Estados Unidos. Esto significa que cada cambio político en Santiago tiene efectos regionales. Si Kast prioriza seguridad y control migratorio, podría marcar un cambio de tendencia ideológica en América Latina, donde en los últimos años han coexistido gobiernos de izquierda y de derecha con agendas absolutamente distintas. Además, Chile suele actuar como un referente institucional y económico en nuestra región. Lo que pase allí muchas veces anticipa debates que luego aparecen en otros países. ¿Cómo impacta América Latina a Venezuela en este denominado proceso de transición? Vamos a citar efectos posibles, política migratoria regional. Recordemos la cifra, 8 millones de venezolanos que están fuera de su país, según ACNUR y la plataforma R4B. Cualquier cambio en Chile afecta directamente una de las diásporas más grandes que tiene el mundo entero. Si el nuevo gobierno de Kast endurece las políticas migratorias, podría ocasionar mayor presión sobre otros países receptores o cambios en rutas migratorias dentro de Sudamérica. El fenómeno migratorio cambió radicalmente también en la última década en Chile. Chile ha pasado de aproximadamente 500.000 migrantes en 2014 a más de
500.000, pero eso solamente los que están registrados, por los que fueron por las normas, siguieron las normas como corresponde. Porque aquí dice 1.600.000, o sea, de 500.000 pasamos a 1.600.000 y todos sabemos que no es así.
1.6 millones en 2023, siendo los venezolanos la comunidad más grande, alrededor de 730.000 personas según el Servicio Nacional de Migraciones de Chile. Kast ha planteado expulsiones más rápidas para migrantes irregulares, un mayor control en la frontera norte, particularmente en el desierto de Atacama. Si el presidente José Antonio Kast ha sido uno de los políticos latinoamericanos, sí, uno de los más críticos del régimen dictatorial de Nicolás Maduro. Vamos a ver cómo va a comportarse ahora con Delcy, la reemplazante. Un gobierno suyo podría reforzar alianzas con países que presionan por cambios democráticos en Venezuela. Y aquí va la pregunta clave que tenemos para nuestro invitado, que nos acompaña, el analista Guillermo Holtzman, en De Salto al Dato. Bienvenido, gracias por estar con nosotros. Invitada especial a esta ceremonia de posesión de Kast ha sido la líder democrática venezolana María Corina Machado, Premio Nobel de Paz. Introduce quizás esto, el tema venezolano, en el centro de este acto político chileno. Guillermo, ¿es solo un gesto simbólico o el inicio de una posición más activa de Chile, del Chile de Kast, frente a la situación en Venezuela en este denominado proceso de transición? ¿Cuál es su criterio?
Hola Ruth, efectivamente, la presencia de Corina Machado, respondiendo a la invitación hecha para que esté presente el cambio de mando, donde asume José Antonio Kast como presidente de Chile, constituye un signo, un símbolo de la preocupación del presidente Kast y de Chile, me atrevería a decir, respecto a la cooperación que le corresponde a nuestro país en la normalización democrática de Venezuela y en términos de desarrollo de su población. Eso para Chile es relevante, primero, por la cantidad de inmigrantes venezolanos que hay acá, segundo, porque acá se le interesa regularizar toda esa situación, ya sea en términos que se queden en el país o aquellos que puedan regresar efectivamente a Venezuela. Esto significa generar redes suficientemente sólidas para poder mantener y retomar las relaciones diplomáticas a plenitud con Venezuela y poder tener acceso también a toda la información que permita la regularización y saber justamente cuál es el origen y cuál es la situación de cada uno de los venezolanos en Chile. Pero también,
lo cual obviamente no se puede. Saldría carísimo el nivel de logística para hacer eso.
Significa ordenar el barrio, o sea, ordenar lo que pasa en América del Sur, considerando de que Venezuela está en una situación de transición que a Chile observa con mucha preocupación, y también considerando de que hay elecciones en Perú, Colombia, como las que ya ha habido en el propio Chile, como Bolivia y el Ecuador. Entonces, acá Corina Machado es un recordatorio respecto a lo que significa la relación histórica que existe entre Venezuela y Chile, y donde el presidente Kast hace un gesto político importante para sumarse a una voluntad que consideramos compartida por muchos países para que el retorno a la democracia, a la normalidad política de Venezuela sea lo más pronto posible. Que esté bien.
Agradecemos a Guillermo Holtzman en Del Salto al Dato. Seguimos con imágenes en vivo y en directo lo que sucede en esta toma de posesión. El nuevo presidente de los chilenos saludando con un expresidente. Ya estamos con esta imagen, 12 del mediodía con 27 minutos hora exacta en Chile. Llega el flamante nuevo presidente acompañado de su esposa, saludando a quienes han sido los invitados especiales, expresidentes de Chile, presidentes actuales de toda nuestra región. Ahí lo vemos llegando, recibiendo el aplauso de todos sus seguidores políticos, de todos también quienes lo apoyan, quienes han ido a esta toma de posesión, tienen alguna ideología política también que comparten en toda nuestra América Latina. Ahí vemos las reuniones también que se han dado previamente a lo que es la toma de posesión de José Antonio Kast como el nuevo presidente de los chilenos. Auditorio prácticamente lleno, todo lo que se está dando a esta hora en la toma de posesión de José Antonio Kast. Cambio de mando presidencial en Chile. Chile empieza con un nuevo gobierno, un giro totalmente diferente al que tuvo en la época de Gabriel Boric, quien ya también está ahí esperando hacer lo suyo, entregar una banda presidencial. Cambio de mando con Kast y Boric que inician ya la ceremonia de lo que será un traspaso de poder. El presidente...
Y aquí se dice que va un poco atrás en el directo, pero dice hacer un golpe relámpago si es que quiere controlar al narco y el delito fuerte, el crimen organizado. Tiene que ser fuerte y rápido, como decía mi abuelo. El que pega primero, pega mejor y 2 veces. Eso es como Cobra Kai, ¿sí? Ataca primero, ataca 2 veces. Laura dice, estamos mal ahí, no fue lo que prometió. Bueno, ahora vamos a estar viendo las primeras entrevistas. Como les digo, me salté la Rincón de CNN, porque si es que se alcanza la primera meta vamos a estar escuchando mucho a Rincón con Claudio Alvarado. Dice Lisette, no debiesen seguir pasando los días y que sigan cayendo carabineros como palitroques. Eso no es una buena señal. Pero es lo que va a ocurrir, o sea, lo siento mucho, pero van a tratar de atacar rápidamente antes de que se puedan articular y empezar a frenar al crimen organizado. Tengan en mente lo que pasó en Ecuador. Solamente por decir que iban a tomar medidas similares a las del Salvador, vean lo que ocurrió allá. Y ahí en ese contexto el presidente de Ecuador dijo, o sea, yo les voy a dar una amnistía anticipada. Antes de que ocurra nada, ustedes pueden ir y hacer lo que quieran con los criminales. Porque esa era una situación de guerra, ¿sí? Bueno, vamos a estar viendo las primeras entrevistas. Como les digo, me salté la Rincón de CNN, porque si es que se alcanza la primera meta vamos a estar escuchando mucho a Rincón con Claudio Alvarado. Dice Lisette, no debiesen seguir pasando los días y que sigan cayendo carabineros como palitroques. Eso no es una buena señal. Pero
saliente, el mandatario electo, que ahora va a ser ya posesionado, encabezan este acto oficial en Valparaíso. Javier Milei de Argentina, María Corina Machado están participando de este evento.
Y aquí sobre qué tantos videos de Kass, bueno, el que Kass es presidente, pues te aviso. no sé si estás notificado, informado, pero Kass asumió la presidencia esta semana, así que muy probablemente vamos a tener muchas noticias de él y su gestión durante el primer mes sobre todo. Partimos con las entrevistas. Esta es la de Tele 13.
Presidente, buenas noches.
Muy buenas noches.
Un día intenso el de ayer, y supongo que el de hoy también, ¿no?
El de ayer, el de hoy día, pero...
Y los que vendrán también.
Pero con...
Yo creo que los primeros 3 meses sobre todo, y para qué hablar el primer mes de gobierno va a estar lleno de noticias sobre él, lleno.
Un cúmulo de emociones que he dicho que me llena de esperanza.
Es raro dormir en la moneda, ¿no? Apagar la luz.
Distinto, no es raro, es distinto. Pero yo creo que también es parte de dar señales. Es decir, está así en la casa de todos. Nosotros no, es que lo dije ayer, no es la ambición, no es llegar a dormir en un palacio, sino es decir, queremos llegar a servir. Queremos ser parte de la vida de la moneda. Hoy día pude almorzar en el casino, espero poder hacerlo más veces.
Ah, bueno, almorzar.
Sí, exquisito. Presidente. Me habría repetido, pero no puedo.
Se le han preguntado todo el día, ¿qué decía el papelito que le pasó el expresidente Boric?
Es un mensaje privado que yo valoro y le agradezco al presidente Boric.
¿Y eso es un mensaje de él?
Es un mensaje de él, privado, y lo voy a mantener en esa condición. Y yo creo que refleja lo que él cree para la patria y que yo también comparto.
Hablemos de la urgencia del gobierno. ¿Va a presentar una ley miscelánea con varios ítems? ¿Va a empezar a presentar proyectos? ¿Cuándo lo va a hacer?
Vamos a usar toda la potestad reglamentaria, la potestad del Ejecutivo. Ayer mostramos decretos, nombramientos, instrucciones en distintas áreas para destrabar la economía, para asegurar nuestra frontera, en nombramientos de coordinación, de acuerdo a lo que está facultado el Ejecutivo.
Pero ¿se tienen que presentar proyectos o que usar urgencia de proyectos?
Y eso ya viene la próxima semana. Eso ya es en el diálogo con el Parlamento. Ayer tuvimos una buena noticia para nosotros como gobierno.
¿El control de las cámaras?
Porque el Senado lo va a presidir Paulina Núñez, después de conversaciones y de generosidad de todas las partes, para un pacto administrativo. Eso no quiere decir que tengan que aprobar todo lo que nosotros planteamos, pero facilita mucho la tramitación de los proyectos. Y lo mismo en la Cámara de Diputados, donde Jorge Alessandri ahora asume la presidencia y el mismo llamado al diálogo. Y lo mismo que vamos a...
Y aquí hice el mensaje, decía, no hagan la auditoría por el bien de Chile, porfis. Sí, nada, y lo comentaba ayer en el canal del Ricky, no sé si vieron ese programa, pero esta auditoría, la ideal hubiese sido que fuese un ente externo, hubiese sido mucho mejor, para poder confiar plenamente en el resultado final.
Nosotros vamos a presentar.
O sea, Dorothy Pérez, por supuesto, ahí trabajando también, pero hubiese sido interesante complementarlo con empresas de afuera, para que auditaran.
Proyecto de ley, vamos a presentar indicaciones, vamos a poner urgencias y siempre en el espíritu del diálogo, pero diálogo con urgencia.
¿Está la posibilidad de un proyecto misceláneo, así como la ley ómnibus de Milei, o lo descartan?
Cada país tiene sus propias realidades. Argentina nos ha mostrado cómo han salido adelante de una crisis económica brutal. Quizás nuestra mayor crisis está en el área de seguridad, en el área de salud.
Y economía igual, si tú tienes casi 10% de desempleo y tienes tanta gente trabajando en negro, obviamente hay una crisis.
Se nos incorporó una tremenda crisis y catástrofe que son los incendios. Por lo tanto, tenemos que buscar todos los mecanismos para enfrentar esas principales emergencias. El primer acto que tuve como presidente...
Y aquí dice Pedro, la nota decía la clave del Wi-Fi es Allende Forever. Capaz.
Ya el ejercicio fue en un colegio de la función pública. Y ahí también agradecerle al alcalde Siche, que nos permitió compartir con él la inauguración del año escolar, donde estamos viendo un traspaso de un sistema municipal a un sistema de administración conjunta de comunas, pero él sigue invirtiendo. Más allá de que le puedan sacar de sus atribuciones la administración del colegio, él se la jugó, invirtió casi 600 millones y renovó parte importante de la infraestructura del colegio.
A propósito de educación, estuvimos con la mañana...
Aquí está, dice Sebastián, en Biobío dijeron que donde la fiscalización fue menor del Estado, ahí sí habrá una auditoría externa. Muy bien, está bueno el dato.
María Barzo, la ministra de Educación en Tele 13 Radio, y ella dijo que a propósito del recorte de 3%, dijo en educación ese recorte ya está hecho, dijo que estaba desfinanciado el presupuesto, dijo que había un déficit de 250 mil millones de pesos.
Y aquí dice, ayer en Sin Filtros, Agustín Romero explicó cómo iba a ser la auditoría y dijeron pues que esa auditoría va a ser hecha por los mismos ministros y subsecretarios. secretarios o subalternos, sí. Pero, como comentábamos con Enrique ayer, pues esto fue guiado así desde cuando era tipo era de la cabeza. O sea, como que ella les dio las clases de cómo tenían que auditar, ¿cachai? Pero no sé. O sea, claro, es un cambio de mando, así que no tienen razón alguna para estar tapando los errores del gobierno anterior. Pero en una de esas, con Chile Vamos yo me espero cualquier cosa.
Para las soluciones escolares.
Bueno, por eso una de las medidas que tomamos ayer fue solicitar una auditoría completa. Porque para enfrentar las emergencias uno tiene que tener un buen diagnóstico. Y esto no es buscando una excusa para no hacer ciertas cosas, sino para ver cuáles son las medidas que vamos a aplicar en cada área.
Pero en ese caso, auditoría es para saber por qué quedó subestimado el presupuesto.
Bueno, lo mismo pasó en salud. Se hace un presupuesto y se acaba antes de fin de año. En educación es lo mismo. Y podemos decir que nuestros niños tienen una mejor calidad de educación. Nosotros hemos perdido el concepto de la buena calidad de la educación en colegios emblemáticos. Aquí tenemos el Instituto Nacional. Creo que es una lástima que hayan perdido esa posición a la cual habían llegado con mucho esfuerzo y mérito y hoy día lo vemos en distintos establecimientos emblemáticos.
Ahora, ¿esta situación presupuestaria hace más difícil el recorte del 3% que está planteando su ministro de Hacienda?
Nosotros, y también lo dije ayer, vamos a tener que hacer cosas impopulares, sin cortar derechos sociales. Vamos a tener que decir las cosas por su nombre y vamos a tener que pedirle compromiso a todos los chilenos de que hagamos las cosas bien. Desde pagar un pasaje, que hoy día se evade, desde no romper bienes públicos y desde que cada persona que trabaje en el...
Se fijaron que para el 8M de nuevo las feministas estaban con esta tonterita de evade, ¿cierto? Evadir, no pagar una forma de luchar de nuevo. Como que 2019, ven a mí. Impresionante, no aprendieron nada.
Estado haga bien su trabajo y se sienta orgulloso de servir a otros chilenos.
Presidente, prácticamente no hay expertos en relaciones internacionales que no considere que fue un error conviar a Flavio Bolsonaro al cambio de mando y además tener que asumir el costo de que no viniera el presidente.
Me risa, prácticamente no hay analistas que no digan que haya sido un error porque todos los analistas que llaman son de izquierda. Prácticamente todos. No sé dónde está el error en llamar a una persona que ha sido cercana ideológicamente a él desde siempre. Desde que apareció casi en el escenario público, tienen contactos con Bolsonaro y su hijo. No sé dónde está la sorpresa. Es como cuando se fue a reunir con Orbán. O sea, cualquier persona que haya seguido la trayectoria de Kass sabe que hay buenas relaciones con Orbán desde hace décadas. No sé si décadas, pero más de 10 años por lo menos sí. Eso sí.
¿Por qué lo cambió?
Primero decir que vino el canciller y tuvimos un almuerzo algo distinto.
Otro reto, no es lo mismo.
Tuvimos un almuerzo algo distinto y todos los presidentes que vinieron, los cancilleres, las delegaciones tuvieron la oportunidad de hablar. Y más que un almuerzo de camaradería, fue un almuerzo de trabajo. Y lo que yo veo ahí es distinto a lo que dicen los analistas. Chile se vuelve a insertar en el mundo. Las críticas por haber ido a Estados Unidos, las críticas por haber ido a República Dominicana, a El Salvador, a Argentina, a Ecuador, son permanentes, a Perú.
¿No lo considera un error?
No, para nada. No, para nada. Es un senador de la República. ¿Cuál es el problema de que uno, por la amistad que tiene también, pueda invitar a personas que han sido parte de un recorrido político?
Sí, y aparte si es que llega a ganar, ¿sí? Si llegase a ganar el hijo Bolsonaro en una próxima presidencial, tendría la pega hecha por adelantada.
El presidente Lula, cuando conversé con él en Panamá, dijo, nosotros somos, usted va a ser jefe de Estado, yo también. Eso no quiere decir que no tengamos una posición política. Yo podría haber criticado también algunas venidas de otros mandatarios en momentos críticos de nuestra nación o intervenciones de otros presidentes en situaciones críticas nuestras y, si no me equivoco, salvo las críticas que he dicho siempre en contra del régimen chavista, de Maduro, el régimen de Cuba, donde se requiere libertad, creo que en las otras situaciones cuando viene el mandatario no he señalado un reparo, puede ser que haya alguna por ahí donde alguien me haya insultado, pero yo no encuentro ningún drama y creo que los vamos a sorprender, así como nos sorprendimos en un cambio de mando republicano. Y todos los dignatarios extranjeros reconocieron el hecho mismo de cómo se hizo el cambio de mando. Nadie entendía por qué no agitamos las barras bravas dentro del cambio de mando. Le dijimos, no, vamos a hacer un discurso al final del día y también fue un discurso, a mi juicio, bastante convocante a la unidad, a la prudencia.
A propósito de intromisión, a propósito de intervención, el embajador de Estados Unidos dijo hoy día el cable, por el cable de submarino chino, ya está muerto, ya no existe, ya se acabó.
Es que yo en este caso...
¿Estás anunciando una decisión?
No, yo lo que estoy diciendo es que aquí, dentro de las auditorías, también vienen investigaciones.
Sí, porque fue bien raro lo rápido que ocurrió todo el trámite. Eso es evidente.
Hoy día una investigación del Ministerio Público.
O sea, no hay una decisión sobre eso.
Tomó antes una investigación de la Ley de Seguridad, pero es bastante evidente que si vamos a repetir los mismos errores que ya ocurrieron, porque esto del cable ya se estaba discutiendo antes, se tomó una decisión. Bueno, cerremos una decisión, establezcamos el cable Humboldt, traigamos el cable Humboldt con el cual tenemos compromisos internacionales también, como por ejemplo con Panamá.
Pero se la sacó bien. Yo creo que esta respuesta se le hubiese dado antes, pero no se quiso pronunciar porque todavía no era presidente. Pero esta respuesta que dio me parece correcta. ¿Sí? Acelerar el trámite del cable Humboldt, ¿cierto? Hacer como que cuando fue a Estados Unidos habló de eso para que se acelerara el paso y decirte que lo de China fue raro. Fue tránsfugo el cómo se aceleró todo el proceso y todo el asunto. Investigarlo, está bien, está correcto.
Pero la pregunta es, ¿el embajador de Estados Unidos se adelantó? ¿Está anunciando algo que no es?
Yo le tengo gran aprecio al embajador de Estados Unidos porque ha hecho todo de acuerdo a decir la verdad. Hizo lo que correspondía, advirtiéndole al gobierno de Chile ciertas situaciones complejas. Y el gobierno hizo oídos sordos. Por lo tanto, aquí tenemos que analizar todo lo que se hizo. Los funcionarios que otorgaron concesiones o que firmaron decretos que después se retiraron, bueno, tendrán que asumir su responsabilidad si están las cosas mal hechas.
Pero para hacer claro una palabra, ¿todavía está posible ese cable o está
Primero vamos a concretar el cable Humboldt.
Ya,
después conversamos.
Está bien. Buena la respuesta, porque ahí, insisto, el segundo cable de chino era porque el de Humboldt no estaba listo. Sí, querían llegar primero hacia el continente para que los tratos se hicieran con los chinos y no con Google.
María Corina Machado le pidió hoy regularizar a los venezolanos que tenían. Es una posición distinta a la que ha tenido usted en la campaña y en el gobierno, que es primero tienen que salir para volver a entrar. ¿Hay un punto medio entre esas posiciones? ¿Le parece pertinente la petición?
Nosotros lo que hoy día vimos en ella es una mujer valiente, alguien que ejerció un liderazgo casi imposible de imaginar. Y lo que ella planteaba es cómo ellos forzaron la división de las familias. Ella lo dijo, ustedes no saben el daño que esto le hace a la familia, separación de hijos, de hermanos, y eso hay que recuperarlo. Pero ella también dijo, nosotros queremos recuperar a nuestros compatriotas. Nuestros compatriotas anhelan volver a su patria. Más de 7 millones de personas que se vieron obligadas a salir. Y nosotros lo hemos reiterado una y otra vez. Chile se entra por la ventana, perdón, se entra por la puerta, no por la ventana. Y eso es lo que vamos a cumplir. Vamos a cumplir.
Dice Lisette, saco mi manita del teclado un ratito porque voy al PC. Sigo yendo en segundo plano. Gracias por hacer más llevadero el viernes en esta oficina de cierre. De nada, estimada. Se hace lo que se puede.
Dale.
Presidente, anoche, 11 de marzo, cambio de mando y los
Ahora están quedando más o menos unos 25 minutos, 28 minutos por ahí entre las dos entrevistas que siguen para alcanzar la primera meta. Y la primera meta son como 30 minutos más. Así que de eso va a depender. Pues, ojalá que se alcance la primera meta en unos 20 y tantos minutos. ¿Sí? O si no, el directo va a durar poco.
Carabineros cerca de la pasada quedando tuvieron que se fueron agredidos por una turba.
Y aquí dice Marcelo Anónimo, ¿crees que se debe fortalecer la visa waiver apelando a las políticas de seguridad? ¿A qué te refieres con fortalecer? Si ya la visa lo que sirve es para transparentar los datos. Eso dice ser. Te ayuda a tener más claro quién entra y sale de Estados Unidos. Para eso es, para fiscalizar. Y claro, cuando se utiliza de mala manera y llega cualquier persona a Estados Unidos, ahí obviamente se compromete la permanencia del beneficio.
Eso disparando al aire, hay un carabinero herido, apedrearon un auto de un subsecretario. ¿Qué le parece la violencia de anoche, esa manifestación?
Inaceptable. Y como lo dije ayer, vamos a aplicar la ley con toda la fuerza y el rigor que corresponda. Y lo hemos señalado y lo hemos advertido. El que rompa bienes públicos, el que ataque a una fuerza policial, una fuerza de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, se va a encontrar con todo el respaldo político legal que podamos darle a personas que nos cuidan.
Esa idea del registro nacional de vándalos, ojalá lo implementen porque ahí sí que va a ser muy entretenido cada vez que detengan a la gente en las protestas. Que tengan que ellos de su bolsillo, ¿cierto? Y sus familias tengan que estar pagando los destrozos que hacen.
Inaceptable.
Y en el caso del ex comisionado Rojafade, que es encontrado con acelerantes de su cuerpo, maniatado, golpeado, fue llevado en primera instancia con hospital incluso, y con rayados de carácter político. Por supuesto, estamos muy en el inicio de la investigación para saber de qué se trata.
Y aquí se podría bajar el mínimo a 1973, no te deja 10.000, 2.500 y así 5.000 después iba subiendo.
Pero la posibilidad de que esto fuera un crimen de odio, un crimen de motivación política, ¿qué le parece?
Que va a recibir la misma sanción que sería alguien que ataque a cualquier chileno. Es inaceptable la violencia. Y yo en eso he sido constante en decir que tenemos que llamar al respeto, al orden y jamás usar la violencia en contra de alguien que se declara adversario político. Lo dije ayer, los adversarios en Chile no son los que piensan distinto políticamente. Los adversarios son los narcotraficantes, los líderes del crimen organizado, inmigrantes ilegales que vienen a delinquir. Esos son nuestros enemigos y adversarios.
Una persona que usa la violencia política no es un verdadero partidario suyo, entonces.
Para nada. Y lo vamos a perseguir con todo el rigor de la ley.
Presidente, ha llamado la...
Insisto. El pelado va de... ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué, cachai? Porque él tendría que ser literalmente el último. Si es que alguien quisiese hacer algo así, el último posible. Sí, gracias a él, Indetectables, Stingo y otros tantos fue que se ganó el rechazo. Eso es indiscutido.
Atención, la presencia permanente de la primera dama. De hecho, está reivindicado. Tenemos la primera dama, su familia dice, mis padres tienen mucho que entregar a Chile como si fuera una pareja presidencial en el gobierno. Se pregunto con la mayor precisión y por supuesto con respeto. ¿La primera dama va a tener un rol político también?
Ella tiene un rol más bien social.
¿Simbólico?
No, muy activo. Cuando ella va...
Sí, pero es un símbolo de la primera dama. Es una institución. Eso trata de construir.
A un centro de adultos mayores, cuando ella va a un lugar de menores, cuando ella va a una fundación que acoge a niños menores de edad. Eso es una acción real. Cuando ella abraza y ella dice, necesitamos más cariño, más abrazos, es real.
Pero no va a tener un rol político.
El rol político lo ejerce el presidente de la República y el rol de acompañamiento, el rol de acoger. Lo cumple muy bien Pía.
Presidente, una última cosa. Una parte de su base parlamentaria incluso le ha pedido indultar a carabineros o militares condenados por el estallido. ¿Piensa hacerlo?
Estamos en eso y yo diría que Chile vivió un momento de violencia extrema que terminó con algunas personas indemnizadas por daños físicos y otras personas presas porque cumplieron con su deber mandatado por el Estado.
Y esa indemnización por daños físicos, insisto, no creo que valga el que te den un palo, ¿cierto? Te den un coscorrón o algo por el estilo, que te esté todo Chile pagando hasta que te mueras. Yo creo que no corresponde. Sobre todo si estabas causando daños a la infraestructura pública privada del país.
Y claro, hay una precisión distinta a veces en temas judiciales, pero que son revisables. La facultad de indulto es una facultad que hasta el día de hoy tiene el presidente de la República y yo la voy a utilizar.
¿Encargó informes sobre esos casos?
Estamos estudiando cada caso y vamos a avanzar en esa línea para recuperar la paz con diálogo. Yo entiendo que alguien que haya sido, que se sienta víctima, ¿no es cierto?, de una situación como esa, le cueste mucho superar. Pero miremos lo que ha sucedido en nuestros países, miremos nuestra historia y aquí hay que partir perdonando.
Presidente, muchas gracias por esta entrevista.
Esta es la primera entrevista. Van a haber varias preguntas que se van a repetir. Paso el dato. Por eso también no quise colocar las 4 entrevistas. Le hicieron una en 24 horas, Tele 13, le hicieron una en Mega y en CNN.
Presidente, primero que nada, muchas gracias por recibir la Televisión Nacional de Chile acá en La Moneda.
Gracias a ustedes por esta oportunidad.
Bueno, aprovechando eso, en su casa también. ¿Cómo volvió la primera noche acá en La Moneda? Que singular, lo pasaba desde...
Hace bastante, pero yo duermo muy bien siempre. De repente hay momentos que uno duerme un poco menos, pero se alcanza a recuperar. Es algo distinto, novedoso, y culmina un día lleno de emociones, porque no solamente alojé aquí en La Moneda, sino que el día anterior en el Palacio de Cerro Castillo. Son todas sensaciones que se van acumulando, pero que me tienen muy contento.
¿Se duerme bien en la playa? Sí.
Yo duermo bien en todas partes. Yo de pequeño vivía al lado de la línea del tren, entonces me aseguro que nada me...
Presidente, bueno, usted dijo con amplia medida a tomar medidas que podían sorprender a su primera hora de gobierno. De hecho, el fin de varios decretos apuntar de alguna manera esa dirección. Algunos de ustedes firmó anoche tienen que ver, por ejemplo, con el tema de poner la mirada en migración y frontera norte. Nosotros conversamos con el ministro del Interior ayer y nos confirma que efectivamente se va a aumentar el personal, dotación y aumentar las barreras físicas, materiales. Concretamente le pregunto, son zanjas, hacerlas más grandes, muros. Usted le visitó un par de países donde...
¿Una zanja? Va a ser una zanja. Sí. De hecho, ya empezó a mandar gente al norte, ¿cierto? Para profundizar la zanja y las barreras.
Los modelos están puestos.
Todas las anteriores, dependiendo de la geografía. Hay lugares donde quizás el obstáculo físico tiene que ser una barrera, no necesariamente un muro, pero hay distintas maneras de bloquear el paso de vehículos y de personas. En otros lugares tendrá que ser una zanja, que es más rápido de efectuar y evita comercio clandestino, que los vehículos pasen a toda velocidad y no se sepa dónde está el límite.
Sí, pues aquí dice Pedro, eso es lo que se debía hacer desde el principio, ponerse bien arreglados los huevitos, y acomodarse los huevitos y estudiar caso a caso para dar indultos acotados, no eso del mamarracho general que presentó Chaguán. Sí. Y que prácticamente nadie leyó, parece. Moreira tampoco lo leyó porque las cosas que estaba diciendo en cámara no se condicen con lo que está escrito.
Pero lo más importante es que ha cambiado también el tema de las relaciones. Hoy día la situación con Bolivia es distinta. Teníamos un par de años atrás. Hoy día hay posibilidades de conversar con los vecinos bolivianos. Vino el presidente de Bolivia. Eso marca una diferencia. La política migratoria de Perú sigue siendo bastante similar, más allá de los cambios radicales que han tenido en su presidencia. Por lo tanto, las cosas se han ido facilitando, diría yo. El cambio que ocurrió en Venezuela, la relación con Ecuador. Pero vamos a aplicar todas las medidas que sean necesarias. Le solicité un informe al ejército respecto de temas de personal, de material que tengan para desplegar en la zona. Nombramos un comisionado que coordine las acciones de nuestros delegados, que no tiene mando, pero sí ayuda a la coordinación. Y todos están desplegados. Así que
eso parte de los próximos días, perdón. Esta evaluación que tiene que hacer el ejército para eventualmente ampliar la zanja, construir un muro, lo que ellos determinen, lo que ustedes determinen.
Nosotros le pedimos que ellos hicieran un levantamiento de toda la disponibilidad que tienen. Ellos han avanzado con algunas cosas, pero como recién ahora hemos tomado la posibilidad, el mando, ¿no es cierto? Puedo solicitar cosas que antes no podía.
El presidente...
Sí, no va a poner megáfono, va a poner barreras y zanjas para que realmente les cueste transitar.
El ministro de Defensa señala que se va a aumentar también, mirando ahora la macrozona sur, se va a aumentar dotación, se va a hacer acciones materiales y eventualmente una visita suya a la región de la Araucanía. ¿Eso está ya en desarrollo? ¿Para cuándo sería?
Bueno, yo lo que he dicho es que no voy a ser un presidente que...
Eso, cuando vaya a la Araucanía tiene que ser para finiquitar el tema de Temucuicú y no puede ir a pasear. ¿Sí? No tiene que ser un viaje de paseo. Si es que va para allá, le van a exigir que solucione el tema de Temucuicú, así que cuando viaje tiene que tenerlo listo, llegar y actuar.
Que se quede en la moneda, señor presidente, en terreno. La primera acción pública fue de esperanza, de ir a un establecimiento en la comuna de Ñuñoa. Le agradezco al alcalde Sichel y al director y a los alumnos que me acogieran para la inauguración del año escolar. Y después vendrán visitas a zonas que han pasado por periodos difíciles, catástrofes, terrorismo, inmigración. Por lo tanto, ustedes van a ver un gobierno desplegado. Que no es que solamente me desplace yo. Usted vio ayer que la ministra de Seguridad fue a analizar, ¿no es cierto?, la situación de violencia que afectó a un carabinero, que es víctima, ¿no es cierto?, de la violencia. Y cada ministro ya está recorriendo Chile. Yo no quiero acaparar todo, pero sí quiero mostrar un gobierno terreno.
Pero la presencia de un presidente en la región de la Araucanía que ha marcado el punto de seguridad es especialmente relevante. Por eso,
por eso cuando vaya no tiene que ir a dar jugo, tiene que ir a hacer la pega. ¿Sí?
Me verán pronto en la Araucanía.
Perfecto. Presidente, usted delante de las cámaras de televisión nacional nos dijo, pregúntele por este tema el día después de los Michelle Bachelet, que iba a tomar una definición a propósito de si impulsar o no, apoyar o no la candidatura de la expresidenta de la Secretaría de Naciones Unidas, que no estuvo presente en el cambio.
Pero me habría encantado poder haberla saludado en el cambio de mando, pero claro.
¿Lamentó su ausencia?
Uno siempre lamenta la ausencia de los presidentes que son parte, porque esto se va construyendo entre todos. Yo recibo, ¿no es cierto?, un gobierno. Tenemos diferencias en temas puntuales de cómo avanzar respecto de las acciones que tomó el presidente Boric, pero me habría encantado que estuviera la presidenta Bachelet. Si no hubiese habido problemas de agenda, que hubiese estado el presidente Lula, y si hubiese dispuesto eso la presidenta de México. Porque la reunión que tuvimos después, donde sí estuvo el canciller de Brasil, y dijo las relaciones entre Chile y Brasil son de años y se van a mantener así porque son complementarios, habría sido bueno poder conversarlo. Y creo que lo que requiere las Naciones Unidas es una mirada distinta quizás de lo que hemos visto hasta ahora, porque la realidad del mundo ha cambiado.
Una mirada menos surdequi que quiso decir. Y si es por eso, insisto, yo me veo a Chile apoyando al candidato de Argentina.
Nosotros aquí vivimos lo que es la inmigración que vino de Haití. Ayer estaba el representante de Haití. Y le conversamos, le dijimos, mira, nosotros aquí tenemos una cantidad de haitianos importantes y ya están asimilados a nuestra vida.
Y aquí dice, listo, problema resuelto. Si hubiese asistido a Bachelet, le apoyaba, pero como no fue, no. De hecho, yo pensé que iba a decir eso, pero no. Salió jugando diciendo que no era tan cabro chico como para estar quitando apoyo a Bachelet por algo como eso. No sé si lo dice en esta entrevista o lo dice en otra, pero lo dice.
Esa es la colaboración de ellos, pero esto se dio en un momento bastante discutible. Por lo tanto, el futuro de la ONU quizás requiere una mirada distinta para enfrentar realidades como la de Venezuela, como la de la crisis en Medio Oriente, como la crisis de Haití. También está el presidente de la República Dominicana. Dos países en la misma isla.
Pero le requiero la pregunta. Usted me dijo, la decisión la va a tomar después del 11. ¿Tiene decisión sobre Michelle Bachelet o no tiene
Estamos
decisión?
avanzando en la decisión, pero...
¿Más favorable o más desfavorable? ¿La ausencia de un poco eso?
No, esto no es... Cuando uno toma una decisión de esta envergadura, no es porque vino o no vino alguien a un acto. Eso está dentro de la libertad. Es mirando lo que se requiere para una organización tan relevante, tan importante como es la ONU.
Y sobre todo me imagino que tendrá en consideración el costo país. Si no sale gratis estar haciendo lobby internacional.
Presidente, usted ha dicho que eventualmente la figura del indulto es algo que usted está en posición de analizarlo más allá de que se respeta crítica.
Esta parte me gustó bastante. No le quitó el poto a la jeringa con un tema delicado como los indultos, sobre todo a carabineros.
Proyecto de conmutación de penas. ¿Cuál es su posición al respecto? ¿Usted estaría en disposición de indultar a alguien hoy día condenado? ¿Ha mirado algún caso que usted diga, este caso merece ser analizado y eventualmente indultado por el presidente de la República?
Yo hago una diferencia clara y entiendo las discusiones que hay en un proyecto de ley, pero eso es un proyecto que está radicado en la Cámara, está en el Congreso y ahora recibirá las indicaciones y eso va por un carril distinto. Otra cosa es lo que ocurrió después del estallido. Donde hay personas que salieron dañadas, ¿no es cierto?, físicamente, personas que salieron indemnizadas y personas que terminaron presas sin haberse levantado ese día diciendo yo voy a realizar una acción para dañar a alguien.
¿Informados?
Carabineros, militares, Fuerzas Armadas, policía, y yo creo que eso tiene que tener una mirada distinta.
¿Eso significa que usted indultaría a algún
Estamos estudiando todos los casos de todas las personas que...
Y aquí, Marcelo, ¿qué opinas de la polémica comentando el Ricky? Lo comenté hace un rato, así que puedes retroceder el video.
Fueron llamadas a defender la patria y se encontraron con una situación que nadie se imaginó. Nadie quiso vivir eso. Y
¿Tiene algún caso, presidente, que usted haya analizado que puede ser objeto de indulto de estos de estallido social de un uniformado?
No voy a entrar en un caso puntual, pero sí le diría que estamos estudiando una serie de casos que han sido mediáticamente conocidos y requieren todos, a nuestro juicio, un análisis profundo, enfocados en recuperar la paz y trabajar también en el concepto del perdón.
Presidente, prioridades del gobierno marcadas naturalmente por la firma de decreto y algunos de los anuncios que usted ha hecho. Para preguntarle y avanzar en algunos de ellos, ¿Sala Universal es una prioridad de su gobierno? ¿Puede salir ahí?